moonlight on my pride. Wore this badge through highs and lows, never had to hide. Memories in Stamford breeze echo through my chest. Not every win is sweet, but I gave my all, no less. We sang through the rain, we danced through the pain. The pitch still remembers my name. Still blue through the silence and the roar. Still blue even when we don't score. I carry the soul of the shedding crew. You can't shake me, I'm still blue. Still here, still true. Woke up to the chance, paint cracked on my wall, but the pride in my heart never faded at all. Jersey frayed at the seams, but it still feels right. Been through darkest nights, still shining bright. We bled in the game, we rose with no shame. The bridge still whispers my name. Still blue, every tear and every cheer. Still blue, with my voice loud and clear. I carry the pride of the shedding crew. Win or lose, I'm still blue. From Drogba's fire to Reetz's run, we stood tall under every sun. Through Abramovich nights to new days begun, this heart beats for only one. Still blue, even when they don't believe. Still blue, every year we grieve and dream. I carry the hope of the shedding crew, born for this, I'm still blue. Still blue. Footsteps on Fulham Road, moonlight on my pride. Wore this badge through highs and lows, never had to hide. Memories in Stamford breeze echo through my chest. Not every win is sweet, but I gave my all, no less. We sang through the rain, we danced through the pain. The pitch still remembers my name. Still blue through the silence and the roar. Still blue even when we don't score. I carry the soul of the shedding crew. You can't shake me, I'm still blue. Still here, still true. Woke up to the chance, paint cracked on my wall, but the pride in my heart never faded at all. Jersey frayed at the seams, but it still feels right. Been through darkest nights, still shining bright. We bled in the game, we rose with no shame. The bridge still whispers my name. Still blue, every tear and every cheer. Still blue, with my voice loud and clear. I carry the pride of the shedding crew. Win or lose, I'm still blue. From Drogba's fire to Ritz's run, we stood tall under every sun. Through Abramovich nights to new days begun, this heart beats for only one. Still blue, even when they don't believe. Still blue, every year we grieve and dream. I carry the hope of the shed and crew, born for this. I'm still blue. Still blue. Still blue. Footsteps on Fulham Road, moonlight on my pride. Wore this badge through highs and lows, never had to hide. Memories in Stamford breeze echo through my chest. Not every win is sweet, but I gave my all, no less. We sang through the rain, we danced through the pain. The pitch still remembers my name. Still blue through the silence and the roar. Still blue even when we don't score. I carry the soul of the shedding crew. You can't shake me, I'm still blue. Still here, still true. Woke up to the chance, paint cracked on my wall, but the pride in my heart never faded at all. Jersey frayed at the seams, but it still feels right. Been through darkest nights, still shining bright. We bled in the game, we rose with no shame. The bridge still whispers my name. Still blue, every tear and every cheer. Still blue, with my voice loud and clear. I carry the pride of the shed and crew. Win or lose, I'm still blue. From Drogba's fire to Ritz's run, we stood tall under every sun. Through Abramovich nights to new days begun, this heart beats for only one. Still blue, even when they don't believe. Still blue, every year we grieve and dream. I carry the hope of the shed and crew, born for this. I'm still blue. Still blue. Still blue. Footsteps.
Oh my gosh. I am seriously I don't know. It looks like even my even my system isn't happy. But the truth remains that I am seriously not sure where to start. I can't even wholeheartedly say big up everyone. Like the usual. Should I call it ritual? How are you doing? I do hope you're all doing well. Welcome back to Chelsea Perspective and blah blah blah. I just cannot, because the truth remains. This is not a game that we should we should this is not a game. We don't deserve to lose this game, in my opinion. I get it. We'll get into what happened on the day, but it is of my opinion that we didn't deserve to lose that game. We did everything right. Was set up properly. And then the manager's decision backfired spectacularly. As much as I think now he's a good manager and he's the right man for his job, for the job, I think he made a huge mistake. And we knew coming into this game it could turn out to be the best decision he's ever made since he joined Chelsea, and it could turn out to be the worst. And yeah, the latter was the case, unfortunately. But thank you to all of you, and thank you for finding the time to join the show this particular evening. If you're there, I'm going to say hello to everybody. Let me just say in general, hello to everyone in the chat. I'm not going to read anything now. And in all honesty, I'm actually not in the mood to read anything. I am pissed, seriously pissed, because I could not believe it. We played very well, didn't deserve to lose that game. But then again, the manager's decision, huge decision that looked like a good one until 70th minute plus or so. That was when, we imploded. My goodness, I could not believe what happened. But that's, by the way, still, I think I have the courage now. I'm going to say hello to all of you in the chat. But yeah, I'm going to be cautious with what I read, because in such situation, you get a lot of depressing comments from Chelsea fans. And usually I find myself reading all of them. And probably had seen, experiencing the sort of feeling that the person that posted such comments will be feeling at the time. It's Liam Rosenior. What do you expect? I expected better. I don't think the setup was the issue. I don't think the tactics were the issue. I'd argue the selection was the problem. And one selection, and that's because he was bent on getting the team to play the way he wants them to play, keeping it on the carpet, playing out from the back, irrespective of how the opposition pressure us, still keep calm. He did it very well until, around 78 minutes plus or so. I could not believe we considered 3 goals in 20 minutes. We looked tired. We weren't even pressuring the PSG players. But that's, by the way, I don't think the tactics was the issue. I think if we had Sanchez between the sticks for us, I think, we've always known that he's the much better goalkeeper when compared to Jørgensen. Jørgensen is just better on the ball. Every Chelsea fan knows that. But unfortunately, the consequences of the manager trying to get the team to play the way he wants to play. I don't think Enzo Maresca would have taken the risk of fielding what's his name, Filip Jørgensen over Robert Sanchez. Even though, he knows he can. You could say he'd be better off with another goalkeeper than Sanchez, but I think he wouldn't have gone to the measure of starting Sanchez over Filip Jørgensen. Starting Filip Jørgensen over Robert Sanchez in that important game. It has happened. Hopefully he's learned, but I doubt that. I think we'd still see Jørgensen got the stick for us in another important game. Why? Because the manager will tell you that these things happen. And I think probably he'd already made up his mind that he'd be better off taking the risk of fielding Jørgensen over Sanchez, and then he gets, you could say, gains confidence, and then him being between the sticks won't be much of an issue, unfortunately. This is on Liam Rosenior. I agree. Even he has said it, that, that's on him. And he knows why. Because I'm going to say this now. This loss defines how Chelsea fans view Liam Rosenior. And until he finds a way to achieve something special, or maybe do something special, one of which will be, you could say, overcoming the two, I think 2 goals deficit, or three goals deficit, and end up beating PSG, progressing to the quarterfinals, then that changes everything. But whatever that is, I'm not sure it's possible at this point. But that's just how I see the situation. Let's see. Maresca is a true winner here. Yeah, because of the Enzo Maresca revision is, which doesn't make sense on its own. But I don't want to get to that argument at this point. Big up to you, to Mabaz05. He says, I'm disappointed that Chelsea lost 5-2 to PSG. Sad, but we move on to the second leg, and hopefully we get a win at Stamford Bridge. Chances are we get a win on the day, but I don't see us progressing beyond PSG to the quarterfinals, because I think on the day in the second leg we'll be all out to cancel out the 3 goals deficit and probably end up conceding more. I don't see us coming back from this. If we pull it off, I'd do a $300 giveaway on that day. Bookmark it. I don't see it happening. We'll probably end up discussing how we played well on the day, but it's just that the deficit just too much, and that we can irrespective of what we do on the day, we're not we're not gonna overcome that. I don't see that happening, and I'll still go back to letting you know. I feel like we don't deserve to lose this game, but it is what it is. We've lost. And Miss Melina, nice to see you. I do hope you're doing well. I appreciate you finding the time to join the conversation this particular evening. It's still 6:46 p.m. CST for me. Coach out. What did I do to Miss Melina to deserve she called asking that? Okay, but that's okay. I know that just banter. Liam out. I'm not at that point yet. Because you can argue to some extent, not just the goalkeeper alone. There were other factors in play. We've always been SHITTY defensively, but we could have managed a win even with that, even with even with a poor, you could say not good enough defensive line. You could say we did well enough that we deserve a draw at least. We could have actually managed a win with a bad defensive line, but the goalkeeping error for me, it gave them confidence. It gave them confidence, and they were at home on the day. So when you make such error, they'd be all over you, and then they are so potent. Even at you can say they've struggled defensively of late, and we had tons of chances to score up to 5 goals on the day. And to give you context, the reason I said we don't deserve to lose this game, the goalkeeping error, in my opinion, opened the floodgate. Because look at what the stats say here. Give me 1 second here. We finished the game with an XG of 1.53 to theirs 0.87. 4 big chances to theirs, 3 big chances, 9 shots to theirs, 9-2. We don't deserve to lose this game. If anything, we deserve at least a draw from this game. But I hope Rosenior learns a lot. And I'm sorry, but I don't see him, because of what happened today, dropping what's his name, Filip Jørgensen for Robert Sanchez to take his place again. No, I think he's already made up his mind that he's going to stop breathing on that hill to prove. He probably doubled down to prove to Chelsea fans and the hierarchy, if they have questions, that that Jorgensen deserves to be starting over Robert Sanchez. When the average Chelsea fan knows that Sanchez is a much better shot stopper, but in terms of ball playing ability, Jorgensen is much better, and which was why he was overly confident on the day, too nonchalant and made that error. My goodness, that is unforgivable. I will forgive him, but I'm quite sure 90% of Chelsea fans will find it difficult to look beyond that error. Let's see, what else do we have here? I blame Liam for taking JP and Palmer out. I don't. The changes he made for me, list of my concern on the day. Thank you. It's a good thing. Good to hear that you like it. I'm gonna skip past a lot of stuff and try to get anything sensible I say in the chat. That was a fantastic game. For neutrals, but everybody that understands football will tell you Chelsea didn't deserve to lose that one. unfortunately. Thunder from Paris go fire Chelsea today. Nigerian girl. Okay, we went there with the aim of losing, and we accomplished that. We are unstoppable. I mean, you could say that. Coach, I am done with our CBs. They are soft zero mentality. A lot of factors to talk about. All right, I'm going to stop right now because I have the captain of the community on the panel with me in Constantine Dunn. Dan, to big up to you. Let's hear your thoughts because the question should be how did we bottle that one? Even when we were when the game was 2-2 draw, I wasn't that concerned. I thought we could win it. I believed we could win it, and the signs were there. We created tons of chances, but defensively, my goodness, even I get it. Jorgensen made a mistake defensively. We need to do something about that in the summer. Otherwise, we will not make any progress. But Dante, let's hear your thoughts. I think it'd be accurate to ask the question:
Yeah.
how did we bottle this one? It's annoying. In all honesty, I'm pissed.
Yeah, I'm pissed as well. Yeah, very pissed. I had to leave right when Jorgensen made that error. I had to leave. I had an appointment, so I had to leave right then. I was turning it off, and that's when he made the error, and I left so pissed off. Then I come back, and I hear on the radio by accident. I didn't want to, but I heard that we lost 5-2. I'm like, what? The last 10 minutes we lost. I
We
came back.
tired out. We look like we haven't. You can say we haven't taken a breath for like 10.
Yeah,
And why that's possible, I don't know. And the manager, I think I think it was obvious that yeah, if I were him, I'd make changes early on. I'd bring Andrea Santos to try to gain
yeah,
control a little bit. That would have made a whole lot of difference, in my opinion. And let's say this is
yeah.
not a matter of staying positive or painting it. You could say sugarcoating it. We didn't deserve to lose, in my opinion. I have to. This is not about me being honest. But one thing I can tell you, there's no coming back from this. If we do, I would do a $300 giveaway. I said it before, and I'm not turning away from that. It's not possible. Why? Because we'll be all out on the day trying to cancel the deficit, and
Yeah.
then end up
Let's not
conceding
worry
more.
about that now, coach.
But
Let's
go
not
ahead,
worry about
Dante. Go ahead. Apologies.
that. Let's not worry about coming back right now. That's a
I'm
long way
seriously
away.
pissed, man.
Yeah. So anyway, came back, watched it. Saves. The way he played, how we played from the back. Two of the chances were because of the way we played. So yeah, look, I think he was actually very, very good on the night. Besides that error, and that error is because Rosenior wants him to play like that. That's why he's in the squad. That's why he's in the team. Sanchez could not do what Sanchez could not do that
He
with
could
what.
do, but in hindsight, I wouldn't blame anyone that you could say presents the argument that had that been Sanchez, he wouldn't have been. You could say he wouldn't take a lot of risks, and we could have. You could say at least gotten a
No,
draw from that game.
no,
In
because
hindsight, I have to say,
yeah, in
but it
hindsight, but
seems as
Sanchez
if
would not.
yeah, but the whole
Yeah,
thing, the way he played today, irrespective of how well he played until he made that error, I don't care. The error for me supersedes everything because you could argue the error was the reason why PSG felt like, oh, you know what, we can actually score a lot more because
no,
he
I don't
exposed
believe so.
that's just my opinion anyway.
Yeah,
For
your
me,
opinion. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, you can speak in hindsight and say, had that been Sanchez, that we wouldn't have considered two of the goals overall goals he conceded because there was one he went with his feet. You could argue that had he gone for a dive, maybe he would have stopped it. And there was
No, I
one
know the one you're
also.
talking about. That took a deflection, so that's why it was like that. It took a deflection, coach. So yeah, I have the goals they scored. Besides the mistake, he was not at fault for any of those goals. Those goals were pretty much on our defenders and our players' mentality, unfortunately, but also our manager not managing the game that last 15 minutes. Probably a lack of experience in those big games. He didn't make any subs. I could see our players getting tired. I could see Reece James running out of steam. I could see the gap getting bigger from defense to the front. He needed to make some subs, take Reece James off, put Lavion earlier, make a couple of substitutions because look, PSG made the subs and they brought fresh players on. Yes, they have world-class players they can bring on. We don't, unfortunately. They did, and that made the difference in the end. Fresh
That also
players.
highlights the lack of qualities in squad depth. Irrespective, I
It
get
does,
it.
unfortunately.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I get it.
but
Someone could argue, yeah, but we had Jimmy Gittins injured. I don't think he had, even if had he
no,
been fit, as much as I don't think he's a bad player, I don't think he would have made any difference on the day.
not really. I
Even
mean,
Estavo, had he been fit, I think you can argue.
he would have helped maybe a bit, But look, I think Garnacho might have helped, but we didn't get to see it because he brought him on 86th, 88th minute. I mean, he's been the player in form. So maybe bring Garnacho on much earlier, but that midfield for me was tired. James was finished. And those couple of goals,
So, which
are
begs
be-
the question:
two
we
goals
had
are because
Andreas
of
Santos on
James.
the bench. Why not bring him on? Dante, I understand what you're saying. I still blame this on the manager 100%.
Well, that's why I'm blaming it on coach, the manager, the game management in the last 15 minutes when he saw that the players were getting. I could see it, like I said, I can see the gap opening up and I can see the players struggling. You've got Lavia on the bench, you've got Santos on the bench, you've got defensive midfielders on the bench. Take James off. The last couple of goals, who was one of the most involved for conceding that?
He
James was
looked
one of the key
used.
figures.
Before
Yes,
we
James
started
is one of the key figures.
considering those goals, James looked used.
That's what I'm saying. So that's where I'm blaming Rosenior. I'm not blaming him starting Jorgensen. I'm blaming him the last 15 minutes, how he managed those last 15 minutes. He kind of froze. We had made no substitutions to the 80th minute. So I think a bit of that pressure, a bit of inexperience at that level, maybe. I don't know why. He thought maybe the players can run it out. It was going good. So maybe he just didn't want to change it up.
But
But I think the
Matthew,
substitutions
how
and
about working with what you see on the pitch? How about working with what you see? Even you, as a fan,
yeah.
you were able to recognize that James looked used. Why not change him? Look, I'm not saying I'm not Rosenior out. By the way, I
No,
think
there's nothing.
there's
That's
a
just
lot. There's
he's
a lot that
learning,
he can
coach.
learn
He
from
is
this game.
learning. He's learning. Simple as that. He's learning about his players. He's learning about himself. Don't forget, he's not that. He hasn't been in these situations before. So what did Maresca do? Let's remember. People are saying, "Oh, Maresca made these errors before as well."
Oh, can you
Before,
forget the revisionism? And I've
yeah.
seen
So
enough that I say, even though I love the Maresca, I get it because he won us 2 trophies. It'd be easy to say he's the better manager. I'm not into that. He made mistakes
no,
too, a lot of mistakes too. I would take
exactly, and
Rosina
that's what I
over
mean. Yeah,
Maresca. So I'm
exactly.
not arguing who is better. And people in the chat know how much I love Maresca, but I have reasons why I say I would take Rosina over Maresca. And go ahead with what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like I said, I see it coming up a lot. But Maresca made a lot of mistakes, errors before that game, before we got to that level. So Rosenior is just in new. So till he learns his players, till he learns what he needs to do, and in those situations, well, you might see that. Remember, I was actually the time when I started. Giving it to Maresca, he was doing the same mistakes. He wasn't making subs till the 85th minute, but then he changed after that. He realized, yeah, I need to. So look, it is what it is. We lost. Like you said, the numbers doesn't look that way because we played very well actually up to the 76th,
Here's the thing,
78th
Dante, I have
minute.
to be honest with you. I don't even have to see the numbers. I understand football very well.
Yeah.
Which
And this
I
is what it
hardly
is,
ever
coach.
blame the manager, but in my goodness, nobody, even you, Dante, you cannot convince me otherwise. This loss, I love you and I respect your opinion, but if you tell me, irrespective of how you want to see it, I know you agree. He made mistakes, and I know that's why you're explaining he learns from it. The first mistake was this, and we knew that. We knew, yes, Jorgensen is better on the ball than what's his name, Sanchez. But Sanchez is a much better shot stopper. And we sensed it that he was going to start Jorgensen in this game. And we
Of
knew
course, yeah, I knew
it could
starting him.
end
Yeah.
up being the biggest mistake he's made since joining Chelsea. And
Depends
for
how you
me,
look at
there's
it.
a strong argument that probably that was it. Because you could argue PSG weren't confident that they were going to win this until that error. Because that was too much of an easy goal that any team would have gained enough confidence from that sort of giveaway, because it is that game for me. That mistake from Jørgensen screams panic. And
I don't look at it that
panic
way.
for me, the
Yeah.
predator smells blood. When you panic, when you show fear,
No.
the predator will
Yeah, you
come
can
at
look
you.
at it
That's
that
how
way,
I
coach.
see
Yeah.
it. But go
Yeah, you
ahead.
see it that
So
way.
we can
Yeah,
hear
I
from
know what you're
someone else.
saying, and I respect it. Yeah, I respect that. I understand. I understand what you see and how you see it. I'm a little bit different. I don't see it that way. I mean, even the PSG goalkeeper with that Gusto goal, he did the same. That was pretty
He
bad
should have
from
done
him.
better, yeah. But
Yeah,
I'm
so that was
concerned
not a.
about our own goalkeeper. I don't care about with their goalkeeper really. But
No, I'm
go
just
ahead.
saying. Well, we didn't smell blood after that, so it's to me, it's not exactly like that because they actually got really good after that when they conceded that. So I don't look at it that way. I just think the in-game management, that last 15 minutes, but also the players. And I'm looking at more the experience. I'm looking at Shalaba quite a lot, actually. Shalaba, Fafana, I think they were horrible, really bad. I think most of the goals they were involved in that, you know. So I'm looking at the two center backs, and I think, yeah, that is an area we 100% need to upgrade on because, look, they're just not going to do it at that highest level all the time. Even Fafana, I know he might get a bit more time, but I think his numbers could be if he doesn't put in performances till the end of the season. Now, I think his number could be up at the end of the season as well. To be
Fafana
honest,
didn't look fully fit for me.
yeah. Look, that's on Rosenior maybe. Why did he start? But he was all over the place. The problem with Fafana, he was out of place, as
Something
in out
actually
of position all the time.
if I see anyone arguing that even Sa could have done better than both, I agree.
We don't know. Maybe it's hypothetical.
If
Yeah.
I present the argument, I tell you he's played against them before and did well.
Yeah, the only thing is, Fofana did, his speed and his recovery. He did very well with that, and Chalobah a couple of times he saved that. They did very well with that. Look, they played very well till that last 15 minutes. They played extremely well. Maybe the first goal and the second. I think that first goal was a problem, but up until the 75th, both of them played very well. But then both of them completely switched off. And like I said, the organization for a team that should be organized, because that's basically our first team. They should have been much more organized, more cohesive, sit tight. Don't leave gaps. But we decided to go man for man, even in the last 15 minutes, and that's now. I don't know if that's the coach or the players decided to do that because I saw Rosenior yelling a lot on the sideline. So I'm not sure if the players let him down. He's taken responsibility, obviously, but is it the
I
players that
mean,
let
he
him down?
should. I'd hate him if he comes out and try to and he throws the players under the bus. I think
No. He's
yeah,
taking
it's
full
all on him. Yeah.
responsibility for Jorgensen, for the tactics, for the last 15 minutes. He said that's on him on the press conference. I just watched it before I came on. It's on him. He wanted them to still play that way. It looked a bit different the way he was coaching from what I saw on the sideline. So is he protecting the players? I don't know. But anyway, yeah, I think he's to blame today for the last 15 minutes because the rest, I think we set up pretty well. We played very well. I think we were in control before that Jorgensen era. It happened. Okay, it was 3-2, but it's not the end of the world at 3-2. We were still in it. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, that last 15 minutes, very bad game management. I think the subs were not good. The subs were made at the very wrong times. And I think the players really let their heads down, to be honest. They've got a lot of owning up to do, especially the two centre backs, in my opinion.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Before I go to Banks is on the panel and Jay is also on the panel. I'm gonna say hello to tons of people in the chat. Hopefully just be Banks and Jay, please be a little bit patient with me. And I'm gonna say this again. There's no coming back from this. And I've explained why. We could still beat them at home, but I don't see us beating them to the measure where we go through and they will not. If that happens, $300 giveaway. And I'm not I'm not joking.
Come on, only 300. Make it 1,000.
I'll leave it at that. But I don't see it happening. I just don't want to say something outrageous now to say Sim or you will lead like we're gambling or so. But yeah, I'm not. This is not blaming. That's saying yeah.
We might get a new sponsor, coach. You never know.
I called it in a Villa game that this goalkeeper choice is not a good decision, and by no merit this was justified. Sanchez was one of our best players, and here's where this is a problem. This could actually lead to problems in the dressing room, and that's my opinion.
The only thing I'll say about
Jorgensen
that, coach,
likes the
is
challenge. Unfortunately, this match wasn't challenging enough for him. Yeah.
let me say this,
Okay,
coach.
Jay's
Sorry,
on the panel,
before
so I'm going to skip
continue.
Jay's comments here. I only feel bad for
Yeah, skip
Enzo.
Jay.
He deserves a better, more serious club like Real Madrid. Then he should maybe put in a transfer request that he wants to leave. If any player wants to leave, I'm not. But I don't think that happens really. Let's see. I want to ask: Are you upset? I'm upset. The result, the manager, the decision he made backfired spectacularly. In my opinion, people. Dante, for instance, sees it differently. We were in this game. We shouldn't even be losing this game. I get it. We've always had defensive issues, but even with the defensive issues, we had no business losing this game. No
Yeah, I
kidding.
agree. If this
This
was
is
3
not
years
just
ago,
me saying
yeah,
for the sake of being positive. No, I'm being serious here. Look at what the XG thing. If you understand football, and you watched that game, we had no business losing this game. Honestly,
no, we didn't.
we had no
Nope.
business losing this game, but you could say imploded. We imploded, self-destruct as usual. And this adds to I'm really not happy here. I'm not happy here. It's much again. It litmus. I can't say that word correctly. Litmus test. If any Chelsea fans are fine with this, yeah, I'm not fine with this really.
No
But
one's
I'm not
fine
just
with
going
it.
to start the blame game. But it highlights a lot of issues. You know, I'm not into the blame game of saying Clearlake out or it won't change anything. I'm always focused on, okay, how do we, because the season isn't over, but for Champions League, count it out. We should be focused on winning one other trophy or maybe winning, again, the FA Cup and also making it into top 4. That should be the priority right now. We might as well play the youth team in the second leg. But big up to you and my bro, the Tivo game. Always nice to see you, my bro. Appreciate you finding the time to join the conversation. We lost the game, and out of nowhere, you
Yeah,
just emerged.
it just
But
appears when we
irrespective of
lose.
the
It looks like
situation,
it.
sorry.
When we lose, it just appears out of nowhere.
Yeah, irrespective of the situation, I want to appreciate you because you know how much I love you, my bro. So he says, at 2-2, we shut the game down. Dante, did you remember what I said? That my biggest concern is that Rosenior doesn't really know how to be pragmatic.
Yes.
That was my biggest concern before he joined us.
But we've seen him do that though, so I'm not sure
Yeah,
why he
but
didn't
when
do it this game.
today, actually, did you see the comment on the screen? When it was 2-2, he could have made those changes in the midfield area.
Yes, I agree.
And then
yes.
ensure we have control. Because if he takes out James, brings in Andreas Santos, and then change the structure to where we'd have almost always all the time have 3 midfielders in the midfield area. If we start controlling the game, PSG would have just given up because they hate that.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. And
They
that's
don't
why I
like
criticized
opposition team, but
Rosenior
he
for
didn't
that.
do that. And
Yep.
that's another that was why the only thing I was concerned about was just that he doesn't know how to be pragmatic. And another thing we talked about is that under him, we will lose a lot of games, but probably win more because we will take a lot of risks.
Correct. Yep.
All right, let me read through this if you don't mind. A 2-2 draw, shut the game and shut the game down. Yeah, exactly. 2 Caicedo shut down Vitinha like in the cup. 3 PSG had moments of individual brilliance, but we didn't exactly. The individual brilliance won them the game, in my opinion. 4 cut out the stupid mistakes. 5 stick to the damn formula. Even though I hate you, I like that one. The first 2 goals were deflection on Fofana. Yep. We did these ourselves. Yep. We imploded. We self-destructed, irrespective of how anybody sees it.
Let's give a bit of credit to Kvaratskhelia. He took those goals
No,
very
you don't
well.
take that away from him.
Yeah.
You don't take that away from him. Even Vitinha's goal, you don't take that away from him. Because you can't give me food, and if I enjoy it and start licking the plate, you tell me I was lucky you gave me the food. Shut up.
Yeah.
I have the appetite, so I enjoy the food and lick the plate. Or the argument should be our current goalie selection. Yeah, that's the first thing I talked about. That's why I'm saying Rosenior took a gamble and it backfired spectacularly. So that's on him. We're so cooked. Thank you for joining the conversation in the United States of Chelsea. I like that name, really. Both centre backs were dreadful. Plus, our goalkeeper Palmer was also Palmer didn't have a good game today. Really, not necessarily. Liam don't look good. Cannot beat PSG with Strasbourg. No, he beat
did
PSG
beat
with
them.
Strasbourg. Drew one, lost one. A better, stronger team. Cannot also beat PSG with a better, stronger team. Listen, I don't think the tactics was the issue. I think his in-game management was the biggest problem, plus the goalkeeping error. And then I'm sticking with the goalkeeping error. That was what gave them confidence. Yeah, that's my opinion. You're entitled to yours. There's no amount of coaching that can eliminate those dumb mistakes. I mean, you could say that we need to sign center backs. This is an emergency mode. You need to call your old panelist from Brazil, whatever his name was 3 years ago. He will manage this crisis for you. Who
He's
exactly?
from
But
Brazil.
I don't know. We never had a Brazilian panelist. But that's, by the way, I'm going to go to Bands.
Coachy.
You were so
Big up.
confident we were going to beat them. What went
Big
wrong?
up. Yeah, big ups, Coachy. Big
Big
ups
up to you
to
too.
everyone.
Big up,
Listen,
Bands.
Coachy.
I'm listening.
I'm very, very, very upset, and I'm so disappointed with whatever happens today. First of all, everybody on this panelist, whoever is listening to me, know very well that when it comes to coaches and players of Chelsea, I don't joke with them. I like them when they are here. If you are no more here, I don't really care about you. And people know how I like Rosenior. I gave the same support to Maresca, and I was giving the same support to Rosenior. Today's game, I will blame it on two people, Rosenior and Jørgensen. And if Kochi, you are very, 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 if you can cast your mind back, I was telling you guys something about Jorgensen. I told you guys that although you people see him to be the replacement of Sanchez, he hasn't been tested yet
But what
because
did we
all the
tell you?
games.
We were arguing that the way we
Yes,
see things, Jay is on the panel and Jay can be my witness. Our
yeah,
argument was that
no. I
probably
don't blame
that
you because
Sanchez is in
you were
trouble.
not biased on the day, but I'm saying that when we
No,
were
no, we're
arguing,
having a good conversation here. Go ahead, bro.
yeah, I remember I was telling you guys that this guy can never replace. I was so confident.
Bam, let
I
me ask
was
you this. Sorry to cut in. Do you think Jorgensen had a really, really bad game besides that error?
yes.
How?
All three goals. I will explain why all the last
I
three
mean,
goals.
Dante, maybe you need to watch it. I think it's
I will
accurate
tell
to say
you
he had
why
a
I've
bad
watched
game.
the
all
game.
the
I've
three
watched it,
goals.
coach. I don't need
Let
to
me
watch
tell
it.
you something.
Go ahead, Vance.
I will tell you why all the last goals maybe Sanchez could have saved two. Two of them Sanchez could have
No.
saved it. As a goalkeeper playing this high standard team like Chelsea, you don't want to tell me that you make this blunder expecting us to let you go free. No, this is Chelsea Football Club.
Yeah,
The
that's fine.
standard has been so
And
high.
I think
The
he's in
error,
trouble.
I'm okay with the error. I
Yeah,
understand
go
the
ahead.
error. That's
Let
a
me
big
tell you
mistake.
something.
But besides that,
When coaches tell you to play
Dante,
certain
let's let him
ways,
drop.
when coaches tell you to play certain ways, they also give you the opportunity to use your own discretion. If you are a goalie and you think you are under pressure, what do? You need to clear the area. You don't want to say that, oh, Rosenior said I should play this
I
way.
think he got away with a lot on the day, which was why he attempted that
Let me
one.
tell you,
Mhm.
Cavaliers Kel goal, that he score. You can expect Sanchez to do something about that ball. I don't care
come on,
what
man.
people
No
think
way.
about
You know how
Sanchez.
hard that shot was hit, and he
Let
went
him
Listen,
into two
express his
players.
opinion,
let me
Dante.
tell you something. I've seen situations Sanchez have saved something like that. Our game against PSG at MetLife, I was at the stadium. Had it not been Sanchez, that day, he was one of our best players. He
I
saved a lot
know
of
that. Yeah, he
balls.
was.
He saved a whole lot of balls, but a lot of people didn't see that. So when we were going into this game, I said this guy is going to meet his first test this time around. And whatever happens, we all here to see. And exactly what I was thinking. That is exactly what happened. You don't want to tell me that you are a goalie. You create this kind of errors. Look at the last goal. The way he was trying to push the ball out of the net. Sanchez could have buried this thing away. So I'm going to
Yeah.
blame Rosenior for making him go into this game. And let me tell you something about football. If you are going to play a game and you see some key players missing in a game on the opponent's side, it gives you a lot of confidence. They knew Sanchez wasn't here because they knew what Sanchez did to them at MetLife. So if Sanchez is not here and we have Jørgensen, that is an easy day for us. And
Yeah, but
we
bam,
can we
Sanchez could
can
not do
argue
what
that we were
Jorgensen
doing
did in that
so good.
game. He could not play the same way.
Let's have him drop his opinion. You can
You
always
you
respond.
we know we're all having a very good day. How can you let your players down like that? Anytime something happens, your players will come level it. Why don't you stay like focused and allow yourself to be beaten by PSG by 5-2? This is a game we did so well until after 75th minute when they started making a lot of silly mistakes. And
So what, you're
Rosenior,
putting all the goals on Jorgensen? Sorry, I just want to
yes,
clarify.
I said the last three goals, Jorgensen has to be blamed for that. And you can go watch it and know why I'm saying that. You don't want to be at Chelsea and you just bottle it like that. He's a Chelsea player. I expect him to do certain things. And for the fact that I said it again, I'm going to say it again. I said it one time and I'm going to say it again. If a coach tells you that I want you to play like this, it doesn't mean all situations. If you're under pressure, clear the area. What was preventing him for him to clear the
It
area?
wasn't all situations. He went long 50% of the time.
No, but the ball he gave to the opponent for Vitinha to just
Yeah,
um
he took a risk. Yeah, it's a
why
mistake. It's
would
a
you
big
do that?
mistake.
Why
No,
would
he
you do
agrees
that?
it's a mistake, Vance. He's not arguing against you. Just go ahead.
Yeah, and Coachy, Rosenior, if you have Kopama doing so bad and you take out Kopama and take out João Pedro, on the day João Pedro can do something for you. That was the mistake he made. The lab had no business to be in this game in the first place. We are not joking here. The lab, he had no business to be in this game. So even if you were changing and you take Kopama out, I know you are bringing Lavia to beef up the midfield. And for that way, João Pedro could have created something for us. Because the time he was taking João Pedro out, he was still looking for a goal. And we know what this guy can do. The moment I saw the lap, I said, we are done. Because it was Pedro Neto who was making a lot of the runs. And Kopama wasn't seeing the best of his days. So I wasn't expecting, Rosenior to take out João Pedro. At least he
I
could
think
have
he was
left
cooked.
João
Yeah, I
Pedro,
think he was very tired when he came off. I think he was finished. Did you see how
who,
much
who was
running
tired.
and battling he was doing?
You say João Pedro was tired?
Oh yeah, he was
Yeah, he
cooked. He
looks
was finished.
tired.
He looks tired,
Yeah,
Bekochi.
you need to
If
go
your
watch it again.
midfield
At some
was
point,
He
he
worked
looked
very
exhausted.
hard,
Yeah,
Bam. He had to come off. I was
if your midfield
but
was
go
very
ahead. Go
good,
ahead. Let's hear you. Go
yeah,
ahead.
if your
But,
midfield was
yeah.
good at the time, you don't have to even bring the lap. All the time you were taking João Pedro out, why didn't you bring Ganacho? Because we know Ganacho, no matter what people think about this guy,
yeah.
he could have used the flanks to create some chances for us to score.
Yeah, he should
But
have
you
come on
brought the lap.
much earlier.
The
Yeah,
lap first impression, you had one-on-one run, and he was trying to like get the ball into the net. The angle wasn't that good for him to have done that. He could have given a pass to somebody, and it would have been even better. Look at his first impression in the game.
he only had one
So
thing on his mind to shoot. Yeah, yeah.
so I'm going to tell some Chelsea supporters. I saw a lot of people the way they were making a lot of prediction of how Sanchez is not good, he has to go. And could you believe if this performance was coming from
I
Sanchez?
mean, classic. Be careful what you wish for. I
No,
guess that's
Kochi,
what it is right now. Yeah.
I told you guys something before, and I'm going to say it again. There is nobody who can take out Sanchez from the number one position unless there is an upgrade. Tell me the goalies right now who can perform so well as compared to Sanchez. We know Sanchez can make mistakes, he can do so many things, but when it matters most, the guy has not been disappointing. So why Chelsea fans will be telling us that Jorgensen is the number one now, he has to replace Sanchez. You guys, you see what is
Here's some
happening.
bad news for
I don't know
you.
about that, but
Here's some bad news for you. Let me tell you something quickly.
yeah.
Bans, are you listening?
Yeah, Coach, I'm listening.
Pay attention. Jorgensen will still play the next important game.
No, I think he's done.
You know why?
Some, something
You know why?
happened.
You know
Something
why?
happened.
Let me
Sanchez can't play
explain.
like he
Let me
does.
explain. Remember, we analyzed these and we saw it coming that he probably gonna start this game. It was easy after the next when we saw what's his name when we saw Sanchez between the sticks in the cup game. We knew, yeah, that was it. We were
Coach,
right.
do you know
That
why I'm saying
definitely.
that?
My point is he will double down. He will
Coach,
try to prove a point. I like him, but I think he will most likely double down and tell you these things happen, which is not a lie. These things happen, even
Coach,
though
He
from
did say that
a fan's
already at in the
perspective.
interview. Yeah.
Yeah,
Coach, let me tell you
from a
something.
fan's, I even said that on X before he said it during an interview.
Coach,
He will double down. He will let you know these things happen, even
Coach,
to the
let me-
best, which is the
'Cause
truth.
that's how he wants to play.
Even
Yeah.
though from a fan's perspective, it's too much of you could say it's too much. You could say it's an expensive mistake. But the manager,
Coach,
the next important game, you're still gonna see.
I
What's
said,
his name? Jorgensen between the
I
sticks.
said Jorgensen, that was his biggest game he will ever play for Chelsea. Just mark it somewhere. And I don't
Okay,
know.
we'll see.
I don't know
But
if
did
you
you
don't know.
know? Did you
There is
believe it when
something
we
going on
told you
right now.
Jorgensen was gonna start this game? You didn't believe it,
A
right?
a lot of the Chelsea fans have started an agenda. I wouldn't say an agenda, but they think Jorgensen disrespected their away fans. James
I
was
mean,
calling.
that's a different thing altogether.
Yeah, a lot of
That's a
people
different
are
thing
And that's
so
altogether.
not
mad
true,
Even
at
though
him.
fam.
James went to
Don't
him and tried to
don't
get
fall
him to
for
come
that.
clap for the away fans,
Okay,
which is
but
understandable. He was
but I
dejected.
can tell you guys that
Yeah.
from what happened and from how the whole thing happened, I don't see Jorgensen going in for any bigger game at any time soon. I'm
Yeah,
You
but
will
telling you
you know
get
guys
that
shocked.
clip.
You
because
Let
will
me
get the
clarify
biggest
something.
shock of your life.
Let
and
me clarify something quickly because I saw this on X. As he was walking off, when the camera went up, that clip was taken. Once he hit the sideline with Sanchez, he went back and went straight to the fans after. So
So he
no,
sorted that out.
so
straight away he turned around. Straight away when the camera went off, he turned around with Sanchez and went to the supporters. So you got to have a bit of context there. He didn't really do. He was probably pissed, or maybe he didn't hear James
Which
because
is
he's very
natural,
loud.
yeah.
Yeah,
Wasn't happy
so
with himself, yeah.
let me say this.
Okay, let's
PSG
let
came.
you drop so I'll catch up what we
Yeah,
have
I will
because
drop some.
Jay is waiting.
PSG came with a strategy. They knew they were going to have this opportunity. Cavastalia sat on the bench, read the game very well, knew
That was a
all
tactical
where we were exposed,
masterclass.
and
Respect to Luis
he
Enrique.
just massacred us in Paris. For us to go to the next round, Kochi, I wouldn't rule that thing out.
It's
If we
not
have
gonna
that
happen.
spirit,
We will
if
beat them, but we
we have that
cannot beat
spirit,
them
because
enough to go through. We can talk
PSG doesn't
privately
look
and bet on that.
PSG doesn't look that
no,
a
they're
big
pretty.
threat to
And if
us.
they're gonna try to defend, that's not their
When
game.
they
Let me
So
come,
explain something to you again. I'm gonna say this one more time, Bans. They don't know how to say, okay, we're winning, we won 5-2. Let's defend and hit them on a break. No, they will still come at us. And
of
because
course,
we're gonna be all
um,
out to cancel the deficit, we will be vulnerable. They're not
that day,
PSG, they're not the greatest. That is, they don't have the greatest defense in world football right now.
yeah,
But they
I
are
and we
wasn't
very
beat him
impressed.
3-0,
potent.
coach.
They are very, very
Honestly,
potent in attack.
I wasn't impressed. And if we should have put in an extra hard work into this game, we could have won. But something happened, and unfortunately, we are down by 3 goals. That 3 goals, wherever they have to search for those 3 goals, I don't care. We need to
If it
win.
was just 3-2. I'd
Oh
bet,
yeah, I would be
on
Yeah,
confident.
we all know
anything
that
you want that
even
we
4-2,
we'll probably still go through.
even 4-2, we could have just
Even 4-2, yeah, still
we could have.
manageable.
But
But
now,
that's the 3 goals deficit. Ooh, it's not
now the
happening.
scenario has been so like difficult for us right now. We are at a very difficult situation right now, but it's possible, Kochi. If these guys come here,
I mean,
first half
mathematically, it's
2-0,
still possible, but it's not
if
gonna
first half
happen.
2-0, second half maybe 3-1, of course we can qualify.
Bands,
The-
are you listening?
We can score
yes,
3 goals,
Can I
but they'll
say this
probably score
again? I
1 or
said
2 back.
300
So
before,
it's not going
right?
to make a difference, to be
I
honest.
said 300 before.
Mhm.
If Chelsea overcome the
Kochi.
3 goals deficit and go through, I'll do a $500 giveaway. That's plus
Oh, it's
200
gone up to
more.
500 now.
Yeah,
Oof,
I'm not
Kochi,
kidding.
it's
And I've
raising. Maybe
explained
when
why.
Jay comes on, it'll go higher.
We don't
we
know how to play with caution.
we must go through,
We
or
don't
we
know.
could go
If
through.
this was Maresca, I would say, okay, Maresca knows how to play with a cautious approach. Better balanced approach. Even that still take Rosenior over him. But I'm telling you, under Rosenior, we don't know how to play with caution. And on against PSG, if we try to play with caution on the day, we'll have limited number of players in the attack, which means they can defend effectively. We were only able to get them look poor defensively today because we had a lot of players in the attacking phase. So if we go all out to cancel the deficit, we will concede even more. This is not we're not that potent in attack. It's only João Pedro at the moment.
Yeah, we don't have enough, unfortunately, attacking
We don't
options.
have enough
either.
firepower to overcome that and beat them on the day. It's not gonna happen.
And even if we do score 2 or 3 goals, they'll probably score 2 or 3 goals themselves. So it won't matter.
Yeah, three unanswered goals is going to be very difficult. Even 2
But
unanswered goals
just
is
go ahead.
going
Let
to
me
be.
let me let you drop so I'll catch up. Then
Yeah, yeah, you
we
can
go
go
to
to
Jay.
Jay right now. If along the line we need to discuss the game itself, I will come in and we can just continue with the
look at the
discussion.
numbers because the truth remains, in my opinion, we shouldn't lose this game. But in the
Yep.
end, I think it'd be accurate to actually say, you know what, we deserve to lose because we self-destruct.
We lost, coach, and
We didn't
yeah,
have
we did lose.
winners mentality. We behave like Jørgensen, for instance, behave as if he is a championship goalie. You don't
No,
do
that's
these
a bit of a
things.
harsh. Come on, Bam.
No, I have to be harsh
Come
on
on.
him. I'm going to be harsh on
Dante,
He was
Jørgensen
I'm
because
not
very,
you are
gonna be
very
playing
on your
for
good.
side
Chelsea.
today, bro.
He was very good with the ball. He made one mistake before that game.
No,
And
but
how many saves did he
Dante,
pull off in that first half to keep
Dante,
us in the game?
you don't want to tell me that you are playing for Chelsea and you'll be making such
How
mistakes.
many mistakes has Sanchez made playing for Chelsea?
How many mistakes?
Yes,
And how
a lot.
many times Sanchez have saved us from some of these things?
But
If
Dante,
Sanchez was
here's where
in
this
goal
is a
today,
problem. Here's
I'm
where this is
telling
the
you,
problem
if
for
Sanchez
Sanchez.
was in goal today,
But Sanchez
Jay's
did
still
not
with
play
Jay's
what
still
the
waiting.
manager
I just
wants.
want to say this quickly. Here's where this is a problem for Jørgensen. Beyond that mistake, those goals that went in, it's arguable. You can argue that should be doing better for again.
In
He
my
didn't
opinion,
do
no, coach.
enough
He
to
couldn't
try to
save.
stop them.
Sanchez would not save any of those. None of those.
I mean, we're speaking in hindsight now, and
are
if
you
anybody
serious?
says Sanchez
Hey,
could have
Dante,
saved at least one of those, I'd agree.
Coachy, let me chip in something. There was a game we played with one of the mid teams, whether Sunderland or Brentford or some game. Everybody thought the ball was going into the net. Last minute, it was 90 plus. Sanchez was able to clear that ball. I've forgotten the game that it was.
Yeah, but
If
you're
those
talking about Sanchez when he was in form. But the last 3 weeks, he's been horrible, and probably
Which
the
led to
manager
the manager
sees
deciding, he needs to change.
the manager probably at training. He's probably sees him giving the ball away 100 times, playing the way he wants him to
is
play, and Jorgensen is probably perfect at training. So what do you do then, Bam?
what he did was the result of this. So I also have every legit reasons to believe that Jorgensen caused this game for us. Like he wasn't.
No,
Yes,
I can't agree with that. I can agree with the mistake
yeah,
for the goal, but the
I
rest
respect
was on
your
probably our centre backs and
yeah, I
our
respect your
last 15
defensive of
game management on the
Jorgensen.
manager,
I
but not
respect your defensive
Jorgensen.
of Jorgensen, but nobody can tell me that we have to put the blame on some of the Chelsea players. Maybe they didn't do well, but as a goalie, if we are 3-2 down, you should do everything possible to. I mean, when we are 2-2 draw, you should do everything possible to not have created that error at this high level. You can't do that. You remember
But
yesterday when
that's what I
first
mean.
goal.
Every goalkeeper does those errors. And Sanchez has done 10 of those errors in the last 2
Are you
seasons.
serious, Dante? Okay, Coachy, you. I
How many
think
times has Sanchez done an error like that? You tell me. That
you say
led
how
to a
many
goal.
times?
I
You
can
say how
tell you
many
5
times?
or 6 off the top of
The
my head
same
already.
Sanchez, right? They say Sanchez have been saving some of these balls for us. Those balls that went into the net. As a goalie,
I
the
mean, we're
last
speaking
goal.
in hindsight now. You can't say for certain because I've seen him concede the easiest of goals, seen him save the most
Bekochi,
difficult. Well, you
you
can say,
In your
let's
opinion,
be
that's
honest.
fine. If that's what you
If
think,
Sanchez was in
that's
the
fine.
post today, I'm telling you guys, if Sanchez was in a post today, and I said it before the game, I said Jørgensen have not been tested yet. Today he went through the real test
How about
and
those 2
look at the.
fingertip saves he first
he
in the
actually
first
made
half?
some good saves
Really
today. I
hard
have to give
saves
it to
he pulled
him.
off.
Okay,
But
no
okay, you know
problem.
what? Let's bring on Jay. Let's hear
Jay
from Jay.
continue.
Let's hear
We
from Jay.
disagree, but that's fine. We don't have to agree.
Yeah,
That's fine.
yeah.
No, we
Let
don't have
Jay
to. Yeah, that's how we roll here. We don't have to agree. We're better off
let
fighting.
let Jay put in his
Jay, let's hear
submission.
you.
Yeah, big up guys.
We got you too, Jay.
You better push coach up to get his bet up a little bit higher, Jay, please. Make him put
Jay,
more
just
money on
one
the
second.
table.
We've done it around before, but not this team. But I don't see it happening. We don't even have good enough goalkeepers, in my opinion. But go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, look, about the bet, it's not happening. It's not happening at all. We're not really coming back. It's a goodbye to Champions League this
There's no
season.
chance.
So
So, coach, you can
it's
put up your
it's
sum a bit more. Put it up higher.
yeah, it's
Sorry.
very unrealistic.
You said there's no chance, 0 chance, so you can put it up
I
to
mean,
1,000 now.
go ahead, Jay. Don't mind it.
It's pretty unrealistic. Like we can score a lot of goals, being getting motivated and all those crowd and all, but they will score as well because we are
Exactly.
going to attack. So it's doesn't really make sense that we are really going to win 3-0 or 4-0, right? And cover this type of deficit with the defense that we have. It's not really happening. So yeah, whatever done is done. Really angry, really pissed off. This game, uh, really like 60% of the blame goes to Rosenior and 40% goes to
I
the
think you and I
Frankenstein
agree
that he
today.
created. Yeah, and 40% rest goes to the Frankenstein that he created, that is Jorgensen. So 100% blame in a way indirectly goes to Rosenior. Really bad, horrible management of the entire game. And yeah, I
Wait,
do
wait,
not
100%
know what
Rosenior,
to.
you're saying? 100% Rosenior.
No,
Yeah,
60%.
100% Rosenior.
Oh,
No, he's saying
100%.
100%
60% on him and
Rosenior.
40% on the
He said
goalkeeper that
60%. Yeah,
was
go ahead.
created by him.
Okay, but go ahead. Let's hear you.
So yeah, I'm not at all happy, and yeah, also to the fact that we deserve to win. No, coach, respectfully, but I do not think that we deserve to win this game. I think the term we deserve
But
to
I'd
win
say
can.
we deserve at least a draw if we're paying attention to what numbers tell us.
Again, I will not say even draw. Look, I use the term we deserve to draw or win or have something out of a match only when there is a wrong decision by the referee or when we are unlucky because of hitting the goal post and all of those stuff. This is not a deserving match because the decision of the goalkeeper was taken by the manager, right? The style in which we want to play today, the tactics and all was taken by the manager. So it is nothing outside, it is inside. It's the decisions of the manager that has costed us the match. So how can we deserve more from the match when it is the direct result of the stuff that he has put in the match? So for me, it is not a way to say that we deserve anything out of this match. We were not unlucky. And yeah, mainly on the goalkeeper, we had a discussion. I told you and we discussed here that I do not agree with this thing. I think
But
it's
we knew he
very
was going to
naive to do
start.
this. About Jorgensen, yeah, even in that Villa game, I knew that when he started the Villa game, I knew it. He was going to start the PSG game. I said that wait and watch the Wrexham game. That will confirm it if Sanchez starts that game, and yeah, it was confirmed in that game also. So very naive decision. But yeah, obviously you have to back the manager because it's his decision. We can only wait and watch, and we waited and we watched. The only thing, the whole entire fan base that they were scared of, I was scared of, it happened. It's not a rocket science. That was the main
Jay,
concern. The whole debate was about
sorry.
Jorgensen, and he was the guy that it resulted in us losing, points and losing our realistic chance to have anything in this
Jay,
tie.
can I ask you,
So.
do you agree with Bam that
Yeah,
Jorgensen?
I will be coming on that. I'll be coming on that. Yeah, I would
All
agree
right.
that I would actually, double down on that. I am very, very angry. I would say that there were two or three chances. Now, I have no method to prove this thing, whether you believe it. I mean, you can believe it or you just cannot believe. There's no way for me to prove this
Yeah, yeah.
thing. But I can say by my belief, by my logic, by the things that I've seen Sanchez do, two out of all these goals, Sanchez would save two, right? And that directly
And
put
I
us,
agree with that too. I would say I'm sticking with just at least one.
yeah, even the first goal, that was that would have been saved by Sanchez. I would
What? The
take you
first
guys
one?
back to the Crystal
He
Palace
went up
game
in the
where we
corner where the
won
cobwebs
3-1.
are, Jay. How are you going to save that?
I would take I would take you guys back to the Crystal Palace game where we won 3-1 away, right? When we hadn't scored in that game, Sanchez saved a one-on-one with Mateta, and that is the ability that he's got.
Yeah,
And
but that's not
similar
the goal
kind of,
today, the first goal. You mean maybe another goal or
yeah, I mean the first goal.
the
That
first goal
was a
they
pretty much
scored?
one-on-one situation. I would say even the Fofana, has a role to play in that thing, but his
That was
positioning,
a
his way
deflected
of,
shot. He would have saved that, yeah. If it wasn't deflected, he would have saved it.
I mean, for the first
Sanchez
one
saves
because of
deflected
deflection.
shots as well. You can put it
No,
in
but
that way
go
as
ahead,
well.
Jay. Let's hear you. Yeah, let's hear your opinion. Go ahead.
Sanchez is one of the best shot stopper. Facts are there, stats are there. He is one of the great
He is, yeah.
in terms of this metric. He has been one of our best players this season. Top three, I would say, player of the season. I don't understand this thing that he has been horrible. He had two bad games, right? The Arsenal games, particularly. And even those games, there is no real thing where he directly, let a goal conceded. I think he had some role. He was not confident. He was shaky, but it was not a disaster. But he had those two bad games. Other than that, he was really good for us. So there was no merit. There was no basis for this decision to
I
be
think it's
made.
more
I
than that,
think
Jay.
he
You
was
probably
just,
know that. I think it's training, and I think the game plan and the style of play. And at training, he's not doing it either, probably.
I think it's an easy way out. The training thing is a very easy way out for us to answer these type of questions. We have done this prior to other players in the past as well, that he must be doing something XYZ in the training, and that is why the decision has been made. I think personally that he was just waiting for this thing to happen, and because he had his beliefs, he has his ways, he has his tactics and methods. He needed that
I
type
don't
of
know why I
goalkeeper.
have to agree with probably he was waiting for an excuse. Never liked Sanchez
Yeah,
that
I
much. He was
think the
waiting for an
Arsenal
excuse
games
to
No,
come.
and
no, guys, come on, no. Don't forget, the goalkeeping coach and that they're all he's back. Ben Roberts, the one that brought Sanchez in. I'm 100. I can probably tell you, put 100%. Sorry, 99%, not 100. That he would in training, he wouldn't be doing it right. What he wants from him, and I can tell you now, the way we played today, Sanchez could not play today the way Jorgensen played today. No chance,
even if
not even
he's
close.
not been good in the training, he has been one of the player of the season.
But
He
Dante,
is
do
doing
you
good.
agree?
He has
Just quickly, Jay. Sorry, Jay. Please, I apologize. Please, Dante,
yeah,
do
sure,
you
sure.
agree that Sanchez wouldn't have taken that risk? Because Sanchez, I've seen him take risk, but he wouldn't have been that nonchalant and taking that risk that Jorgensen tried to take.
Of course he would, coach, and he
Sanchez
would.
only passes through where
Come
he
on.
sees clear passing lane. He doesn't try to, you can say, navigate through an obstruction to find his teammate, which was what Jorgensen tried to do today. Which for me, that was unnecessary. Even the best of goalkeepers
But
don't
he
go to
did it,
that
coach.
extent.
Yeah, but he did 98% efficiency, basically. So I mean,
Which was why he had the confidence to risk to take that unnecessary risk on the day.
correct. Yes, 100. But I'm saying Sanchez would not even be in that position to take the risk. And look at the build-up play while we scored one of the goals. It came from him doing that. So this is Rosenior what he wants. This is what he likes.
All right,
He
all
wouldn't have
right.
just shunned.
Mhm.
He wouldn't just shun Sanchez aside because he's been probably our top two, even arguably our player of the season. He would. He saw what he can do. He didn't do well in the games he did play. He was pretty bad actually. We thought the old Sanchez was back, and then probably in training, he's been struggling with it. He couldn't probably do it. He's probably made a lot of mistakes in training. That's how it works. He wouldn't have just shunned
Yeah,
him
I
aside and
agree
put
on that.
Jorgensen in.
Go ahead, Jay.
If you
I
know what I'm
agree.
talking, if you know
Uh,
what I mean. I mean,
Yeah,
that's what
yeah,
normally
yeah.
happens
I
in that
honestly, no jokes
environment.
aside. Jokes aside, I understand your point quite
Yeah,
clearly. But
I'm just going by experience, what I know,
just
what
expressing
happens
my
in that
opinion
type
on
of
how I
environment.
feel and what I think. You can say would have been had if we had Sanchez between the sticks instead of him. But that's my opinion. But go ahead, Jay.
Yeah,
yeah, it's a very unfortunate situation that me and the other fans have to actually, defend Sanchez and have to advocate Sanchez because he's not the best one. We have our own criticism for him. But in this particular scenario that has been created by Rosenior, I 100% blame him for this. We have to do this, that Sanchez, because it was not his fault. I think it was unfortunate that,
I
uh,
think Enzo
I
Maresca would
actually
have
feel for
persisted
the
with
guy.
Sanchez.
Uh, yeah, I actually feel for the
we
guy.
would have.
I
Yeah,
do
yeah,
not
but
think
we
that
wouldn't have
his,
played this way,
Yeah.
and
Go
we wouldn't
ahead.
have beaten
sorry.
Villa the same, and wouldn't have scored
No,
probably.
we're saying Enzo Maresca would have persisted with Sanchez. He's not because he's made much worse errors than he made in the few games that were judged that a lot of people are judging him by that led
Yeah, yeah.
to Rosenior dropping him. But go ahead, what you're saying.
It's the style of play, coach. Rosenior has a certain way of playing. He wants his
I
keeper to
understand,
play
but
that
I
way.
think probably you could say had him been
But
you could say
being
it just he doesn't have that pragmatic mindset to maybe accept that he doesn't have the goalkeepers that are quite equipped. You could say that are
Yeah,
properly
I
equipped
mean,
for the way he likes to play, and then
Yeah,
postpone playing that way. Like he told us in one of his post game in one of his presses that he's not in a hurry to implement his approach.
exactly.
But
He
go
has
ahead,
well,
his
Jay.
that's
ways, he
changed
has his
after the Aston
methods,
Villa game. I guess. Yeah.
Go ahead, Jay.
Sorry,
he
Jay.
has
Go
his
on.
tactics, he has his preferences as well, right? That is good. But you have to be aware about your surroundings as well. We do not have the center backs, we do not have the goalkeeper to, play the style and apply the style that you want here. And you said, as coach mentioned, that he's in no hurry to implement it.
He
Then
said
why did
that,
you do
and I
the
was
same thing
happy
here?
because
He did
we've
say
been
that,
Especially
yeah,
in a
but I
we
think
game.
found
that's
ourselves
changed.
in such situations severally when managers you could say are bent on implementing their system immediately, even though the team had played in a different manner or maybe aren't equipped to play in that way. We've been there where managers try to
Yeah,
force the
yeah.
team to play his way early on in their tenure and then end up causing a lot of issues.
Well, I think
He's
he's
done
taken it
well. He's
slow,
been
but
pragmatic enough. But for me, I think probably went too far to try to just stamp his authority immediately. That's just my opinion. But Jay,
because it
once
worked.
again, I'm sorry that
Yeah,
I'm cutting you off like that. I
yeah. Sorry,
sincerely
Jay.
do
We
No,
keep
no,
apologize.
cutting
look,
you off.
coach,
It's because I
this
think
is
it
a
worked
discussion
against
that is
Aston
going
Villa.
to happen in
It
this
worked
manner
so well.
only. It's not going to be linear that I can, conclude a whole summary of this match. It is going to be back and forth only, so it is totally fine. Yeah, that's the, secondary issue that I have. The greater issue, when you go beyond this match, the pragmatism and the amount of goals that we are considered. I am worried. I'm really, really worried. I do not think that this is sustainable. Uh, we are conceding a lot of a lot of goals, and that is going to catch up and cost us points in some way or form. And I think this match is one of those example. Obviously, the goalkeeper uh, whole issue is the main highlight from this match. But I think overall his approach needs a little bit of balance as well. There is a quote from Malo Gusto after this match where he indirectly is hinting and blaming the tactics, basically, where he says that, when there is 80 or 70 minutes, we need to sit and, have taken this draw back home where we would have had a chance in this tie. So he is also indirectly blaming the tactic. The players are also understanding that whatever happened in the last 20 minutes was not good. He could have used a different method as well. And yeah, I'm just not happy with it at all. I think it's a disaster, and a lot of the credit and trust that the fans had in him,
I'll
it
be right
had
back.
taken a bit of a damage today, which will be hard to build again. I think it will require something big from Rosenior to get the trust back. This was one of those key moments or the key matches where everyone was eagerly waiting to see, and have a final verdict on him. And that is why a lot of fans were not giving the final verdict after the few victories that he had, which obviously credit to him, he did really well. But the big matches, now he's lost 3 times to Arsenal, and now he's lost to PSG as well. So there is obviously worries around his tactics and the way he's going to, manage the games at Chelsea. So yeah, there are a lot of things to worry. Our UCL run is over. There's one trophy now, FA Cup, which I think needs
FA
to
Cup and
give it our
then top
all to
five.
try and win something. Yeah, and then there is the Premier League. There is nothing really to be positive about this thing, but yeah, if we get out of UCL, then we have more chances of securing the top five, like Manchester United, who do not have any matches and they have ample amount of rest. So yeah, that's the thing about
Yeah,
this.
I think it will be unacceptable not to finish in the top five. And just give me 1 second. I'll come back to you with a question, and I'll ask Bands and then Dante the same questions. But we need to give the microphone a bit to those in the chat. And here's one thing: as much as I respect your argument, but I don't like it when people always say I trying to prove that you're right. At some point, you start sounding as if you're hoping that we lose again, that you'll be right. Last time you were a bit apologetic because you did well against Villa. Now it's 360. You're back to saying, reminding us that you believe the manager will be sacked before summer. That's the sort of thing I don't like. The flip flop, I hate it. But last week you changed it to the manager listened to you. The manager did what you want. That was why we beat Villa, and that's not okay. You're entitled to opinion. I respect your opinion, but flip flop is one thing I don't respect. And you're doing it in a way that you'd be happy if we lose, so that you can tell us, you see, you told us, which is exactly what you're doing right now. As much as I respect you, I don't respect anyone that behaves like that. You're entitled to your opinion, and you know that I respect your opinion, which is why whenever you have, I rate it. But I'm just calling you out for the way you flip flop. You just follow the results and then, yeah, go with it. That's, by the way, both of our goalkeepers are chicks. Okay, whatever that means, I don't understand that slang because I'm not British. This says, big up everyone. Remember when I told you Jørgensen is trash? Dante said he is quality. I don't remember Dante saying he's quality. I think what we've always done here is discuss how they're different. And I had high hopes that Jorgensen is capable actually taking the place of Sanchez, but yeah, it doesn't look like he will. Even if it does, the only thing that would see is that, yeah, he's much better on the ball than Sanchez, but shot stopping, I don't think he's close. Even I didn't
He's not
know.
that far, coach.
Sorry?
Let me answer for that because he put my name there. Sanchez is quality, but yeah, not shot stopping. The rest, is ball playing. You saw it today. Like I said, one of the goals is because of that.
And I agree with you, irrespective of the mistake. Actually, Jorgensen has proven that he's much better on the ball.
He's way better. Yes, he's
But
much
I'd
better.
rather Sanchez.
Depends on the game plan. I won't have. Would you want Sanchez to play the way we played
I'd
today?
rather Sanchez because, yeah, don't stop the ball from going into the net and simplify the shot, that you could say the close range, but the shot passes and everything, which is why keeping it simple, you could argue is the reason why Jorgensen survived all this while.
Let's not
What's his
forget.
name? Sanchez.
Yeah.
Survived all this while. At some point, we didn't even notice that he wasn't that good on the ball.
That's because Maresca changed his tactics. Don't forget when Maresca came in, he said,
but do you agree that brings us back to the manager
yes,
not having a pragmatic mindset to
yes.
simplify things for Sanchez?
That's what I've been saying all along. It's the manager.
Stopper.
It's the manager. It's the style he wants to play. It's all on the manager. It's not.
Yeah, so it's all on him. So
Jorgensen
we all agree on that
or
one,
on Sanchez.
Dante. But go ahead, bro.
Don't forget, Maresca came in, and what did Maresca say in press conferences? If you put the ball long, you're not playing next game. What happened 2 months later? He didn't say that anymore, and we played the ball long a lot of the time because Sanchez could not do what he was asking because he made too many mistakes. And obviously, for some reason, Jorgensen probably wasn't doing it for him either. and it wasn't happening. Well, Rosenior is doing the same now, so we'll see if he keeps at it or it will change. But Sanchez cannot do what Jorgensen did today or against Aston Villa. He
No, he
cannot play
cannot.
like
I
that.
wouldn't even want him to risk it.
Yep, but can you imagine him playing that game style? Can you think Sanchez can do what Jorgensen did today?
No, but
No.
if I were the manager and I had him on the
Can
pitch, I'd
I jump in,
simplify
coach?
things.
Can I
Sorry.
jump in, coach?
So it's the manager. That's what I'm trying to say as well.
Uh,
Yeah. So
I think this is a very very absurd way of analyzing players, especially the one argument that if you remove the two mistakes, he had a good game. No, it's not a good game if you had that two mistakes. That is what Dante tries to do a lot of the time
what
with
two
some
mistakes?
of the
Sorry,
players.
one mistake. For me,
Yeah,
it's one
if I'm
mistake.
a defender, if for 80 minutes I'm having a great game, but in the last 10 minutes, if I'm the reason for two goals considered, that's a horrible game for me overall. I cannot come out of it and say I had 80 minutes of good football. Do you agree with it? It
Or
doesn't
Dante, let
matter.
me put it this way.
But it's not the
Dante,
reason we lost, Jay.
Yes, let me answer it. If Sanchez was playing today, yes, he wouldn't have played in similar way in which Jorgensen was playing, but we would have still won it or would have had a better
Oh, you
chance
can't
to win
say
this
that. How
game.
do you know that? You don't know that.
yeah, I mean, we're speaking in hindsight now. Dante, let me say
Exactly.
this. Let me come. You say I'm on Jen's side today, and I have to say this, irrespective of how well he did. One mistake is enough to change the game, and you could argue that one mistake, even though I still feel like, yeah, he had. You could say he should be doing better, given some of those goals he considered. That one mistake gave PSG confidence. They were different. They started playing as if you could say they were much better the moment we considered that goal from that error. Because they didn't.
You look at it that way. In your opinion, I don't see it that way, though.
That's
I
what,
don't.
yeah, exactly. But do I have the right to see it the way I see it?
You do, of course. Yeah.
But honestly, that pissed me off. I have to be honest with you. But then
Yeah, it
again,
pissed me
I
off
think
too. Like I said, that's
everything,
when I had to leave, and I
yeah,
saw that.
everything
And
we
I'm like,
all
I nearly
agree
smashed the
upon
laptop.
right now is
I was
that
very
yeah,
upset.
it was the manager's fault.
But like Jay said, 100% on the manager. He was blaming more the manager. So it comes down to the manager for wanting to play that style of football, which Sanchez cannot really do at a high level. Doing it that way, you would
I
have
mean,
to
I
change the
don't
game
blame
plan.
anybody for saying that is 100% on the manager. Even he said that because he selected the team. He trusted Jørgensen to get the job done without making such an error.
And he did, for my opinion, he had a very good game besides that error. He actually saved two very fingertip saves. We would have been down by a lot
Okay,
more in the first half.
let me put it this way, Dante.
And the ball playing was really, really good, most of it.
The game was 2-2, right? And at the time we were still playing well. But of course we ended up losing. Are you happy that we lost? You're not happy before we lost.
I'm
You're
not
not
happy,
gonna
no.
even you're actually it's you can say it's human instinct to subconsciously try to console ourselves looking at, okay, you know what, it was 2-2 and
I don't need
actually we were
consolation,
doing well at the
coach.
time. Yeah,
I don't
you
need
got my point
consolation.
now.
I'm
So
just
that's what I'm
saying,
saying.
Look,
I'm not.
we
it's not on
I don't feel
Jorgensen.
like I
It's
can.
not on him that we lost
Dante,
this game. It's simply
Dante.
not.
We lost the game 5-2, and Jorgensen was the main reason of this defeat, right? So
Does
if
that
that's
work
the
for you?
main thing,
Saying
I cannot
Jorgensen was
really
main reason.
No, he's not the main reason.
How
exact.
about Jorgensen was
I
one
can
of the
give you a
main
lot more
reasons?
main reasons why we lost that game than
How about this
Jorgensen.
one, Dante? Jorgensen was one of the main reasons we lost. How about that one?
He was one of the
Coachy,
reasons. Yeah.
Dante is trying
Not
to
the main
defend
reason.
Jorgensen.
No, but
Jorgensen,
it makes for
I
a
don't.
good
It's not about
conversation.
liking Jorgensen.
hold on.
It's just
Let me say this.
people are looking at that one mistake that he made, and
Yeah,
because we lost
because
5-2, but
Sanchez will
there's
go play
much
Arsenal
bigger
game, and
problems
if we
than
lose,
that.
Hold on, Bas. Hold
they
on.
will
Let's hear
blame
what Dante's saying.
Sanchez
Hold on.
for us
Go ahead,
losing.
Dante.
Now, I'm just saying there's much bigger problems than that mistake he made. We did not lose the game because of him. Everybody I see is blaming it on him mostly. Not Jay said 40%, but it's Rosenior obviously he said 60%. But everyone else I see, he's the reason we lost the game. He's not good enough. He's the reason we lost the game. Get him out of Chelsea. If you
Nobody
need
is
to look
saying we should
past
get
that.
him out of
No,
Chelsea,
we
Dante.
haven't gotten
So,
to that. Fans are saying that. Fans
oh,
are
Fans
okay,
are
if they are
saying
saying
that. A
that,
lot
me,
of
I'm
them
not
are
saying
saying
that.
that.
But
So I'm
Go
just
ahead, Dante.
Dante,
We're
why
not
do you
saying
think
that
he's
here.
not the
But
reason why we lost
Vance,
the
let
game?
him drop. Let him drop. Let's hear him. Go ahead, Dante.
Yeah, I'm just saying he's not the main reason we lost that game. I don't know. My opinion, it's not he had a very good game
Thank you
besides
for
the
that
error he
for that
made.
disclaimer. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so he's not. We got bigger problems than Jorgensen. It wasn't Jorgensen, in my opinion.
I understand what you're saying, Dante. You remember when I said today, we've always had a very bad defensive line. Even the average, you could say a 12-year-old Chelsea fan would tell you the same thing. But I think even at that we could have actually still gotten a good result out of that game, aka a
Yes.
draw, or
Yes.
even 3-2. I'd still bet
Even
on
3-2 was good.
anybody
Yes.
that we will knock them out until that mistake. That's the point I'm saying. We've always had a bad defensive line. We know that.
Yeah. So if the game finished 3-2 with that Jorgensen mistake, what would you say?
Because that was the highlight of the day, and that's how the average. Listen,
Exactly. That's why I'm trying to break it down, Coach.
Go ahead, Dante.
I'm trying to break it down. It's not Jorgensen. The big problem is not Jorgensen in this game. It is not. He's not the reason we lost this game. There's bigger problems why
Do
we
you
lost this
agree
game.
that at least he was part of it?
Of course, he was part of it,
Okay,
but he's not the guy.
not the sole reason.
He's not the sole reason we lost this game. Everybody's saying that he's the sole reason we lost this game.
The reason is because, he gave away the goal, the one silly mistake, and the other goals, Dante does not think that he had any role to play with that. I think two of those goals were savable, and he did not. He's a very bad shot stopper, and that is why
not a very bad shot stopper, Jay. If you look at his stats,
and that's your opinion, right, Jay?
He's not a bad shot stopper.
Hold on, I'm coming, Dante. Jay, just to save us the back and forth, and that's your opinion, right?
Yeah, relatively
and
to Sanchez, he's a
I'm going to
bad.
say this. I think I agree with Jay. I get it.
Exactly.
We've always had a bad defensive line, but Jørgensen, for me, I'm willing to stop breathing on this hill. And Dante, I know you're probably already decided you will. I know you too well to know you probably stop breathing on that hill, that he wasn't the main reason why we lost. I'd say, for me, he's the main reason why we lost. And to be a little bit fair, I'd say one of the main reasons why we lost, because we've always had a bad defensive line. But Barnes, let's hear you.
Yeah, Coachy. This argument, I think it's not going to even make any more sense if we continue. At least we've lost. But I will respect Dante.
Jay said this type of loss.
Yeah,
that's what this type of discussion
I will respect Dante's opinion about how the defeat cannot be. We cannot put the blame on Jørgensen. That is also fine. But my opinion and how I feel about Jørgensen after today's game,
did agree that the manager is the main person to blame.
I'm not going to change everything. If we can blame Sanchez for some errors that he creates for us to lose games, and we blame him, and some of us call him to sit on the bench, then Jorgensen should also take this blame. I believe at least some of the goals, he couldn't do anything about it. But if Sanchez was in, I can bet on my life that Sanchez could have saved at least 3 of these chances. The problem I have with Jorgensen,
value your life, Bam. That's not good.
let me land on
value your life
Dante.
a little bit more than that.
Hold on, let me land.
Let him land. Go ahead,
the problem I have with Jorgensen is we are not a championship side. We are not Villarreal. Where did he come from? Sevilla or Villarreal? I don't even remember. We are not those teams. Side. We are not those teams. So if you get the opportunity, you have to be serious. And my problem with him is, if a coach has given you instructions, Rosenior is not going to kill you if you should clear a ball and you're under pressure, and that will even help the team. He's not going to be mad at you. So at that point,
I would get that if he didn't clear one ball, but like I said, 50% of the balls went long or cleared.
Dante,
the other ones were short passes.
Why do you invite if we're a goalie, why do you invite pressure for yourself in the first place?
Why do you invite pressure, Bam? Why does he invite the pressure? Why does he hold the ball longer and wait for the offense to get on him? Why? Tell me why.
I can't tell you because it was my question. If you know you are going to be under pressure,
that is a management instruction to bait the opposition and
if you are going to be under pressure, We know
Yes.
Maresca was telling people that I want you to play like this. So far, we haven't heard any of the players saying that Rosenior is restricting us to do something on our own. Coaches will give
He
you
just said it after the
strategies,
game. Bam, go look at the interview after the game. He said it. That was his instruction.
but that is instruction. That doesn't mean if you're under pressure and you balloon the ball, he's going to be mad at you, and it will even help the team.
No, he's
That
not
is
going
not
to
And
be
how
that
it
is
mad at
works.
you. No, of
But
course not.
it
But
seems
that's funny.
like
He did that a lot of times. Yeah, he did that a lot of times. It's
well,
just
you are
an
trying
error, a
to
judgment of
you
error.
are trying to defend Jorgensen. That is
I'm not
okay.
defending Jorgensen. Well, I am defending
Yeah, that's
Jorgensen,
what
but
I'm saying is you can't play in Chelsea. You can't be in Chelsea team and commit something like that, and you want us to be happy with you. Let's not
okay, I
forget, even
understand that.
Kepa,
Can,
Kepa, who some Chelsea fans are not going to rate him high, will not put up such a performance. We have to
tell
be
me, do you
serious
rate
here.
Edison or Allison or Donnarumma, or do you rate these goalkeepers?
Are you going to compare their records to Jorgensen?
No,
Somebody
I'm
who
just
is
saying, do
trying
you
to
rate
get the
those
number one
goalkeepers?
spot at Chelsea, and you do
Do
this.
you
If
rate those
I'm a coach,
goalkeepers?
if I'm a coach, you are going to be
yeah,
on the
they are
bench
world
for a
class
very long
goalkeepers.
time.
They are world-class goalkeepers, correct?
Yeah,
Of course, world-class
Okay,
goalkeepers make errors, but they also put up
exactly.
a behavior to save their team. If you talk
Edison
of,
made like
we
6
shouldn't talk of,
goals leading to header with his feet. Yeah.
but
listen, Jorgensen was part, or I would say he is the main reason why we lost this game. And for
Come on
Rosenior,
now,
he
seriously.
could have controlled the game very well by not bringing in Delap, because Delap coming in, I don't see what Delap. Even Lavia, I would say, yeah, he was putting up some effort, but Delap, he came in, he didn't do nothing in this game,
Oh, so
so he
sorry, did you
shouldn't
say
have finished the game
Rosenior
in the
or
first
Jorgensen
place.
is the main reason we lost this game? Sorry,
I think we're
I
all
didn't hear
talking
you.
at the same time. Who's talking?
I was
Bam.
talking, but Dante was also talking. So
No, I didn't hear
let me
what you
say
said.
this.
You said who is the main reason we lost this game?
I would
I mean, that's
I,
subjective. That's a matter. That you can say it depends on who you ask. I think we've established that. But one
let
thing we can all agree upon.
No,
Dante
but I
wants me to
didn't hear what he
Dante
said, so
wants
I
me
just
to
want to
say
clear
that,
it up.
oh, it
Sorry.
wasn't Jorgensen's
No, he's not forcing you to change your opinion. He's
I'm
not.
not.
He's
I
just
just didn't
telling
hear
you.
you
He's also
properly.
giving you his own opinion. Go ahead, Vance. I think Jay
yeah.
wanted to say something. Go ahead,
What
Vance.
what I'm saying is Jorgensen made a very big error. You understand? And at this
Yes.
level, you don't expect yourself to be you don't want to put yourself in this situation. Everybody was trying to let you become the number one of Chelsea. You could have done something different to cement your position. But what he did today, I'm telling you, Coachy, this guy is not going to play for a very long time. And you guys are saying no, he's still
All
going to
right.
play. Let's wait
All
and
right.
see.
That's one
He's
point.
not
That's
going to
something
play
else I
for a
want us
very
to
long
talk
time,
about, and I'm going to
and he
start with
should be
Jay.
ashamed of himself for what he did today.
Vance.
That wasn't
All right.
the best thing he
All
should
right.
have done in the
All right,
game.
Vance. You said he's not going
We'll
to play
see
for
going
a very
forward.
long
We'll
time,
see.
right? All right. Now, Jay, let's hear you. You've heard his argument, and I've said already on X, people that are mad at him for making that mistake, irrespective of whether you think it was the reason why we lost or not, and you're angry and you don't want to see him again start for Chelsea. And my opinion is that I think he starts again. And I'm going to explain why. I think the manager will double down, irrespective of
yeah,
whether he'd be correct if he does that or whether it's just an ego-driven decision
exactly. Ego
or
is the right word.
just to prove to people that I know what I'm doing and I see
What about
and
results,
he's better
coach?
than
What about
Sanchez.
results?
I'm coming. We'll
But
go
he's
one
not
by
going to
one on
get
this
that
matter.
opportunity in the first place.
Can we take this? Let's take it one by one. I'll come back to you. My point is, I think the manager will double down. I think you're going to
Triple
see him
down.
again. Managers do these things all the time because he was nearly excellent against Aston Villa. You could argue
2 goals.
excellent, actually, both saves and everything. And he made good saves today. Then make that one mistake. Managers are good at doubling down, whether maybe it's just for the reason, just the manager wanting to prove that he's the guy in charge, he knows what he's doing, and he will prove to you that Jørgensen is a much better giver, a much better goalkeeper than Sanchez, or maybe driven by his belief that he's capable of turning Jorgensen into a much better goalkeeper than Sanchez. But I think we're going to see him again in important games. Let's hear you, Jay. What do you think happens? Do you think that's it, or do you think we'd see him again? Because from the manager's perspective, given what he said, he thinks it's a one-off thing. That's how I read his post-game comment. That this thing is something to the effect of these things happen.
It
But
just
let's
can't
hear you,
happen
Jay.
again. Yes.
Yeah, I agree with you, coach. I fully agree. I think he's not going to, suddenly now change Jorgensen again on the bench. I think he's going to double down. A more proper word for that could be ego. That is something that managers do have. Sometimes it is required, in a good way. It is needed for the post that they are on. But in such scenarios, it is going to harm him and the club and all the elements that are involved in this process. um, I think we are going to see him. Yes, he was good against Villa, decent, I would say, and that would be a reason that he wanted to try it. But again, you have to see the difference, the pressing, the difference in
To be more
pressing.
specific, I apologize, Jay. You could say his ability on the ball aided that convincing victory over Aston Villa. No taking
Two
that away.
goals from it. 2 goals from it, and 1 goal today from it
Yeah,
as well.
yeah. He aided his ability on the ball aided that. Every other thing, yeah, you could say it's an isolated, you could say, topic. But go ahead with what you're saying, brother.
Yeah, 100%. I think that match and that skill of Jorgensen of being good on the ball definitely put the confidence of the manager on him to really take that place, the first goalkeeper place, and I think he will do that now. He will try it more, just because it is a thing. It is very human for managers to do this because they want their decision, the decision, especially the earlier one that is going to be this PSG one, to be proved right in some manner in the future. And for that to happen, he has to try him more in the future games. And I
Yeah,
mean, I think we can see similar result to what we saw against Aston Villa, where he is not going to be the main center. He is decent on the ball, and we are going to win games. But then again, this is not going to eliminate this match for me today because you have to be smart enough to see the difference in the pressing of the both teams. It was not a good, match for him to
you
start
remember
this
when
game.
we compared both teams? I think
Yeah, yeah,
we
right.
used our own app. Actually, we learned that they can actually play. They can press better than we do. But at the time, I thought maybe it was down to the fact that, yeah, because the intensity of the league is different. But they proved today actually they can press better than we do.
Yeah, exactly. And he's just learning, and that is one, bad thing. I am very irritated by this whole structure of this club. It is with the players sometimes, and it is with the managers now that they are going to learn in this process, which is going to cost us a lot on multiple occasions because they are also learning in this process. And it was a very, very naive mistake from him to, not understand that the occasion, the standards of the team and the high
And not
intensity
take
of
an
pressing and
unnecessary
then the
risk.
levels,
Mhm.
then the levels of the defenders and the goalkeeper is it was never a good match. It was always going to be a disaster, and it happens to be a disaster. I think he's a very limited goalkeeper. That is what I think. He's a very limited goalkeeper. It's not his fault. I would say it is Rosinio's fault because he thought
Championship
that
level
he
as
is
well, like
someone
Bam.
else. Sorry,
Championship level, like Bam. You agree with Bam?
No.
not
I know you
championship
get
level,
his
but
point.
not
You're just
Chelsea
looking
level
for
for
trouble. Yeah,
sure.
go ahead, Jay.
Not Chelsea level for sure. That is all I can say.
Yeah, that
I
one I
do not.
agree. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Jay.
and I think this is going to do a lot of reputation to his damage and confidence as well because the post match thing that we saw, yeah, the one aspect that you guys were discussing about, him being not going to the fans and clapping, I think that is not a good thing. Yeah, Dante, you tried to defend this thing, but I still think that it is a very, very bad way, especially when your club captain, that is Reece James, was trying to convince you to go there. He did not listen to him. He just went
Yeah, but
towards the tunnel, and
how do you know he
and
heard
it
James
required. I
Jordan
know
when
the second
they
part. It required
allowed Paris when there was
Sanchez.
music
Hold
coming
on.
in?
Let's Dante. Let's talk one by one. Let him drop so that we can take it from
And
there. Go
yeah, the
ahead.
second part as well. It required Sanchez for him to convince, and then he went on to, do the formality and all those things. You are not a 10-year-old child that we are going to give you the, benefit of the doubt that you had a horrible game. No, there are other players at this standard. You are going to have bad games and all those stuff, and you still have to do your mandatory duties. That is going to appreciate the fans and being respectful towards the club captain and the club in general, which he did not do. This
Which he
whole
did do.
thing,
He went across.
no, he did not do. He did, we captured it on the video. That is not a good look. That is not going to look good towards the fan. That is not going to look towards the captain as well.
Because of the
Reece
way it
James
was
is also going
portrayed,
to notice
yes.
this. He's,
Yes, but
you are
because the way
treating
it was
him like
portrayed,
he's
I
a
agree.
10-year child.
That's not what really happened, though.
Let me just say this quickly, Dante. If you see that second, is it the Cavs first goal? I have to argue that Sanchez is saving that.
Which one? Barcola, the first one.
No. Cavazilla, how'd you say his name?
Yeah,
His first goal.
the mind-blowing goal
Sanchez is
by
saving that one.
Quara.
You need to see
No,
it.
Sanchez does,
And
Sanchez will get
but
a hand to
that's
that
my
for sure.
opinion. That's my
You're
opinion. But
watching
Jay,
slow
go ahead
motion.
with what you were saying. We need to hear from
That was slow motion, coach. The ball went at 100 kilometers an hour between James and Fofana. You couldn't even see the ball properly. How is he going to save that?
let me see.
Well,
You
Sanchez
know
will
what?
save
Let's
that,
leave
so I don't
that's you
know.
can say that's a
Sanchez
Maybe
debate
would
for
have
we'll
another
ask
saved
day.
him.
that
But go
ball.
ahead, Jay. Go ahead with what you were
Sanchez would
saying.
have saved that ball. Trust me.
Go ahead with what you're saying, Jay.
Yeah, but it's
Because
not
I've
Yeah,
definite.
seen,
look,
You can't say 100%.
I've seen Sanchez actually save more difficult chances, but there's an
Yeah, but not
argument
at
whether
that
he's
exactly.
pace,
on
coach.
time or not. But Jay, go ahead.
Dante
Not
Go
at
has
that
ahead with what you were
pace.
Dante
saying.
has a Dante has a weird habit of making, normal footballing things extraordinary, like 100 miles and going at that speed.
No,
These
I
things
don't.
happen in
I have
football. This has
experience
been done
in what
in
I've
football.
experienced, and I've shot a million balls, and I know how it works. I've seen it firsthand. I know how it is. I
Dante,
know
even as a
how hard to
former,
hit that
I know
shot.
you played football professionally, but even at that, I'd argue, and that's my opinion. You have every right to disagree. But right now, Jay, let's hear you drop you were speaking about him
Coach, I
starting
agree that
again.
there might be a chance he saved it, but you can't. People are saying 100% he would have saved that.
No, we're speaking. I
Exactly.
can't say
That is
100%.
why
It is my
that is why
belief.
when I
Here's the
that is
Dante. It is my belief that Sanchez is capable of saving that goal. That's an opinion, and we're
Coachy, that
speaking in
shouldn't be your
hindsight.
You can
belief.
There's
say
no
that about every
guarantee. I don't think it'd be
goal,
accurate to say
basically.
it's 100%. But
Sanchez would
anybody,
no,
easily save
listen.
that
any
ball.
fan has every right to say that they believe that Sanchez is 100% saving that goal. But go ahead,
Exactly.
Dante. Go ahead, Jake. Let you drop. Then we hear from.
That is
Go ahead.
that's where I started my, whole analysis of Jorgensen. I said that he is directly to be blamed for the mistake that led to the goal, right? And then I am going to say that the other 2 or 3 goals, which I cannot prove you have to believe it or you don't have to believe it. I started my argument with this thing because you cannot
Yeah, I
prove
thought
it.
you were saying about the
But I
first goal
believe
that
that
they
Sanchez
scored.
saves 2 or 3 of those goals,
Dante,
and with
let's let him
Jorgensen do
drop.
not.
You get your chance, and then you explain why you differ. Please go
Yeah,
ahead,
No, I
Jay.
that's
just made a mistake. I thought he was talking about the first goal when we were arguing the first goal they scored, but now he's talking about the first goal Cavacilia scored, not the first goal that they scored.
in
The
general. I
first
would say
goal, I
there were
think,
two
was a
or
deflection. But go ahead, Jay.
that is what I said. That in general, out of the 5 goals, minimum 2 goals Sanchez saved. That is what I think.
And that is your opinion. And I'd say
Exactly.
minimum, in my own opinion, minimum 1. And you believe would see Jørgensen again. So Dante, I'm gonna come with you. But before I come with you, I come to you. So come with you to where?
Coach, be careful what you're saying.
All right, Dante, let me catch up. I'll come back to you in a bit. Just give me 1 second here. All right, cancel both Sanchez's and Jorgensen's already. Bring back Pendas. I don't even I
Back?
trust both than Pendas. Pendas is doing everything he's doing in League R. We've been there before. I was from X says Brianna Yahayu, and Enzo was mad, was pissed off at Jorgensen. Then at the end of the game, told to clap to the away fans, but Jorgensen refused. Cancel. And Dante tried to explain. I'm not sure. I I want to see the video too that he let her turn around. That I think Sanchez convinced him to turn around to come do that. Listen, I the way I see that, that's the sort of person I am, and that's how I operate. He just was just mad, dejected, and probably
Of
wasn't.
course.
Again, sometimes even
He
though
had his head down.
yeah, sometimes in some cases, I'm that sort of person that even when I offend you, I'd have to be in a certain mood to come back to you and say sorry. To say sorry the way I should say it. That just give you you can say your state of mind matters at any given period before you're able to do something and do it effective. But that's just me. The club might well look at it and say, why did you do that? Or his teammate or the manager. I don't know. But I'm just telling you, for me, that sort of thing don't really matters to me. But I will tell you, it looks bad. Mike Meyer was right there for 30 million. I think Robert Sanchez is a much better goalkeeper than Mike Meyer now. Meyer better on the ball than Sanchez. After the third goal, Enzo was furiously altercation with Jørgensen, gesturing to him, why not go long when
Yeah, that was after the fifth
when
goal.
the team is pressed. Something I want to say quickly there, but Julius, nice to have you in the chat. I think that's down to inexperience. I think a much more experienced goalkeeper wouldn't have taken such a risk, because what he tried to do was, like you say, driven by his self-belief. He was trying to navigate the player, blocking his passing range to find, I think, who was that on the right hand, with Augusto, who was
Palmer,
on the right
he was looking
side,
for Palmer.
running back, or Palmer running back, which was, you could say, too much of a risk from a goalkeeper.
It is, but when you're confident and you did it all game at a good level and he was successful all game,
leading to him, you could say, being cocky.
Yeah, and he is. That's his style. That's his style. And I think that's where Rosenior likes him. Yeah.
Everyone on X is blaming Clownlek for sacking Maresca. Maresca wasn't sacked, so that's idiotic in the first place. And if anybody is one of my friends blaming Clownlek for sacking Maresca, I don't agree with that argument. I loved Maresca, wanted him to stay, but I'd just say that person is that's just stupid, because he wasn't sacked. He bailed.
He walked, yeah.
He walked, and that's not to say he's a much better manager than Rosenior. Rosenior, he's made his own mistake, and I'm quite sure he will learn a lot from it. From me, his start to life as Chelsea manager, he did well. He turned things around from where we were. But maybe you could say, too much in a hurry to implement his style, leading to him not having that pragmatic mindset and changing Sanchez when he should just be patient. Like he said publicly. That's why I'm saying today's loss, I think to an extent, I'd say, irrespective of how bad our defensive line has been, I'd still say 100% on him. And I want to disagree with Dante today. More likes, people. More likes. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes do go a long way. I appreciate you all finding the time to join the conversation this particular evening. It's still 8:17 p.m. CST. And I think I have a good friend in the chat here I want to say hello to. Okay, that's my friend, Casually. My bro, always nice to see you. I appreciate you finding the time. You were live, actually. I was gonna say hello, but just couldn't, because I was driving and at the same time telling somebody how to prepare for today's show. But I appreciate you. Casually, where we may be. Yep, wherever we may be. We are the famous CFC, irrespective of the situation. Thank you for rating. I sincerely do appreciate that. And yeah, I will reciprocate. And I appreciate you. I cannot thank you enough. Much love to you. We need to collaborate. We do need to collaborate, honestly. Coach, the issue is you don't know which of your panelists is paid by... Nobody's driving agenda here. That's one thing we don't do. We don't have an echo chamber. There's always a fight, what we call fight, not necessarily a fight, debate. And it's done respectfully. And I'm happy nobody on here takes anything personally. And that's another thing. Even though I disagree with Jay all the time, but I respect him a lot for not never, ever taking anything personally. Same thing with Dante. Same thing with bands. So we're all big boys here, but we're open. We'll listen to your conversation, present opposing argument. If we have one, that's how we operate. We need just one more like, yep, can you be our hero? Let's make it happen, people. Please keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes do go a long way. Timu Timu Mano Neuer. I think I have to agree. I have to agree, but I'd take Sanchez over what's his name, Mike Mayor, anytime, any day. Mayor is just better on the ball. Sanchez is a much better shot stopper. You will hear the name of Roman Abramovich this Saturday. Does it help? It doesn't. It's stupid, and I'm gonna keep saying it. If any of my friends are into that, it doesn't help. And Roman isn't coming back. And I can assure you, even if Roman gets the opportunity, he will say no, because every time something similar, what led to the British government pushing him to sell the club, every time such thing happens again, in most cases, the only way to pressure the government, the only way to pressure them is sanctioning the oligarchs from that country. So which means he'd still be vulnerable to that happening to him. So even if he gets the opportunity, he's not going to do it. That's just my opinion. All right, let's see.
It'll be interesting to see if he goes and buys Tottenham, what these supporters would do.
Yeah, exactly. So he's not going to do that. And here's something else I want us to talk
Imagine
about.
that.
Bans. I'm going to stop. Okay, Dante, you haven't spoken, have you?
What do you want me to speak about, Coach? We've been speaking. We've been speaking continuously.
All right. What was
What do
it?
you want me to
I
say?
think you've answered that question. Whether we'd see Sanchez with whether we'd see Jørgensen again start important games,
Yes.
and I said yes for reasons I've explained. So we want to hear from you. Your
Yes.
thoughts. Do you think we'd see him start important games for us again? Banfordinho thinks not never, that it's never going to happen. And may I remind Banfordinho, if you watch that game, as much as I think that, yeah, we say he shouldn't concede all the goals he conceded today, should have done better, and at least one of them, I'd still tell you the manager would look at it, okay, he was actually excellent, except one mistake, which happens. And even before we start hearing that post-game comment where he said something to the effect of these things happen, I did say he's going to double down. He's going to tell you that mistakes happen. And that's the truth. Irrespective of whether you like it or not, my argument isn't that Jorgensen is better than Sanchez, but the manager will double down. That's what managers do. But let's hear you, Dante.
Yeah, look, I think he will do that. Like we said, he tried to implement his style slowly, and he did. He didn't bring it in straight away. Well, he brought it in a little
that
bit.
was drastic.
Yeah, a little bit at the start, and then it kind of went off, and then he went back to what players we have available, how the system that we were comfortable in, and then the last few weeks he started again going to his preferred way of playing, his system, etc. So he has slowly, gradually. He didn't come in straight away. So, like I said, he would have had to practice this in training, and they did have. Let's not forget the last couple of weeks they've had a bit more time finally on the training pitch. Before that, there was no time because it was a game every 3 days. They finally had a good 10 days basically in between the FA Cup, because a lot of them didn't play in the FA Cup game. So they had a lot of time on the training pitch, and I think that's where after the Aston Villa game, especially where two of the goals basically led were from that build up from the back from Jorgensen, the way he was playing. Well, he just, trusted him and went in this game exactly the same. And I think, personally, he had a very good game. Besides the error, he pulled off two really great stops, fingertip saves that in the first half. And the ball playing was, I think he made one little error at the start, if I remember right. I can't exactly remember. But the rest was comfortable, good passing, baiting him. We got through a couple of times. One of the goals was actually like that, from that as well. So I agree. I think he will keep him. It has to be something really drastic if Jorgensen is not good enough.
Yeah,
if he doesn't recover.
you could say if he looks at them and
Yeah.
figures that he needs a
He
break.
might need a bit of time off, or this is how you find out a player like Jorgensen, if he can actually do it, if he's got that in him after what happened today. If he's got to overcome that next week and he played like against Aston Villa, well, then there all of a sudden you make another player, confident. He's already a very, very confident, you said cocky player on the ball, the way he plays.
Which was why you could say his confidence was why he attempted that audacious,
exactly.
you could say, pass to navigate the player that was blocking his view.
Exactly, and Maignan does the same. Edison does the same. Manuel Neuer, one of the best, does the same and makes many errors like that. But the coaches overlook that because what we saw against Aston Villa and what we saw in majority of today's game as well, to be honest. So yeah, look, I think he will start. He will continue. It has to be something drastic. Well, like I said, maybe mentally he's not right there. He might, and then we know that Jorgensen's probably could be finished if that is the case because he can't hack it like Bam said maybe, but I don't see that happening. I think he'll get up and I think he'll be fine and I think he'll play again. I just don't see the change because I can't see Sanchez playing that way. And what we saw 2 weeks from Sanchez, yes, he was a player of the season. We thought he was really good. The rest, but in this game plan, in this game style, he cannot do what Jorgensen does. And we can argue as much as we want that maybe he would have saved this, maybe he would have said that. But to execute the game plan that Rosenior does, Sanchez cannot do it. And like I said, he maybe saved that. But last week, maybe two of the goals we wouldn't have won by that much because he wouldn't have been able to do that. Maybe today, one of the goals we wouldn't have scored because Sanchez couldn't probably do that. So I think the manager will look at it and, like he said, he will give him another chance. And he said it out after the game today. Those things happen. It's on me. I told him this is how I want him to play. This is exactly what I want from my keeper. It just can't happen again. He did say that. So if it does happen again,
He
well
said that
then
after the
today after the game, he said yes. Go look it up. He said exactly that. It just can't happen again. So that
just
gives me
quickly,
a
do you
bit.
think is which I don't think that's the case. Like that guy, the Kenyan revolutionary, always saying it's not going to last till summer. I don't think what we experienced today was
It's
wasn't necessarily a tactical issue.
it's football, coach. People forget.
It wasn't
There's a lot of
necessarily a
games.
tactical issue, and numbers suggest that. But I'm not celebrating the numbers. I'm just saying we shot ourselves in the feet.
It's a
We shot
Yeah, we did,
ourselves
but
really.
it's a game of fine margins. Think about this: the chance where Palmer probably most of the time he'll put that away. He shot it straight at the keeper. We had a great move, build
And
up from the
yeah,
back,
and
beautiful
in
move.
transition they scored.
What happened? The keeper, his save pushed the ball out really far, past our players. One pass and they were in and they scored. Now that was a bit of luck, and even the shot came off Fofana's studs. It deflected, and that's why Jorgensen didn't get it. You can see straight away. He's like, he would have had it because he was going with his foot
Liam,
to save
okay,
it.
let me ask you this question. Mhm.
So it's football. I'm trying to say it's
Okay,
football. These
now
games
one question
happen.
before I go to Bans. That Mhm.
I'm
Go
just saying
ahead.
these things happen in football. It's a bad game. They had a bit of luck. They had a bit of a hot run in 5-10 minutes. They scored two goals in that, in that last 10 minutes, 3 goals in the last 15 minutes. So one error, a couple of two really good goals, which Coachila took two really good shots, really good goals. Even though our defenders should have done much better, but we kind of. To be honest, I think a lot of our players look absolutely gassed in that last 15-20 minutes. When I looked back at it again, and that's why I
We
blame the manager. I think he should have made some changes.
Early on, he should have made the changes early on. So, which is another percentage to add to the reason why you should blame him. But that, let me ask you this quickly before I go to Jay, and then I'll go to Jay, then Bans. The question I want to ask you: should he be concerned? I don't think he should be concerned.
No, no, because we played very well this game until the last 15
I,
minutes. Yeah, people will say 15 minutes, that's what matters. Okay, but 15 minutes is not that much really to be. That's very, if you tell me we're going to play really good every game like that, most of those games we'll probably win, maybe draw, and maybe out of 20 games we'll lose one of them like we did today. So yeah, look, I think it's a one-off. I don't see this happening too often. To me, it's a bit of a one-off. There was a bit of luck involved there for PSG as well in some of those goals as well. So I don't see. I think we're still very good. We just need to figure out that central defense partnership, and that is very key. We need to sort that out in the off season, and
all
probably
right.
another an attacker or two.
All right, but I think if we don't make it into top five, I think it's going to be probably a lot of questions. And again, I
It
must say
depends.
this:
Depends
it
how.
depends
Yeah,
on
it depends
how
how.
it happens.
Exactly. Depends
Yeah.
how it happens.
All right,
100%.
let's see. Liam Rosenior says club is going to look into leaked first 11 team sheets circulating around before the match. I don't believe that. Chances are somebody correctly predicted the lineup,
It's a
and I
guess,
think we
coach.
It
did.
was
100
pretty
people
easy to
actually
know who we're
predicted
going
the
to
same lineup.
start. My goodness.
We predicted that correctly, right, Jay?
Everyone
100
did.
people actually predicted this lineup. It was so
I
obvious.
mean,
It is
it's
a
common
guess.
sense given players we have out injured, right?
Yeah, and just the
Yeah.
formation, what we played against PSG last time, how we played against Barcelona, of course.
It was so that's for
Against
me.
Villa, yeah.
I don't want to listen to that really. So this says that Dante, we're gonna lose by an aggregate score line of a score of 12-2 if he
No.
plays in the return leg. We're not. I get it. You're joking. We're not gonna lose that much. But again, if that again, if it's affecting him mentally, I think the manager will see it. The manager will see
Of course,
how
yeah.
he deals with it. If it's affecting him mentally, then he drops to the bench. But if he, you could say, shows strength, mental strength during training sessions, I think the manager will watch him. He probably starts the next game if
Exactly.
it is an important game.
And people pretend like Jorgensen, the guy was pissed as well. The guy was not just pissed. You can imagine how he felt. So, you know, people abusing him and doing this. I mean, come on, like he is human. You made a mistake, yes, but you know, abusing him like that and out of our club, and you know, you're horrible. You know, championship goalkeeper, bam. You know, he doesn't deserve that. The guy, you think he's happy he made that mistake. He would be absolutely pissed, like we were, exactly the same way. He's got emotions. He's a human being, so
Look,
hopefully it comes through
I
it.
would I would not, say much about the abuses. I do not think that is justified, but it is a big deal. We literally are knocked out of the Champions League, and he played a big part in that. So the
It's a
criticism is
huge deal,
always going
yeah.
to be there.
Maybe not for the manager, but the manager would be lying if he says it's not a big deal to him. It
At
is
such
big.
high
Of course,
level
it's a big deal. It's a
of
massive
professional
deal, but
football, there is no sympathy.
of course there has to be sympathy. Is he a starting
No,
goal?
it
Is he
cannot
a
be.
starting
We are
goalkeeper?
knocked out of Champions League football. How can there be sympathy? There needs to be criticism, and that is what he's getting.
Yeah,
I do
there
not
is
agree with the
But
criticism,
abuses.
see,
but not the
Jay,
type of
criticism
criticism.
doesn't you could say it doesn't nullify sympathy.
Yeah, exactly. I
It,
mean,
it
you
doesn't.
gotta.
Yeah, let's be honest here. I've criticized him, and I've told you he did a lot well. He did a lot well on the day. But I'm that sort of person. That one mistake for me, that's it. Because for me, the way I see that mistake, the mistake was the reason why PSG gained immense confidence. They
I
didn't
think
play
it's more
as
the
good.
substitutions they made, brought fresh
Even at
players
that,
on,
even
world
at
class
that.
players they brought on. I think that
But
made a
here's the
difference
thing.
more.
Let's just
I
stick
think
with
you're.
one thing we can all agree upon. On the day, the loss on the manager.
Yes,
Yeah, I
mostly
mean,
yes.
Dante, I think you're giving a lot of benefit of doubt to a scoreline which finished 5-2. I do not think there is a lot of scope of giving benefit of doubt to, the team and the players when they
5-2
lost
is
in
a
an
lot.
embarrassing
It's
manner of 5-2.
embarrassing, really.
It's a lot, but do you think that was the justified scoreline or?
For me,
I think it
I've
is
told you
justified.
that
Why
already.
not? That is what
But
I said.
given
It's the
by what
decision of the
given what the
goalkeeper
numbers
and the
say,
decision of the
but
manager which
that's for the
resulted in the
that's
scoreline.
for football minds. Dante, you know that doesn't cut it for the average football fan. You'd have
Okay,
to
yeah.
understand football to look beyond what the result says and look at the numbers and learn. Okay, definitely.
Yeah, I do know that, of course.
Yeah. The truth remains, it just it's baseless right now to come start screaming, "Yay! Look at what the ASG said." They didn't even complete. They didn't even. Let me just pull it up
You don't
again.
even need the stats. Watching
Yeah,
the
exactly.
game.
But it doesn't make any difference. They finished with
No, it doesn't.
0.87, and we finished with 1.53. Shots
Yeah,
in total 9-9. We created how many big chances? How many big chances? We created more big chances than them. But I don't want to look at these things because it wasn't like we
No,
lost by
we
one.
lost. Yeah, we lost. Yes.
We lost by 3 goals. And a lot of
Yes.
stuff
exactly.
on the day
And I'll go
went
back
wrong.
again. I'll say it. That's football. It happens.
I know it happens, but I have every right to grieve.
Yeah,
No, you
exactly.
don't. Stop grieving.
But let me catch up here. Just give me 1 second. I'll go to Vance. I wanted to ask Vance whether he think that's
You're
it
gonna
for
go to
Liam
church, coach?
Rosenior.
You
I
better
don't
go to
think
church
so, really.
Sunday. You better go to church Sunday after you said that. You better go.
Dante, were you watching some other match? Jorgensen was a bag of nerves jingling out every time
No, it
ball
wasn't
went
nerves.
his way. PSG were less ruthless. Otherwise, they would have pumped a few more. You could argue, I'd say, I'll just stick with they were ruthless, in my opinion. But you're saying the same thing, but you're saying they could have scored a lot more,
They didn't have
maybe.
any more chances. They couldn't have scored more.
But they didn't create clear,
They had
not
four.
too
They
many
had
clear
four
cut
big chances,
chances.
and they
Yeah,
scored 5 goals.
but Dante, let's go back to it again. Does it matter now? It doesn't,
No,
because
but that
usually,
comment is
yeah,
not.
I know, I
Is not.
understand. We just have
Yeah.
to, you can say, be realistic, even after reading that comment, because the truth remains in football: when you outperform your XG, it's actually a good thing. It proves your efficiency in front of goal. I'd
Yes, it does.
rather
They were very clinical.
I'd
Yes.
rather we outperform our XG. I think we did that against we did that against Aston Villa. I'd rather we outperform our XG than you could say underperform our XG.
I agree, coach, by saying it would have been a lot more if they put their chances away. Well, they didn't have any
No,
more
I
chances.
disagree with that.
They only had 4 chances, so and they
Yeah,
scored
I
5
disagree
goals.
with
So
that. If the ones they missed, they missed. The one they scored, they scored. Let's just be
yeah,
practical here.
and
I
Jorgensen was
mean,
not nervous. He
I mean,
actually
we
was
have to
very
thank
calm.
Jorgensen for that, right? He did not. He decided not to give any more chances to PSG, so we have to thank him.
No, he gave him 1 definitely. That's the extra 1. He gave him the extra, the XG1. He gave him XG1 definitely.
Jay, I will have to
Damn,
learn
bro.
your art so that
You
I can
know,
get
you know
Dante
who,
talking.
you know who requires Dante's help more than Jorgensen? The Tottenham goalkeeper, Kinski,
I don't know. I
who
didn't
played
see it. I don't
yesterday.
know
He
what
You know
had
what? That
some
makes me feel.
blinder. He
Tottenham
conceded 3 goals in
situation makes me
15
feel
minutes.
better, but not completely better. My
Exactly. Can you
goodness,
imagine yesterday
Jesus
night when we
Christ.
were watching that game that this is going to happen to us? The same
I didn't
scoreline.
see that game, so I don't know. But
All
obviously,
right,
Yeah,
I'm
it
not
it
ended
to
was
in
a score,
side.
but I
5-2.
don't know. I don't know.
Vic is here to have a go at me. You were all waffling about PSG's form. Turns out they were just fine. No, you can say argue. I just don't want to. We lost. We lost. But in all honesty,
It's
had
more
this
us
game,
than them,
if
to be
this game
honest.
ended like 3-2, I think we'd be talking about how PSG were lucky on the day.
Yep.
But unfortunately,
Yeah.
they beat us
Don't think
5-3. No luck
I
there.
don't think they did anything special.
5-2.
Yeah,
We
they
just
didn't do
were
anything
crap.
special, but yeah, they deserve to win on the day. In all honesty, irrespective of how you see it, they took their
Yeah, they were
chances.
clinical.
Yeah, they
Simple
were
as that.
clinical. So I don't think it makes sense to say they weren't fine. We didn't. We were just the usual us of going with a suicide bomb, and when it's time, just pull it,
I think
because
it was more us than actually them in the end. Overall, I think
we've always been crappy defensively, but we could have been all right. I don't want to get back to mention the goalkeeper again. I'm tired, but even with that, it was embarrassing the way we imploded. Really,
it was. Yeah.
Liam Rosenior hasn't won against any top team in the Premier League. I think it'd be that's an accurate statement
Well,
in
we
the
only lost
Premier
against
League,
Arsenal,
but
right?
on in Europe, yeah, Napoli beating them on their carpet. That's a top team. You can't
Champions
take
of
that away
Italy.
from him. And according to the table, you must count Aston Villa as a top team. If you're being logical, yeah, let's let's count that.
Coach, that was
Yeah,
week. That was a week ago. We don't remember that far back.
yeah, exactly. Coach, the only way we can go through round of 16 is to play in the manner we did against Barcelona. It's not gonna happen. These guys, they are more potent than Barcelona.
Yeah, they don't play that same high line
They
exactly
don't
the
play the
same.
same.
Not even
Yeah,
close.
they leave spaces in behind. But I can assure you, even if you score 3, they're capable of scoring 6. As long as you're coming out to score, they have the quality to get 6 against you. A comeback against this PSG side with our current squad, with our current defensive line, is not happening. It is not. And if you pay attention, there's one thing that's very common with the sort of goals. We concede a lot of individual goals. So I'm not sure. I love you, bro, Julius. You know that, but I don't think we're coming back from this. And you heard me when I say if we pull it off, I'll do $500 giveaway. I started with
It's not even
300, and
enough anyway. 3
that
nil
thing
is not
got me
enough.
annoyed, and I made it 500.
Even that scoreline is not enough. You got to score more than 3 goals to get
Exactly.
through anyway. So it's
So
not.
and for us to
No,
play
3
in a
unanswered
manner,
goal, you can go through.
for
3
us to be
unanswered goals will take you through to the next stage.
for us to
Isn't
play in a manner that we will, you could say, cancel out three goals deficit, we have to come all out. And they are skilled at exploiting such teams spaces. Just give them space. And if you say, okay, you want to play in a cautious manner, sit back a little bit, they will be on you and they will get goals.
and bam, away goals don't count anymore in the Champions
No,
League.
yeah, it's just if he ends in a draw, you go to penalties.
Not enough.
If the total number of goals,
It's not
if
enough 3-0
yeah,
anymore. That's why I said we need to score more than 3 goals. We need 4.
which makes
Why
it
are we
makes
even
it
discussing
if
this?
our away goal
It's very,
counts, then we'd be happy. But it
Coachy,
doesn't no more. Yeah,
let me say
broken.
this. Let me say this.
But just 1 second, let me catch up here, please. Vance, I'll come to you in a bit. And I wanted to ask you whether you think we're coming back from that. We're not coming back from that. We're not. It's not going to happen. They're a very potent side. The first leg was the hope, end in a draw or just lose by 1 goal. Then yeah. Big up to you to the beautiful game. All right, see you next time. You say the same Napoli that was smashed by Bayern. Give me a break. Of course, you have to. Football doesn't work like that. And I think we did tell people the fact that they are in a bad form, you can't count them out. My only hope was that they overthink it. And
Well, this is
it turns out
part
they
of the
didn't
season.
overthink it.
This is the part of the season when they wake up anyway, because even last season they didn't qualify
Yeah,
out
the
of
same Napoli it doesn't matter who smashed Napoli, we smashed them. If the case was the opposite, are you gonna count who smashed who? Because you want to have a
Bayern
go
are
at
probably
Chelsea.
the best team as well.
Yeah,
They're probably the best team in
3
Europe.
goals get you extra time. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, exactly. There's no more. Yeah, that's like Zabudai would say in Imo Moria. That doesn't happen anymore. So, Bas, do you think it's over for Liam Rosenior if we get knocked out? But I want to hear your opinion.
No, I wouldn't say he's going to leave now. He still have a future, but he has to be careful. Still have to revisit Jørgensen's situation. I know for sure that if he doesn't listen to the fans in a way and doesn't bring in Sanchez in the second leg, and the same thing happens
You want him
thereafter.
to listen to the fans?
No. But
No.
at least listening to the fans doesn't mean they are influencing you a lot about your job or whatever. But what I'm trying to say is,
The
right now,
concerns.
everyone is furious, so you have to do what is right. If you go
Coaches don't
put,
work like that, unfortunately, bands.
let me
They
just
just don't.
finish. If you go put Jørgensen and the same thing happen again, the fans are not going to forgive you. You know how Chelsea fans behave sometimes.
Already, Bans. You see this result? Just quickly, if you don't mind. This result changes how a lot of Chelsea fans see Rosenior until he does something special.
Yeah, that's why I think
Whatever
that he has
that
to be.
may be, I don't know. But go
It's already
ahead.
Rosenior out.
That's why I think you don't have to deepen your destiny, your image, like dent your image by bringing in Jorgensen in the second leg. If we go and play with PSG and Jorgensen is imposed and something happens again, that is when a lot of fans will start saying Rosenior out. And for him, Jorgensen, it can affect his selection into the Danish national team. If I was him,
You're waiting for the next loss. They're already saying Rosenior out even before this game.
well, I wouldn't pay attention to that. But what I'm saying is, even him, Jorgensen, it will be better for him to be playing those unimportant games. At least your coach will know that you are playing with Chelsea. There are some activities going on. But if you take all these big games and you should perform so bad, by the time the World Cup is up, you are not going to be selected. So he has to also reconsider how he sees himself, because there were rumors that he was putting pressure on the football club as to how he has been limited on the bench, and he was trying to leave the football club. If you want to leave, I don't care, because at this point it seems we are trying to accept a lot of mediocrity in our football club. There are so many things we can do to make things better. Under normal circumstances, I don't think Jørgensen should be at the level of our football club. But that's how things are going right now. Who can tell me what English team is even doing well? That shows you that the quality and so many things have changed about the game. Man City went to Spain. Look at how they dealt with them. So it seems like it cut
Did I
across
lose
board
Filip?
a whole lot
Dante,
of
can you
the
tell me? Can you
teams.
guys hear him? Because I stopped hearing him.
Say
Yeah,
that
yeah.
again, Coachy.
We can hear him. I can hear him.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is it cut across, but like the quality right now in the English game has gone down. How can all the English team be losing to our opponent from other leagues? And this shows you that the quality has gone down. I'm not going to accept this. I know Dante is saying, oh well, he did this, he did that. I don't care about that. You are
No,
playing,
you have every right not to care.
yeah, you are playing in a big club like Chelsea. Any opportunity that comes your way, you have to utilize it. Look at how you created a big mess for yourself. And if I was Rosenior, I'm telling you, that will be the end of him. I will make sure he plays in those small matches without also affecting my this thing, my legacy at the football club. Because you were given the opportunity. The coach had a whole lot of trust in you, and you went out there and you performed so abysmally. So do you want me to accept that, oh, it was just a mistake, at least you did well? Yeah, you have to do well, because you are playing a big club like Chelsea. You can't tell me that. I know sometimes you make a mistake, but this is unforgive, like I cannot forgive you for some of this mistake. This is a very high, game. So a lot of things are expecting from you. You need to perform so well. You went out there and you did so bad. And Kochi, I also tell you something. It seems like we are also ignoring the defensive area. I was telling you that.
No, we were not. We talked about it 1,000 times today.
Oh,
We've.
okay.
I
I was
personally
thinking that.
mentioned. I know that we've always had a very crappy defensive line,
Yeah,
but without the goalkeeping error, which Dante disagrees with
yeah.
me, that we could
Um,
have actually done a lot better than we did today. But go ahead.
exactly. Yeah, I think for Fana shouldn't have started this game. You remember our preview to this game? I was saying that probably Fofana will be facing some late fitness, test, and if he's fit, probably he's going to start. I was thinking that Sa would have been more efficient with the selection, because there were some few moments where Fofana was so exposed, and he was making a whole lot of errors. So all in all, I believe we could have easily won this game, but the approach, the tactical changes, and everything caused us to lose this game. And I know that, Kochi, you believe that it is impossible for us to go through to the next stage.
It's not gonna happen,
Yeah,
and I'm
I
still
know,
saying it.
I know.
We're up to
The way
$2,000,
the way they were
Bam,
able
already.
to hold on, Kochi.
How
The
much more do
way
you
they
want?
were hold on, the way they were able to get three quick goals within 15 minutes. Football, you can never say never. Anything can happen. I remember
I like
Bayern
that,
Munich.
man.
I remember Bayern Munich against Manchester United. If you were
Is it
born,
possible? Yes, but it is my opinion that it's not gonna
hold on,
happen.
Kochi. I'm saying that.
Yes.
I remember a game
He's at
against
$5,000 already, Bam. He's at $5,000. It's not gonna happen.
Kochi. If you like, add 500 to it. I can give you the prediction, and I'll get it right. I'm not kidding, right here. Let me tell you something. Back in 1999, if you were born in 2000, you don't know what this game I'm telling you. Bayern Munich was playing against Manchester United. Everybody thought it was going to Bayern Munich. It was last minute, two quick goals, and the
Champions
game
League
was over.
final.
Champions League final, 1999. I'm
Yes.
telling you, PSG. To me, I wasn't impressed at all with them. Even with Dembele and all their top players, I wasn't impressed. And if you watch the game carefully, they were so cautious. They were very, very cautious. You understand? They didn't come out like the way they normally come out. And I felt like that was when we should have taken the game to them. But coming to Stamford Bridge, I don't know if Cowell will be fit in that game. He started training. Maybe he's not going to be fit
No,
on time.
Colwell wouldn't practice around May before
Yeah,
he
okay,
starts
mate.
playing
Okay.
matches.
So let's ignore Cowell. But I know my boy Estaval will be back. Estaval is going to be back. They
Yeah,
should
hat trick
just
maybe.
forget about the 5-2. They should just forget about it. They should believe in themselves. Go out there and say that, hey, we can do it. We can make it. I think we did it against Napoli some time ago. I'm not sure if it was Napoli, but we went
The
out there.
funny,
Say that again.
the funny thing is, I think we can score 3, 4 goals, but the
I'm
problem
telling
is
you,
they will also score.
They'll score the same
they will
probably. Yeah.
score. They might score, but I'm saying that we shouldn't rule this thing out. We might go out there and by first half they are down by 3 goals. Try to maintain that goal and go into the second half
It can
and
happen.
get
Yeah.
more goals. Because with this PSG performance earlier on, if they should come to Stamford Bridge and they do the same thing, I think we are going to press them and they are going to make a lot of mistakes.
Well, they
And
don't
who
know how
can
to sit and
score
defend.
more
That's
goals?
not their style. They don't have players to do that. They're not going to do that. So I've never seen them do that. They're not going to sit back and defend. So if they do that, maybe we have a chance because they will be very uncomfortable doing that. But
No,
if they play
they,
the
they
same
might
day
they
way
might
they
they
play,
might try to do that because they know that at this point we need like 3 goals. And if they sit back expecting us to come and get us on the break, that's when we can also be careful because you don't want PSG to get you on the break. That's the same thing they
yeah,
used to score
I
us
don't think they'll do
in
that though. They
the
never do that. They've never done that.
today they did that to us. We were pressing them and Dembele got the break and out of
Yeah,
that
but they
they
weren't
got
sitting
their
back. They weren't sitting back and defending with 11 players. They weren't
no,
sitting
like
back.
they at the time we were attacking them. At least we were pressing, and they were just defending. And all of a sudden, they were able to like get us on a break and made use of that opportunity that they got. So I believe if we go into that game with that positive
I
mind,
cannot hear. Okay, there you go. Bans, go ahead.
yeah, you were out
Yeah,
for a
your Walmart
while.
connection was off, coach.
You were off for some time, but
Mine, really?
we
No.
were
Yeah,
saying
we were
that
still here talking. You were off.
Oh, okay.
you were off, but we were talking. But
Said Walmart disconnected.
what I was saying is, it is very, very possible that the next week game can go in favor of us because I believe
Yeah.
PSG will be very careful. They know they have 3 goals at hand, and we need a lot of goals
You
to
you
make
know
it two.
Luis Enrique very well, right?
I know him very well.
They will come into that game
I
knowing
don't know why,
that
Coachy, you don't believe this.
I don't believe you because I know how crappy. And Jay nailed it. I even was asking Jay. I didn't know if you guys heard it. If he was hungry, I can go buy him food, or if he drinks beer, I can go buy him some because he nailed exactly the reason why I've been arguing. We're not coming back from this. We've been
Really,
crappy defensively.
And
We're
if we
Coachy,
not
do
that
come
what
back,
potent.
if
how much,
these
coach?
boys
Sorry?
give them
We're not
four
that
goals to
potent
zero?
offensively. But they are one of the most potent teams offensively.
On the bench as well, yeah.
As crappy as they are defensively. Jay
Coachy,
nailed it. Jay told you they're gonna get goals on that day. Jay said, "Yeah, we're capable of scoring 3 at home, but they're probably gonna get goals on that day too."
that's why I don't want to see Jorgensen in that game.
Yeah,
That is the
but you
main
need
reason.
that. You need him for
Yeah,
that
I
game,
think that
actually.
the damage is done. I think even Sanchez cannot now.
It's
No.
over. My hope was this first
Well,
leg.
I know you guys think it's over, but for me, I wouldn't say it's over. Next week we might come here, and I'm going to get my flowers for
It-
that.
Listen, if you
Uh,
advise me on betting bands, I will always do the opposite of what you tell me.
really?
Yeah, he's doing the same gimmick with what he did in the first leg. That's how he hyped us.
Well,
I love you, Bands, but I'm serious. I will
well,
always do the opposite of
I
whatever you
don't, I
tell
don't,
me.
I
I'm
don't,
telling you,
I
you
This
guys
don't,
is
don't
not
I
believe
don't
it
want
happening.
to,
does,
You
but
know I'm
I don't
also
want
one of
to.
the most optimistic person the individual you will ever meet.
5-2, Kochi. I'm saying 5-2 looks so bad. It looks like that's the
It's a
end of
dangerous scoreline,
Chelsea.
yeah, man.
You know, it took them 15 minutes for them to score 3 quick goals. Why can't it take us 30 minutes for us to score 4
I
quick
agree. Yeah.
goals?
Okay, it's possible, but I'm telling you, is everything you believe is possible? Has everything in your life that you've ever believed is possible, did they all materialize?
Not
No.
all of the, not
So this is
everything,
just
but
you being.
sometimes.
This is just you. You're not going by the. You're not. This is not driven by. You could say the
That's not
strength of
nice,
our
coach. Don't
squad
put him down
or
like
how
that.
good our players are. You just have the belief that it could happen.
You just destroyed every single confidence he ever had, coach. Come on.
Kochi, Kochi, I know you don't believe in this. Okay, I know
I
I don't
believe you,
want to
Bam. I
convince you
believe
for you
you.
to believe in this,
Of
but I
course
I
we
can
Eh,
do.
tell
no,
believe
no,
you.
you
I
that
do believe in faith. I do believe God exists,
no,
but
this one
yeah,
I will leave
God doesn't
religion
give
out
you
of
what you
we
this.
don't
we were
deserve.
I'm even
living the
going to leave
soul.
religion out of this. By
Bans,
Yeah,
my
no
instinct
religion,
and
coach. Go to
everything,
church. No
it's
religion.
Bans,
never over. This
Bans.
game is
Can I
never
say
over.
this?
It's
Can
never
I say
over.
this? I like that. I like that modus operandi. It's not over until it's over, right? And I do
Mhm.
believe in God. I grew up in Nigeria, huh? Before
Uh,
coming to America, right? I know a
oh,
lot of people that if you ask them at the time, they will tell you because they were born again Christians that they will ace their WAEC exams. As much as God loves you, I'm just
mm.
using that as a reference. He's not gonna come and sit and take your exams for you. If you don't deserve to pass it, God makes sure He makes sure you will fail it so that you will learn. God
So
doesn't cheat.
negative. My goodness.
This is not about being negative, Dante. You know that. And you know I've said it. If we overcome 3 goals deficit against PSG
Two
and
thousand
go
dollars. Yeah.
through, how much did I say?
2,000. 2,000. We're up to $2,000.
Kochi, I want you to increase
I
that
think it
money.
was 500, right? But who's getting it?
I
No,
said
we went up to
500, yeah.
2,000.
No, I will
Okay.
get it. Don't worry, because I'm the
No,
only
you're not
person
not you getting it. I'll give it away to a lucky fan. We'll do a giveaway. Not you. Yeah,
Kochi.
yeah.
Bam,
Why
listen.
not go give it to Bill Gates and not you?
If
So
there's
I
if
will
there's
say
one
this. I will
if there's
say
one team
this.
that can do it, as in or one country, it's in the Premier League. A Premier League can do that, especially when these teams come to like the smaller stadiums, close pitches, the crowds on the pretty much on the pitch. A lot of these teams do struggle in England. They do. So if it's a team that can do it, it is probably like Chelsea can probably do it. Man City can do it to Real Madrid when Real Madrid come to Man City as well because of the atmosphere, the way the game is played in
That's
England.
it. I've seen even the most magical. I remember. I think at the time it was still.
We
It
lost
was
4-1
still.
to Napoli, and I remember we
Yes,
came
and
back.
they came back. We walloped them to go
Yeah.
through.
Yeah,
We
it
did
can
it to
happen. In
Napoli.
England is the only probably place that it can happen because just the way the crowd is, the way the pitches are, they're
Kochi,
a bit smaller.
I'm
Okay,
What
telling
if
Vance,
you,
what if
let's do this.
Jorgensen
this
Vance,
PSG
starts?
team.
What if
Vance, are you listening to me?
Bams?
Vance,
What
Mhm.
if Jorgensen starts that game?
Vance.
No, only Sanchez can play that game. Otherwise, there's no bet. Right,
No,
man?
no.
Okay.
If Jorgensen play in that game, that means it's over for us. That one, they will come and even beat us in Stamford Bridge. I'm not kidding
All
you.
right. So
Which means
so
even
good.
your prayer
Good. There is
at
some
church won't
context.
help.
But
No,
Shalabah
no.
and
There's
I'm
some
not
Fofana is
praying
good.
context.
that.
Yeah, they can
I'm
start.
not praying that we should go out, but I'm telling you the fact that this guy is not even psychologically sound to start in that game. How is he going to be receiving Stamford Bridge? Just imagine Jorgensen will start that game and all of a sudden, boom, he'll go make an error. There is one goal out.
Hey,
That means now
that
we need
that
more than
all
4
the
goals.
booing and the abuse made Robert Sanchez a world-class goalkeeper, pretty much. So maybe that'll help.
Listen, we should go in that goal, in that game with Sanchez. Pick your best 11. Go out there, have believe in you. I expect
That was our
Estevao
best
to
11,
start
I
that
think.
game. And the way I saw PSG today in their own background, or I say their home, and they were not that impressive to me. I still think that when they come to Stamford Bridge, psychologically, the fans and everything can let us overcome them. Whether they will score a goal, yes, it's
Yeah,
possible. But
that's the
whether we
problem.
can also
Depends how the
go through
fans are
to
going
the
to
next
be.
stage, I'm not going to rule that out. You guys might think that this guy is crazy. This can't happen. But I'm telling you, I
Of
can
course, yeah.
I
give
do think.
Chelsea 70% chances of qualifying to the next stage,
Are
and
you
that can
giving up?
happen.
70?
Yeah, I thought you were
Yes,
certain.
You said 70%.
I thought you were
70%.
certain.
Yes.
Why are you
Wow.
reducing the percentage?
What is
That's
that?
a high percentage.
Why are you
Yeah.
saying giving, which means
You
you
know,
still believe we might not? I thought you were certain we were definitely going to overcome that.
Yeah, I know we can overcome that, but I'm saying that I will give our team 70% for
That's
going through to the
huge.
next, because
I'm
anything
surprised you
can
said that,
happen.
it's
actually. That's
From
massive.
now up to
it's
next week, hold on. From now up to
Even
next
I
week,
wouldn't say that.
hold on. From now
exactly.
up to
You know,
next
it's
week,
wild when even
let
Dante
me
is
tell you
surprised.
something.
If I'm not
From now
saying it,
up
well,
to
wow.
next week, from now up to next week, there
I
could
thought
be
he said
injury.
7%, Jay, but it looks like it's 70.
Listen, from now up to next week, there could be injury coming from both sides. Okay, that can reshape the game. If there is some injury and there are some few other things going on, it can reshape the game itself. So right
Sanchez
now,
starting will do the trick.
who?
Sanchez starting will do the trick, yeah? That will make it
No,
happen.
you are just misquoting me in a way. I'm saying that I don't trust Jørgensen starting in the second leg. If anything can happen, we should go into that game using
Sanchez,
Guys,
right?
Sanchez.
what really
Sanchez
gives
is
you
not the main.
confidence that we're capable of pulling off this?
Yeah, I
Yes.
don't know.
What really gives you the confidence we can
Well, I
pull
thought it
off
might be
this?
Sanchez, but
Is it? You could say 2004 2006 defensive line and Petr Cech between the sticks. What gives you that confidence we can pull off this against PSG?
Why? Because I
Pogba.
saw them today, and if we had worked extra hard, we would have been up by 3 goals. I'm not kidding.
Can I
This
tell you this?
PSG team
PSG can
wasn't
come
that
to the
good,
Stamford Bridge on that day and play two at the back,
and they are now
and
coming
they will
to.
still knock us out.
We could win, but we
But we
won't go
could, yeah,
through.
I think we'll probably beat them on the day, but we'll
Probably
still get knocked
2-1,
out.
something like that. Might
Yeah,
win, but
we're not
I
gonna
don't
Okay,
see us
we're not gonna beat them enough to go
by
through.
4 goals. Yeah, that's a lot
Coachy,
by four
let's
goals.
let's let's wait till next week. Let's see what happens, because I don't know how I can convince you that
Have
we
you
can still
okay?
make it
You
through
can
to
you,
the
I know.
next stage.
Thank you for knowing you cannot. Have you actually considered? Have you actually considered that they get some days break while we still
They're
play
gonna be
Newcastle, and then in a few
Yeah,
days
they're gonna be
play them
fresh
again?
as.
You're not considering those factors,
Look at today. Look at today's game. How we were gassed in the last 20
and they
minutes,
knew.
and they just ran over us. They brought their
Yeah,
subs
they
on.
knew that we were used.
Okay, you know what? There is no way I can convince any of you to believe that we can pull this one, Stamford Bridge. But mark my words, I might be wrong. That's why I'm saying 70%. Something mysterious can happen, or something mysterious will happen, and PSG can come and bottle it in Stamford Bridge. They are coming to the bridge and looking at our squad. I don't think they've seen it all. Probably Rosenior can do some few add-ons and everything, and things will definitely change when they come back to Stamford Bridge. So I'm
That's
not
the
going
thing,
to
man. There's
rule
no one
out
really
that
to
we
add
are
on. We
totally
don't have
out. We are
anything
not
really.
out. We are not out at all. That's what I'm
No,
trying to
we're
tell you
not out.
guys.
I'm just saying I don't see us overcoming those 3 goals
Well, it's
deficit.
half
And
time. It's
Okay,
half time, and it's 5-2
yeah,
for
look
PSG.
at
Yeah,
even look at their goalie. That guy is not good enough. That guy is not that good. So me, I'm just going to wait till next week. When they come, first 10 minutes, 2 goals is up already. In the next 30 minutes, they are down by 3 goals. That's when you guys will believe that what I was telling you. And
it could
let me tell
happen.
you one thing.
I hope
If
it
you
happens.
if you beat a team like that, if you are beating them, you are scoring, they become powerless. That is
We did
one
it
thing
to
about football
Barcelona in a
game.
way. So we did that to Barcelona.
Of
Yeah.
course, if we're able to do it to Barcelona, we can do it to PSG. And I can tell you that Barcelona team is far better than PSG. You understand? But we're able to beat them bad. We were able to control the game. We beat them. So let them come to Stamford Bridge. Don't rule anything out yet. I know you might think that, hey, this is impossible, but I believe it's possible. They will come, and that is going to happen. And you just believe in what I'm saying. If you're unable to win, fair enough. Fair enough. But I still believe that we can go through, and it's really possible. It's just 4 goals. Okay. is 4 goals. If they were able to, that's the logic I'm creating right now. If they use 15 minutes to score 3 goals, why can't we do the same thing? You understand? So let's wait and see.
Oh, we can score 4 goals, Bam, but they'll probably score 2 or 3 as well, most likely.
Okay, that is when Jorgensen is playing. That's what I can tell you.
No, I can tell you that'll be with Sanchez, and if
No,
he plays the same way that the
no,
coach
no,
asked him
no,
to play, we'll probably concede a lot more if Sanchez plays that way.
no. It wouldn't be Sanchez. It will definitely be Jorgensen mistake that
Is
will
coach on
take us
mute?
to that level. I'm telling you. Jorgensen, I'm down with Jorgensen. Like, he's not in, like, he doesn't have that abilities to become number 1 at Chelsea. We are just joking. This guy,
How did you feel about Sanchez when he was making errors leading to goals like
oh
every
yeah.
second week?
And how do you feel about Sanchez when he played with PSG and saved us on the day?
No, but I'm
Go
just
watch
saying,
that game.
what did you say about Sanchez last year, for example? What did you
Last
say?
year, me,
Yeah.
I never said anything bad about Sanchez. You understand? Because he was able to help us win the Conference League and he helped us to win the Club
He
World
helped us
Cup.
to win the Conference League.
I mean,
Sanchez.
okay.
Yeah, he helped us in the final game.
Sanchez helped us win the Conference League.
Who
Guys,
was
can you
imposed?
guys hear
Who
me?
was imposed in the final game?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Who was
Okay.
our goalkeeper in the Conference League?
It was Jorgensen, but in the where it matters most, it was Sanchez. Sanchez was imposed in the final game.
What? No.
Huh?
Okay.
We're going in circles, Sky.
You said Sanchez wasn't imposed in the Conference League final?
Yeah.
Who was
All right.
imposed?
Here's the thing. Something I want to say quickly.
Jorgensen. Bam.
Here's the thing. Bands.
Coachila, I'm here.
I respect your faith. That is how you could say how else do I phrase it? I have faith too. I do go to church and I believe God can perform miracles, but I
When's
don't
the
think
last
it
time
be,
you went to
I
church,
don't
coach?
even think it be if I don't know.
You say
In
what
all
is that?
honesty, I don't think we deserve actually to turn it around in the second leg. That's just my opinion. But do I think we can? I think it's possible, but will we? I'd say no for reasons I've explained.
And also, coach,
Yeah,
if our fan base feels the way they feel about Jorgensen and Rosenior from this game, can you imagine how they're going to be? Are they going to be really that behind the team and the players?
exactly. Concede one on that day, and that's it. They will boo you.
Can you imagine? Bam. That's what I mean. It's not the old Chelsea where, you know, our fans go crazy, blah, blah. They're just going to boo and it's going to turn pretty bad pretty soon. So
They're going to boo Chelsea players. You think so?
Is it
they
new?
haven't.
Is it new?
It's not new. Sanchez got absolutely abused and booed a lot, even early this season, and especially last season.
But I was gonna. Okay, I don't know where Jay is. I was gonna ask him whether he think that's it for Rosenior. No, I think the owners. Let me say this: the owners, if anything, if there's anything that I'd say, they're probably not going to be happy with that game today. It'd be maybe the decision to swap Sanchez for what's his name? To swap Sanchez for Jorgensen. That is if that's the case. But the point that I digress anyway. The point I'm trying to make here, they're big in the numbers is their thing.
Coach Rosenior doesn't pick the team. It's Igbali. What's wrong?
Yeah,
with
yeah,
you?
you know that. Yeah, that narrative. They will not be too fussed about this because numbers tell a different story here. And probably they know we had defensive issues, which was why we really pushed to sign what's his name? That kid that now he's gone under the knife and he will be out for the rest of the season and for a while. What's his name again? Jeremy Jacquet.
Yep.
Which was why we brought back Sa. And I think Sa eventually will become a mainstay because I'm ready to stop breathing on that hill. As I've told people, he's actually way better than some of the CBs we have right now. Maybe the reason why he's not starting consistently right now, it's just an adaptation thing. There's also another aspect, which is managers are known to always go for more experienced players,
And like I said
irrespective of how.
earlier,
Yeah,
Chalobah and actually Fofana, I remember they had a good partnership together during the season.
exactly. So it's a difficult. I mean, it's possible, but will we on that day? That's the question for the manager and the players to answer. But in my opinion, do I think they will answer that question in a positive manner, like with a performance? No. And I've said it. If we overcome 3 goals deficit, knock out PSG and go through, $500 giveaway. I'm not joking. And that's my opinion. Jay, let's hear you. And I wouldn't say right now that his job, he's in danger of getting fired. Nope, they're not gonna do that. They will look at the numbers and know they're big believers in numbers and go with that, irrespective of the changes he made and every other thing, because numbers tell a different story. They will also, in my opinion, I don't think he's done badly. He started life as a Chelsea manager. The only huge dent is that the loss today, and I'm not sure what else to say, but in my opinion, I don't think he's in danger of getting fired. We have to miss out of top 5 place, and then in a bad manner that if they look at it, they'd say, yeah, it was all his fault. But so far, he's done well, especially in the Premier League. But let's hear you, Jay.
Yeah, look, I do not think that he is anywhere near, threat of getting sacked, or it's even a discussion among the owners or the sporting directors. And I do not think that this is going to be the case for a certain level. Obviously, there are some limits which you cannot cross. But yeah, overall, I think again the ratio is in his favor. Uh, the win loss and the matches he played, and even the loss against Arsenal and the few draws that we had, those were quite unfortunate. This was the proper one, and obviously the Arsenal one in the cup as well. Sorry, no, the one in the league. So these were the 2, 3 games where he was actually, kind of clueless or was totally deserving to take the loss. Other than that, I think the ratio is pretty good. He has done a good job as well. Again, the big game management, proving himself against the bigger teams, that is something that he hasn't done really. 2, 3 games against Arsenal, and now this one as well. So that is one thing that he needs to improve. But then again, the the opportunities against big teams hasn't been that much, so we can form any huge conclusion. Um, he's going to face a lot of big clubs, especially in the Premier League. City, Liverpool, even United as well. So that is going to be a test. And as you said, I think the top 4 or top 5 UCL battles, that is going to be really, really something that is going to be serious, and that I think will produce some uh, doubts if he somehow misses that, especially considering that we are out of the Champions League. I think then you cannot miss it. It won't be allowed at any cost, because you are freed from a lot of matches. You will be having a lot of gap, uh, and you'll be having 3 weeks to implement style and give rest to players and train as well. So then going on and missing the Champions League, that is going to be a big problem for him, and that is going to be where the debate or the conversations will start behind the doors. But yeah, it will be that big or something of that level needed for him to have anywhere near threat of losing the job. But other than that, I think. Yeah, the embarrassing, it is an embarrassing one, this PSG loss. And this is, as you said a few times, that he has lost a bit of credibility and faith from some fans, to some extent from me as well. And it is now up to him to regain that lost faith and earn it, because he's going to get a lot of opportunities again. There is 1% possibility against that PSG game because it's still not over, but that is very rare. I'm not even going to talk about it. But yeah, he would need to do something really good in terms of results as well as the quality of performances from now on to have that level or respect established back to where he was prior to this game, or maybe even higher. But yeah, nowhere near. I won't agree that he's at any, any at any percentage of losing this job. I think it's pretty much safe right now. And yeah, let's see what happens with the UCL race.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of good credits on his side right now, honestly. But he has to make top five. I think that changes a lot if we don't. Um, I just I like him, and I'm gonna say this: I loved Maresca, and I'd still choose him over Maresca. And I know how they differ. I know how they differ. There are games that we've won under Rosenior that I'd argue had that been under Maresca, that would probably lose those games. And I love Maresca. I loved him as Chelsea manager. I just felt betrayed given what I heard about his relationship with Man City and everything. But I just want to put that behind me. I don't know. My concern, I wouldn't, as well as Jørgensen did on the day, as long as we don't have a solid enough defensive line, I'd rather we go with Sanchez and simplify things until we get a goalkeeper that can do both effectively. A goalkeeper that's an excellent shot stopper and also good with his feet. Because both,
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
we were scoring goals, coach, right? And we were not conceding crazy goals because of Sanchez. So there wasn't anything drastic that he
I
had to
wouldn't have
take this
changed
step.
him.
Exactly.
I was shocked. Listen, at first, Dante, if you remember, we had, you could say, a fight. We call it a fight, but not necessarily a fight. It's more like a debate. We had a debate at the time with JC, and JC was on Sanchez's side. He swore that Sanchez is a much better goalkeeper. And here's the thing: we thought actually that eventually, I thought, to be specific, I don't remember Dante if you remember being part of those or one of those who believed that Jorgensen will eventually become our first choice goalkeeper. I believed that because I knew him before he joined Chelsea. But I also, at the time, I didn't know that you could say he wasn't able, that he's not capable of dealing with competition. I'm not saying competition was the problem today. He made a mistake, and I mean, whether the argument whether yeah could have done or should have done better. One of the goals he considered, or on two occasions, or maybe one of those goals on that's a debate for another day. But yeah, a mistake is a mistake. Listen, I'm not sure what else to talk about this game because I'm pissed, really. But it's important to mention that was down to his inexperience. Even Ederson, one of the you can say best ball playing goalkeepers, I don't think he would have taken that risk. Even Neuer doesn't take the sort of risk trying to navigate or trying to. I'm not sure how else. I think navigate maybe or to navigate. Yeah, the obstacle or that the player that was blocking his passing range was it's this is not FIFA. I know he will learn from it, and my concern is that he starts again. In turn, whether he be mentally ready, because yeah, that can happen, and we don't know. Oh, I don't know. Then I want to ask you, how is the manager gonna? How is he going to? You could say find out whether he's capable of, you could say, overcoming today's incident, irrespective of whether you think, 90% of the time on the day that he was excellent, except for that mistake alone. But you could tell the moment he considered from that mistake, his demeanor on the pitch changed. So whether that goes beyond the pitch on the day to the training ground, just like the case of Hato, which we suspected probably wasn't mentally ready to start anytime soon under Enzo Maresca at the time. How will the manager know? Because the training session is a different atmosphere, from a match. Okay, you can say from a match proper where he'd be facing an opposition. He could, chances are on the training pitch, he'd come across as, you could say, fine. I don't know, how would the manager figure it out whether he's mentally ready to start the next game, because I think he will double down and field him ahead of Sanchez. Let me hear you, Dante.
Yeah, coach. Look, even you say Edison and those, I've seen those guys do even worse mistakes and much
No, I'm
easier
saying
passes.
they can say what he attempted to do.
Yeah, that I've seen them make even worse passes than that. Give the ball away even much cheaper than that. So, it's just one of those mistakes. And I keep saying this: if you're going to pass the ball and play with the keeper 100 times, well, expect maybe a mistake happening. Do it 50 times, and that mistake, gets diminished. So it depends how you go. But even today, he played a lot of long balls. He cleared the ball a lot of times. But when a player is free, like especially in that midfield area, that drop a bit, it's definitely a coaching instruction. The manager wants him to go to those players, even if they have a player on his back, because those players, one touch, and we saw it today on numerous occasions, breaks that extra pass, breaks the press, and we were out and away. And when he scored a couple of goals from that as well, and one of the goals did start from that. So I think that, I think Rosenior really values that, where Sanchez just cannot do that. Look, his confidence, he's young. I think he might be okay. If he's not, he won't play. I mean, that's what
That's
the
what I'm saying.
coaches are there.
How is the manager going to know? Because
He's
the
going to sit down with
training
him.
ground atmosphere is never the same with the match day atmosphere.
They have a psychiatrist, a team psychiatrist there. He'll probably
Is psychiatrist the right word? I think not.
Or whatever you want to call it. They have people there. Even what's his name, the mental coach.
I know the term you're looking for.
Even the
Psychologist.
mental coach, the ex-rugby player, he's there as well.
Really?
Yes, even he's there. But they actually have, each professional team, they all have like pretty much a psychiatrist for mental stuff as well. So they have everything. They have everything
Maybe
they
it's just
want.
my Nigerian side, because once you say psychiatrist, I think of people losing. You can say
No.
not it's not okay in the head.
No, it's they're just there to assess mental health and etc. Players have a lot of stuff that happens.
They will
off the
have
field.
conversations with them.
Correct. So that'll be an automatic. They'll do that because all the top teams have that. The Willie guy will be there as well. He'll probably, and manager will get him in. The assistants will probably talk to him as well, and they'll make a decision if he's mentally right or not. Look, once you're at that level, you're a professional player. You've been through a lot to get to that level. They're all pretty tough at that level mentally. I mean, it's very extremely
But
rare
at least
when they're not.
that's what you believe is the case.
I do, because to get to that level, you have to go through a lot of coaches, a lot of teams, a lot of setups, a lot of people. You literally talk to, thousands of people by the time you get there. That's how the process is, and that's how it will always be. It's probably going to get even worse. More and more people work at that football club now and get changed over a lot as well. So these guys are pretty mentally tough anyway, because they've already had that, drilled into them from a young age, especially the ones that, came through. So look, I don't think that is a problem, to be honest. If they're not mentally tough, they wouldn't be there, or they already wouldn't be there at that level. That's my opinion. I think from what I know, from what I've seen, that's how it usually is. So yeah, look, I think he'll be fine. I don't think it's a problem. You can't, from one mistake like that, like I said, the managers, the analytics, they look at it differently. They're going to look at numbers. They're going to look how he played the rest of the game, and they're going to look at what the positives are and what balance it out.
Which
and
is why I say that, it's easy to double down.
Yeah, it's easy to double down, but they're going to look at it, and they're going to look at what Robert Sanchez will do in training again, because I can guarantee you, I keep coming back to this, Robert Sanchez, something's not right, probably hasn't been good in training. We saw the last couple of weeks in the games before he got dropped, something was not right. Everyone was like, oh, the old Robert Sanchez is back. Something happened. We don't know what. People were joking on X that it's the ex goalkeeper coach came back again. So he hasn't looked right. Something was off. Obviously, in training, he's not very good because Rosenior wouldn't have just put him aside as your starting goalkeeper. Basically, up almost to the world-class goalkeeper. He's not just going to put him aside and not let him have a go. So he's obviously seen something that's not good. Maybe he's got some problems off the field. We don't know. There's a lot, but he wouldn't just choose Jorgensen just straight away like that. It would have been in training tactics. He's receiving him much better. Obviously, Jorgensen is probably doing way better in training, and he's gave him the confidence to start. Otherwise, he wouldn't be starting. So look, if he continues that, I can guarantee you he'll be the starter next week as well. I don't see anything getting in that way because, like I said, the performance, if you look at it overall, it was a very, very good performance. Yes, the mistake, big mistake, but that is down to this play style and what he's asked to do. So you got to take they're going to balance it out and we'll see what happens. But yeah, I think he will start. I think he'll be just fine. And that will only make him a better player of what happened. If he gets through that,
I'd rather. I'm that sort of person that I'd rather give someone that I know that's made a mistake a chance with the belief that they learn from the mistake they made, and you could argue that's the same for goalkeepers here. But
especially
the reason I would prefer to see Sanchez between the sticks is just to take the whole implementation of a new approach gradually and not be drastic about it. Simplify things. Keep.
But we're past that already. We moved on. He's moved on from that already.
It looks like it.
Jorgensen wouldn't have been starting otherwise the last two games.
It looks like it. And just quickly, let me catch up what we have. I think it's important that we talk about our defenders. We've been streaming for 2 hours and 55 minutes.
That's more important. For me personally, I think that's more of an issue at the moment than the goalkeeper.
And this question, which goalkeeper do you think will be starting against Newcastle? And we've actually answered that. I think, he's going to double down eventually. Jørgensen is now number one. According to CBS Sports, Rosenior told Jørgensen he's now number one, which means, he's not going to change that. And I think given that, as Dante said, we've gone past where, him not taking it slowly to implement his approach, because I think there are a few games where he employed his approach and we got results. So.
And coach, like I said, Jorgensen is not protected here or anything. If he plays next weekend at Newcastle and doesn't look good and makes a mistake like that again and plays bad, he will be out the following week most likely. So
no, that doesn't mean it's his place for keeps.
Exactly. It's not that. It's not. He's not protecting Jorgensen. That no, it's you want to see if a player makes a mistake like that, and you want to see how he backs it up. You're going to put confidence in him. Well, you're gonna learn a lot about that player this week. Rosenior is going to learn a lot of that player. It's either he will be the number one going forward, or he probably will not if he doesn't get through this week and do it against Newcastle.
Yeah, so we've answered that question, and this guy says that I'm guessing the most useless owners, the most useless coach, and the most useless players. Wow, you're really pissed. Thinking we will qualify is delusional. I won't call anybody delusional. People are entitled to their belief, opinion, whatever you want to say. We're out of the cup. I hope the management concentrates on top five, not them. The manager and the players keep the experimentation for next season, stick to basics, and win most of the remaining matches. No drama. I wouldn't risk too much, but of course managers don't listen. We have no keepers. They are both useless. The players are beyond useless, and they are already out. If they even qualify, I will never watch them for now. Seriously, I was like that when I wasn't a content creator. Delete every sports app.
Should direct him to another channel. Maybe he'll have a lot of fun there. Maybe.
Yeah. Maybe. We don't have Sheringham or Soldier. We do not keep clean sheets. PSG will not sit back. They have no reason to. Yep. And even there's no reason that you see them sit back. They don't actually. I don't remember one game where I see Enrique. You could say making changes just to hold on to a result.
I've never seen it. They're not built that way.
He doesn't do that. He will
It's not his
always
style.
come at you. So yeah, and yeah, it says, bro, it's done. That's it. It's done. We're out. He says, go away. I'm not talking to you. But that's by the way. Let's look at that defensive line. This is man just preached. Jørgensen wasn't the Conference League goalkeeper. Yeah. Let's pretend, so to speak. Let's look at the lineup. That highlights where we had issues. I get it. I'd still blame Jorgensen, but I think the rating here shows a lot. Uh, but then again, I'd go back to my argument that we've always had a crappy defensive line. That even at that, we could have still gotten something from that game. But look at this, Dante. Can you see my screen? Fofana rated 4.7, Chalobah
That's
4.3. I get it. The bad rating from Jorgensen for Jorgensen, probably that mistake.
yeah. It's like 5 points just for that goal.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
but
yeah, don't look at that.
we have the crappiest defensive line, especially when it comes to mentioning centre backs in the Premier League. And I think he showed today. I get it.
Yeah,
Usually, you can say you can say when our midfielders, the 2 6s, when they're not tired, they usually do enough to shield our defensive line effectively, leading to us, you can say, conducting maybe, or maybe masking a serious problem. Because every time our 2 6s do well, we don't usually notice how bad our defensive line is, because all they do on the day is just pass the ball around, orchestrate some good looking passes and all that. But we add midfielders, protect them well enough that we usually don't know that they're actually that bad, as bad as we notice that they are today, unfortunately. But Jay, let's hear you. What do you make of our defensive line? Okay, it doesn't look like we have Jay available right now.
yeah.
Banfordino, let's hear you.
Yeah, I told you. I don't know how Fofana would have performed if he wasn't coming from an injury. The performance today was a bit abysmal, and my preference was Sa, but unfortunately he didn't play. And I believe they were not that bad
And now
initially.
I
They,
believe you. Now I feel like we could say would have been better if it had Sa started. But go ahead.
yeah, that was the argument initially. All week I was calling for Sa and Chaloba, but unfortunately, Sa didn't play today, and their performance, I would say it was okay until the last 15 minutes where there were so many things going on at the same time. And a lot of people, and if you are very, good at the game, you know that we've been having a lot of issues with the defense, and I don't know what they are going to do with that. Probably if Cole comes back, that would be a very good thing for the team. But as to whether we still need something, yeah, we still need some players, and I strongly believe that there are so many defenders that we have to let go. There are so many of them, and I think they are not good enough to continue to head the football club. So the best thing is to let them leave, bring in someone a bit experienced, someone who can command the back. There have been a whole lot of rumors about Romero. I don't know if he's the right person to come in, but it's going to be difficult. We don't do a lot of deals with Tottenham, so I don't know if that is true, and I don't know if he's the right person. But they should go out there, bring in someone who is more experienced, somebody who can pair with Cowell or Chaloba at any given time, give them that, motivation. They have to get some form of, mentorship from somebody. When Thiago Silva was here, at least he was doing some of those things for us. But right now, we don't have anybody who can command the back and tell Jørgensen that you don't have to do certain things. You need
I'm
somebody
not
who
even
can
looking for
yell.
someone to command the back. I'm just looking for someone to at least defend like a center back.
Of course, but in order
I'm
to
just saying,
defend,
I just had to put that out there, but go ahead.
Coachila, in order to defend very well, you need somebody who can shout at you. Like when I watch Thiago Silva playing with Dortmund, he was yelling at his players if they don't, position themselves very well. You need that kind of a player. If JT was here today, I don't think Jorgensen would have made that silly mistake. You need a senior player who will yell at Jorgensen if he's screwing up. That is what we need right now. But all in all, I think if you look at the midfield, we have one of the best midfield in Europe, and now the attack is a bit okay. But I think some players have to go. Some players really have to go at the end of this season. Let's bring in proper players who is up to the standard, because the standard have gone so low. If you look at us right now, the standard have gone so low, and it seems everyone is okay with some of the things that are going on. People think it's normal. It's not normal at all, especially if you've been here for a very long time. Some of these things are not normal, and I believe if we enhance the defense, it's most likely we can, reign for a very long time. That is what we need right now. But as it stands, I think there are so many conversations that has to be, delved to it. Somebody like Fofana, I don't know why. Like he's an injury prone, and anytime he has to go and nurse an injury and come back, the fitness level is not there, and he seems to struggle. So if he continues to experience that, then it's obvious he also have to be part of the players that I would like to see leaving the football club. And if we are able to sell those players, get that money, get some two reliable centre backs, and let them come in and help the team. So you are right if you think that we are lacking something at the back. That has been the problem so far, and
I
it
mean,
continues
it's
to
nothing new in that aspect.
it continues to come back to hurt us. So I still think. And you were saying something about, I heard Dante talking about Jorgensen meeting someone to psych him up for all the
Yeah,
things that is going on.
clubs
I
have
mean,
that. Yeah,
they
clubs
they
have
can
that.
they can do that, but as to whether the player is going to be very tuned for any game is another thing that we have to talk about. And I still believe that Dante is really fighting so hard to let us believe that Jorgensen, I'm telling you, I mean, Jorgensen is done. You can say whatever, and even with this kind of ownership that we have, they can make certain decision behind the scenes where nobody will be aware of it, and all of a sudden you see Sanchez coming back as the number one. So I'm not going to rule out Sanchez going through to the final match of the season as our number one, goalie. I know a lot of Jorgensen fans would have loved to see him continue, but at this point, he didn't convince me a lot. He has been playing certain games, and everybody thought that he was okay. And even against Aston Villa, what at all did he do? You understand? Before then, we have had some clean sheet with Sanchez. You understand? Before then, we've had a very clean sheet with Sanchez, and against Aston Villa, there's an Aston Villa team that is also having on and off, um, bad performance. So, I mean, if that was the main reason why he was selected for this game, then I think it backfired, and the opinion of me seems to be the opinion of many Chelsea supporters. They believe this guy is not good enough. And I would like to see him also leaving. I have to be honest with you, and bring in someone who is more better than Sanchez. That is what we are expecting, because we can't continue to like accept some of these things. It's really, really, really. I don't know the last time when we lost so bad in a Champions League game like today, and it doesn't look good at all on our football club. We
No,
need
it,
to
it,
go.
it doesn't. But it's important. I'm not listen. As much as I think the manager didn't do well today, it's also important to mention we don't have a good enough squad depth.
Well, that is the problem right there. That's the problem right there. But at least there are certain things that we can do to help the situation. I have to be honest with you, and it's rather unfortunate that we live in an era where you have owners who believe that is where they want to go. I don't want to go too deep with the ownership situation and other stuff. The football club right now belongs to them, and nobody can just force them out to leave unless fans choose not to go watch matches, and whatever we are doing to bring them income, we cut those things off for them to leave. But as it stands right now, in order for them to be forced to sell the football club, they need about, I think they have like um they've been here for 4 years, if I'm not mistaken. They need about 6 more years to stay here before anybody can even think about letting them sell the football club. This is what they want to
No, they
do.
don't want to sell it. Actually, if
Yeah.
anybody
If
is
they said they
thinking
don't
they
want to
can
sell
force
it,
them to sell it, that
yeah,
person
you
is
can't
just
force them to sell it. So
yeah.
whatever is going on, at least if the fans can do something so that they can listen to us, that would be very important, because you can't just cut the quality so bad to the extent that sometimes we see certain things and some Chelsea fans believe it's okay, and others are also fuming because you can't solve a situation for the football club, and that situation still persists, and it seems like they are doing whatever they want to do. They go to the market and they will say, "Oh, this guy is available." By the time you realize, a very young player will come in. It's not a bad idea, but there was an argument I made with you the last time that if you are building something and in the quest of building you are also destroying it, how can you be successful in building something? You are also you say we should trust the process, but something that will let us believe in the process, if you are getting rid of it, then how can you believe in that process? And whatever has happened today, it will trigger some of the players who want to go to other teams to leave. Somebody like Enzo, I keep saying, if you believe Chelsea is not really being a very serious club, he will just opt out. He's going to leave. A whole lot of them will leave, and nothing will be, done. So it's about time we have to go back to the way we were very serious. You understand? This is a football club. We used to have Makelele, ACM Balak, and a whole lot of quality players. And look at us right now. It's so laughable, and I believe they really have to do something about the defense. I'm very, very concerned about the defense. And even if they can improve the attacking areas, that would be very good. And they have to get rid of a lot of the players. A whole lot of them are not the standard we are expecting. Some of them have to leave as soon
Mm.
as possible.
I really don't think it's a matter of getting rid of a whole lot of the players. In
Yeah,
all
a whole lot,
honesty,
Kochi.
um,
Trust
no,
me,
I
a whole
just
lot of
think we
them need
need
to.
defensive reinforcements.
Yeah.
Uh, maybe if we cannot wait for the lab to come good, maybe sign one more.
Yeah,
One
the
more
lap,
attacker is already coming in
the
Emera.
lap, I will give the lap next
Mera
one
is
more
already
season.
coming, so I don't think I think we already need to make a defensive reinforcement, honestly. But
Yeah.
here's the thing: it wasn't necessarily a tactical problem on the day, and yeah, we've talked about this, we've discussed this at length, and I think we can all agree the manager made a lot of mistakes on this day. On this day, let me ask you this, Dante, if you're still there now. You also did mention that you noticed that at certain point our players looked used. And I say actually for majority of the game, but let's say 30, 25 minutes or so before the end of the game, where did it look? You could say, I wouldn't say checked out, because checked out would mean absent minded, like not interested. We were interested. We were trying to to run, but it didn't work because yeah, if you're exhausted, you're exhausted. Which we had enough actually defensive options on the not midfield. You can say midfield options on the bench that had the manager done something early on, we play with a lot more energy in the midfield area, given the defenders, they can say, leading to our defenders not doing a lot of work. But yeah, he didn't do that. I just don't understand. But Dante, the question I want to ask is this, because nothing has changed. We'd still play Newcastle and then a few days play them. Why did themselves? They're practically on holiday, not necessarily on holiday. Because my point is that they'd have enough time to rest. And yeah, is it recoup? What's the other way? Um, you know, you can say be well rested, unlike us. But I'm not making excuses here. But if we can get a space to rest at least as much as they do, then yeah, maybe we're not gonna tire out towards the end of the game. So what do we do, Dante? And if you, I get it, mathematically, it's still possible. We can still get back the 3 goals deficit, which I think we cannot. What do you think we should do in the second leg?
Yeah, well, look, I noticed the last probably 20 minutes, once they made the subs, you saw that the players that came on, I could notice the difference straight away. They were faster, getting to the ball quicker. For me, Reece James had a really bad game. He really struggled in that.
He looked at, even from the start, he was barely performing.
He wasn't performing very well, but he kind of then a little bit got in the game a bit when we came back. But after that, if you look closely, 2 of the last couple of goals where he's involved in that, giving the ball away, and then just watching the last goal, not really putting a tackle in, just let the guy shoot, basically. So yeah, he was gassed. He looked finished to me. João Pedro looked finished when he came off, so that was fine. But I'm like, come on, you got Lavia there, you got Santos, just take James off. He's finished. And the last 2 goals, if you look at him, he's very much involved in both those last 2 goals. But what was glaring to me was more the gaps in between the defense to the forwards. They were just getting bigger and bigger in the last 15, 20 minutes. To me,
a lot of space.
To me, that screams, from experience, etc. To me, that screams fatigue and
we again, which to
organization.
We stopped pressing. You could say
cohesively.
Pressing,
yes,
it was just one person running at the ball, trying to do something. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, to me, that's organization, which came from fatigue, from what I saw. That gap always extends. Usually, you can get it a bit shorter. That shows you that everyone's still very good, energized. We can keep going, and then you can burst out a little bit. But it was the opposite. So I'm like, you need to make subs. What are you doing? It was the 80th minute till we made the first sub. It was just too long, and they were offensive subs. So we didn't need offense then, to be honest. We didn't quite need offense. We needed, fine, maybe the lap for Neto, for Pedro, because he was pretty gassed. That's fine. He can get up there and bully the defenders. But really, Garnacho was on the bench there. He could have come on out wide for the pace. Neto was kind of finished by the end there as well. He was gone. He was running so hard, and he did well because he created, got us back in that game when he was run. But he ran so hard and defended so much that game. I could see by the end, he needed to come off, but he didn't come off. So yeah, I think even our defenders, they really got stretched out. Cucurella, Gusto, but especially the 2 central defenders, they were really stretched out and very far apart from each other. If you look at the back, they're sitting so far apart from each other. I mean, you can't do that. You're just asking for trouble. But to me, it looked like fatigue. So I did see Rosenior did send out. I saw him sending out Tosin, Badiashil to warm up. I'm like, okay, is he going to bring these guys on? This was before the goals. So yeah, look, I'm not sure why he didn't make any substitutions. He's actually been good at that, using the squad, using the players.
He's been very proactive.
Be proactive. Look, Cucurella did pretty well defensively on that side. He pretty much shut down Doué on that right-hand side. Hakimi hardly went forward. They kept them really well on that. But at the last 15 minutes, he was finished, Cucurella. I can see as well. He was gone. You trusted Hato all up and bring Hato on, fresh legs, fast. You can keep up with them, no problem. And the two central defenders, yeah, but James was the big problem. Two of the last two goals, very involved in that, and he was just gassed. And you can see by his rating is horrible. You don't see James having that type of rating. So, especially you have Lavia and Santos there. For me, yeah. So that's why I was pissed off mostly. I mean, what are you guys doing? Make the subs. You see that they're bringing fresh players on, fresh attacking players, fresh midfield players. They brought in the young midfielders, both midfielders, and we just got overrun. They were quicker at the ball. They were getting past our players easily, and that's why I'm not quite sure what it is. Why we were so far apart instead of being more compact at a stage like that. Why were we still so far apart? Is it down to the players? Now, I did see Rosenior screaming on the sideline, defensive instructions. I don't think he would have screamed to stay more, open. I think he would have wanted it tighter. So I don't know if the players didn't follow instructions, they were too tired to, or what happened. But there was definitely a breakdown to me, a bit of communication at the back there in that last, defenders, midfielders, even the forward. There was just a complete lack of balance, and they were so open. They were all over the place instead of being compact. So I have no idea what happened, to be honest, and that's why I was pissed off. And that was the biggest problem, because I saw it and I'm like, okay, we're gonna concede here a couple of goals. They're gonna overrun us, and that's exactly what happened. So yeah, like I said, the Jorgensen mistake happened, but to me, what was more worrying was that and the defending, the defensive line, especially the centre backs. It's been a problem for a while. We speak about it a lot. That's probably one.
But listen, we know that which was why. So when somebody said, "Yeah, this is it could end in 0-0 draw," and we were like,
Nah, never happening.
What game are you talking about?" Yeah. Even they cannot defend.
No, they can't, because they play open.
Can. But because
they play man to man,
they play a lot of weaker teams. They're able to dominate those weaker teams, score, and those teams probably won't get enough. And they press very well. On their day, you can't even get past, you can say, their midfield. But we were able to do that. You could say we deserve. I'd say I don't want to say we deserve better. I just say I just want to stick with, we had no business losing that game. Had the manager, even with Jørgensen's mistake, had he played it well, make changes on time, we looked tired. Even my son was saying we look very tired.
Yeah, look, it is a game of inches. Remember that offside when Neto was like a couple of inches offside, right? We would have scored. We would have gone ahead 3-2. That would have changed a lot. So. And then, like I said, the one that Palmer was supposed to score,
and he hit it straight at the goalkeeper.
Hit the keeper straight at the keeper. I'm like, what the hell? And then the ball bounces so favorably for them all the way, and one pass and they're through. So it's some fine margins, but the problem was, for me, was the organization and the compactness of that defense, especially those two. I would
start from the midfield, which usually you can say we were able to get away with our bad CBs because they get proper protection from the 6-6.
Well, this is where James comes in. That's why I singled out James. I think he had a very bad game in that sense. He didn't cover well. He gave the ball away quite a lot. He made some good passes, but some of the passes he gave away possession. The last two goals, have a look. He makes the run, the second last goal. He makes that run, looks. The guy dispossesses him. They pass, go forward, and they score the goal. This last goal, he's one of the defenders marking what's his name, Cavara, and just watches him, stays off him, doesn't close down space, allows him to shoot basically. The guy's a right footer, right? The guy doesn't shoot with his left foot. He's always going to cut it onto his right. And
you can say, because under normal circumstances, Caicedo and the others, they're able to close down and not let you shoot.
Yeah, even Caicedo, I think he had a good game, good tackle,
but still not.
But at the end, he ran out of gas at the end as well. Yeah, and when one of them runs, but when both of them run, and those 3-4 midfield, but especially that central defense, when you see the gaps, go back, look at it. The gaps, that is not how our defense should be, or the defensive midfield should be at that stage of the game. And that's why I was very, very disappointed in Rosenior in that. But more Reece James, because he's also the captain, and he also should be organizing that quite a lot there. That's his responsibility as captain as well. So disappointed at Reece, disappointed at very much the two. And yeah, look, Rosenior said after the game he takes responsibility for the last 15 minutes. But like I said, I saw him on the bench screaming out instructions. Can see him moving his hands together. To me, that's language. Tight, get closer, compact. They were not doing that for some reason. And the only reason I have it is fatigue. And that was pretty noticeable to me.
Unfortunately, it's shameful. Just look at this defensive line. Just look at it. Look at their rating, 4.3, and I think some apps rated them lower, actually 2 point something. Because
Yeah.
even Karaga is saying, yeah, if it wasn't for bad goalkeeping, in all honesty, that we
Uh,
we we
yeah.
we the that we won't lose this game.
No, the defense lost it.
Every big name pundits are saying, yeah, well, we were hard done by bad goalkeeping, honestly. But I get it. It's not him alone, because
Well, he's
what
part of that defense,
what did
obviously.
they really do today?
But yeah, look, to me, like I said, shape, compact, what they did in the last 15 minutes looked very. It's very surprising for me to see them like that. The only reason is because these guys have played together quite a while. They know each other very well, this group of players. They've played quite a bit together in this, especially in this formation and in this, with these players. This is a group that's played together for a long time now. These are probably the more core group that has played together.
And the
Okay,
game
take
plan
Jorgensen.
works. Their
Take
game
Jorgensen
plan
out of
works.
that, but like I said, Jorgensen, one mistake. I think he still had a very good game overall. But that's, to me, something seemed really wrong there. I don't know why. And I'm
We
pretty
got
sure
we got
Rosenior wouldn't have
tired.
wanted them
We
to
got
be
used.
open.
We got tired, and I think well played, Luis Enrique. That's
Oh,
where
he knew,
experience
of
comes
course.
in.
He knew.
He knew.
It's not a
He
secret.
knew that we were gonna fizzle out.
Of course, that's
He-
teams have kind of made a little bit of emphasis on that against Chelsea because we've played the most in Europe. We've got the most number of games by anyone. By I think 109 we've played now. So I think we're number one in like the world basically has played the most games, or Europe. I can't remember which one it was. So we've played the most games, yeah. And most of that group, they played together the most, especially in the Maresca, where Maresca didn't rotate much. They played a lot. So yeah, look, I think fatigue was definitely a case, but that's where the manager needs to step in and
but
make
he didn't.
changes.
That's the annoying
Make changes.
aspect. He didn't do what we say what we expect him to do.
Yeah, and it's surprising, like I said, because he has trusted the squad players. He has trusted Hato. He's brought him along. He's played very well. He's trusted those players. So he's trusted Santos. He's trusted Lavia coming back now. You've got those players there. He's trusted Garnacho the last 2 weeks. He's been our best player in the last couple of games. He came on in the 85th minute, 86th minute, sorry. I mean, what are you going to do then at 4-2 down? You know what I mean? I mean, Neto was running all game like he was finished as well. The guy was spent the last 15, 20 minutes. Why is he still on the field? So, yeah, a lot of questions for Rosenior why he didn't make those changes. Look, we saw the same with Maresca when he came in at first. Remember? He wouldn't make changes. I criticized him quite a lot for this. He wouldn't make changes till the 80th minute. It's like he froze and forgot to make changes, and then he would make changes. But then slowly, he started making more changes, even at a halftime. Even so it's also about knowing your players, I guess. But I think Rosenior should know them pretty well by now. 3 months coming up, you should know pretty well what they're about, and especially the last 10 days where we had a bit of training time as well. So yeah, I'm not sure what's happened there, to be honest. What review they'll do and what will come out of it, we won't really know, obviously, too much, except people on X trying to come up with stuff. But yeah, it's a shame it happened in this game, right in that last 15 minutes, because 2-2 was a great result. Even with that
Even
mistake,
3-2, I would
even at 3-2 losing, you
put
still
money on
actually.
it that we will beat them in the second leg and go through.
Even though I was pissed that Jorgensen did a mistake and he was so good before that, I still accepted. I'm like, okay, 3-2, it's one goal. That's fine. I'll take that. Let's just, yeah. But then to concede those other two and be that open and that disorganized, I have no idea what that breakdown was about.
Yeah. Um.
It's only
Yeah. I'm
fatigue.
gonna.
Definition I can explain. Yeah, there's
I'm gonna
nothing
hear
else.
from Jay. Let's hear what Jay has to say about the defenders before we call it a day. I think we've been streaming for 3 hours and 28 minutes, and we're not happy. I don't think our mood changes, no matter how long this you can say stream goes. But before we do that, I'm gonna say hello to Mike and Newm. Nice to see you. I do hope you're doing well. He says, "There's no way Fofana and Chalobah should be starting from now on." Who starts? It gets worse if you change them. Maybe bring on Tosin, who's the box defender we have, but you have to change the entire approach.
Not for this game. Not for PSG. You need speed at the
No,
back.
I'm just saying, if you, it's saying from next game on, if you want to start Tosin, you need to change the entire approach so doesn't get exposed, even if we're playing bottom table teams. That wasn't on Jorgensen, to be honest. That mistake for me, that one mistake, I'd say him. That's my opinion.
At least someone agrees
Fofana
with
didn't
me.
cover nobody at all, and it says Fofana, Chalobah, James, Caicedo, Enzo were all rested against Wrexham. Yeah, but you have to say it's important that we talk about how used they looked at
Enzo played
certain
well.
point in the game.
Enzo played well, I think. He had a good
Yeah,
game. So
Enzo didn't look tired. I think he was one of those that looked energetic until. But I
he
don't
covered the
want to.
most
You can
Ks in the
say,
game again. He's number one in the game. Yeah.
my goodness, Palmer as well. Palmer was poor. He's not. I think he's finding it difficult to overcome the poor in the form he's faced of late. And I thought he was going to turn it up on the day because it was a big game.
It's just decision making. I don't see fitness as a problem. I see decision making as a problem. To me, it's more mental than anything.
Mm. Yeah, Jay, let's say you are defenders. What do you think?
Um, yeah, look, the the quality we all know, we don't have quality center back. It's not a hidden, fact. It's pretty much evident to everyone, and that is actually, all these results and the fine margins in which we can see goals and maybe lose
Mhm.
points, in a general way, is down to the lack of quality that we have. I think our attack is maybe not complete, but good enough to score goals, and sometimes even outscore teams. Especially João Pedro, and even Palma on his given day, and the wingers also turn up, not regularly, but yeah, whenever they can adjust as well. But it's the defense where the problem lies. We have numbers, we sure have numbers, but the quality in those guys is really really bad, and especially in a way that Rosenior wants to play. It's very modern type of football where he needs a centre back who are good on the ball and can be a part of the build up and progress the ball further up and can bait the press as well. So these are the type of centre backs that he need, which is quite modern as well. But at the same time, it cannot be all that because the reality is you have to survive in the Premier League. You play in the Premier League, so you need the physical ones. You need the traditional type of centre backs as well. So the combination of them two is going to be rare. There are players, but they are going to be rare as well. So and they will require high amount of money as well because you are asking for a lot. You're almost asking for a complete centre back who can be good on the ball, be much more modern, can be synchronized with your football, the type of football you want to play, but can also survive the physicality of the Premier League, uh, and especially in the few years that we have seen. And I think it's going to grow for a few more years. The type of football that Arsenal plays, the aerial threats and all those. So yeah, that is where I think the problem lies. You need quick decision making, smart center backs who are, very very much ahead of the game. They can envision runs, they can envision gaps, they can break the lines as well. Colville is the closest to such type of a center back that we have right now. Fofana is, it's quite hard to trust him. He has been good for a while this season, especially in terms of fitness. Being fit for this long is something that we are experiencing for the first time with Fofana, and he does produce some quality. We can see that he has that quality, bits and pieces here and there. But it's just when, the time when the occasion is big, the opponent is tough as well. That's where you need him to raise his game, and that is where he lacks. I think he's very much limited. There is a threshold to how much he can give to the team, and yeah, that is what we are seeing right now. And it's not even down to his decision making. It's his quickness. Maybe it's just the physicality side of it. In the Premier League, we saw that against Arsenal as well. The lack of speed sometimes. Chalobah is Chalobah. He will give you a lot of good matches here and there, but there is a limit again, the limiting factor, and that is where we are lacking. We need the centre backs who are
Unfortunately, the
beyond,
caliber in question is you can say our best, practically our best centre back right now.
and that is an
Unfortunately,
unfortunate, right? That is really unfortunate case that Chalobah is our best centre back right now. It should not be the case because he's a good guy. But if he is your best centre back at the club, then there is something really wrong at your club defensively, and that is what we are experiencing, right? He's a very good player. I have been his fan, and I have advocated a few years back that we should keep him. He's the best, squad depth in terms of defensive depth any team can have from the bench in the cup games. If you have Chalobah to play, that is fantastic. But he shouldn't be your guy to play in the Premier League day in day out, like week in week out, and also in the Champions League. That is not the stage where he belongs, unfortunately. But yeah, that is the thing that we need to address. As much as we can blame Enzo Maresca for a lot of things, his unfortunate or sudden exit, which leaves a sore taste in our mouth. But the point that he addressed at the start of the season in the summer window about the centre back, that was quite fair. And with each passing month in this season, we have felt the need for a centre back, and the point about that point by Enzo Maresca about the lack of defensive depth in this team is more and more visible, and
or
we have
quality
been
because
now
yeah,
discussing it.
here's the thing. The you can say because we have numbers, quality is the issue.
Exactly. Badiashile and Tosin is the perfect example of numbers, especially Badiashile. He's the perfect guy, frame-wise, tall, quite physical by looks as well. And in his early time at Chelsea, in the few months when he came in the January transfer window, he was good on the ball as well. So he had all those ability. But again, he's just a number because you can't use him anywhere. Even in the cup games, they struggle. So you can't really imagine to really sub them on or even play them in the main matches.
They
And that
just
is a
haven't
very
taken the
unfortunate.
next step, unfortunately, Jay. Yeah.
Sorry,
They just haven't taken that next step, unfortunately.
they haven't, and maybe they can't. Maybe they are kept. Is what
Yeah,
I'm,
maybe they
repeating
cannot.
again
Yeah,
and again.
I think
Maybe
the club know
they've
that as
held.
well. I think the club, I know that. They
Exactly,
give
and that
these
is
players.
that is where I sympathize with the managers,
Yeah.
even with Maresca and even with Rosenior, because if he had good centre backs, sometimes you need the personal players to produce that quality to take you through the last 10, 20 minutes of their game. We were 12-2 on the 80th minute, right? And that is when we got the collapse. Sometimes the players need to take the responsibility. The quality needs to be shown. And that is where this team lags, especially in the defensive area. They have no quality. And the manager is helpless as well in some scenarios because he cannot bring anything from the bench. We have seen our attacking depth. There is no one. Delap and Margu and Garnacho. And even if Gittins was fit, let's be honest, he's not really going to influence the game to that extent because he's not developed yet. It's not his fault. So some of these things needs to be addressed by the sporting directors and the owners, so that the manager can have a easy way around in the matches, and so the fans can also be on the side. It's a vicious cycle. If you improve a few things, you are going to get benefit on the other side. But if you're going to ignore one part of the area, the whole institution sometimes feel like a mess.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, look, I mean, we've seen evidence they're going to go for a defender off season. We're going to go for a defender, that's for sure. So who that is, we'll see. But we are going to try to address that. Obviously, they already tried. Unfortunately, didn't quite get over the line. But, we've tried to address that. And up front, at least we have Quenda coming. Good quality. Young, but very
I'm
good quality.
especially not concerned about that left hand side. I think
Yeah,
Kenda makes a huge
Emega,
difference. Yeah.
Quenda. You know, we've got at least another striker, a bit more depth if the lap doesn't work
Maybe
out.
Rogers as well.
Maybe we're definitely going to splash the cash, I think, because like I said, we'll be a bit more free at next season to splash that cash. We could have, 50 million already, could have done it in January, but we couldn't get Jacquet over the line, or 60 million or whatever it was. So we had the cash. So I think, and with the laws changing a little bit, the new PSR rule overturning and coming in, we're going to have a bit more cash to spend. And yeah, we do need to clear out some defenders, definitely, to sell some defenders as well. Definitely, I think Buddy Shields time's up. I think, I think Chalobah for me time's up as well.
Chalobah is going to move on, definitely.
Yeah, I think unless he stays as a squad player, perfect.
I think that. Yeah, go ahead.
Look, Tosin, I would still keep just for certain games and for presence, locker room experience. He's not on much money, didn't cost anything, so I would still keep him for certain games that you need him, for depth. But otherwise, and the Sasi, of course, the other one. So we've got like 4 defenders we basically need to clear out. So, Colwell's coming back. We probably need to buy, Sal will get better. Maybe Ansamino will come back. We'll see how he goes. And we still probably need to buy another one, maybe even 2, to be honest, but definitely one proper one as well. So, yeah, that is an area where we
Chalobah,
really need to strengthen.
Chalobah is the best depth among these names that you're naming right now, but he is too valuable of an asset to be kept on the bench, and that is
And
where
I
I
don't
think
think
he
you'll
will be
agree.
sold.
If we sign a better defender that as a starter, and then say Colwell's the other starter, he's not going to agree. I don't think he's going to stay. To be honest, I don't see him staying because he's going to be that age. He's in his prime. He's entering his prime. He's one of the more older, experienced players. So I don't see him staying. If he was younger, maybe, but I don't see him staying. To be honest, if we sign some, another 1 or 2 top quality defenders, I don't see him staying at all. And
Yeah.
if he does, that's a big bonus. If he does stay, that's fine by me. If he stays, no problem. But I just don't see it happening. And he's pure profit as well. Don't forget.
Right.
I just don't see him, like you said, squad player. Yes, I don't see him take. He's just never. I don't see him taking that next step either. He's always been the same for a while now, for a few years. So I just don't see him doing anything more than he's done currently up till now. Well, he'll have 3 or 4 games good in a row, but then he'll have 2 or 3 bad games, and then he'll have another 1 or 2 good. Yeah, great squad player for that, but he can't be your starting center back because he hasn't got that consistency, and he's missing a few things in his game as well, and we've seen it too often, unfortunately. So I think squad player stay, otherwise sell, in my opinion, as well.
Yeah.
It's really very, very annoying. Seriously, it's gonna be weird for me for a few days. Before I became a content creator, usually this situation, I would delete all sporting apps from my devices so I don't get notifications about Chelsea.
Coachila rage. We want to see
Yeah,
Coachila rage.
yeah, exactly.
We want
But
to see like Tobago. Don't look at Tobago's messages on X because he's
no,
gone
Tobeho
psycho.
loses it. Tobeho doesn't
He's
know.
lost it today.
He
He's
doesn't
gone
know how
psycho.
to speak objectively whenever this sort of thing happens. So I've
Every
worked
second
up
word
a
is
bit.
Maresca and F
Yeah,
word.
but yeah, for Tobeho, it's all about Maresca.
Yeah, I might give it up already.
I know he didn't love Maresca than me, actually. Tobeho actually didn't love
He
Maresca
actually
that much.
he actually surprises me. Like we were having a good, renting conversation, and in between Enzo Maesca popped suddenly. I was shocked. How?
Yeah,
So
he's a
We've
Tobago
lost the
is
last
Maresca
couple
a
of
holic.
weeks,
surprise.
but I knew once we lose, it'll come up big time. And today, if you go to his messages, my goodness, he
Yeah. And
got
you know what?
Maresca
It's
rage.
frustrating for me because I want him. I want him like, yeah, we are on the same side. We are on the renting side. So let's rent in a proper way. Don't bring Maresca, but he somehow messes it. And then
Oh
I
yeah.
have to take
Oh
a,
no.
Get over it. I told him.
Tobeho
Get
will
over it.
always mention
Tobago, get over
Maresca.
Maresca. He's gone.
yeah.
I
But
don't.
this loss is going to be a bit difficult. As an individual loss, 5-2 is going to be a
Yeah.
bit painful for a few days, but then you have to additionally accept the fact that you are eliminating yourself or you are exiting the
Well, we've got a big
Champions
game
League,
coming
which
up,
is a
don't
big
we,
factor.
already around the corner? So
He
got to move
actually
on.
gets. Listen, it will get worse if we lose against Newcastle.
Yes, exactly.
It
It's
will
good though
get
that we're at
worse.
home, which is great. Which is
Yeah,
good. At
even
least
for him.
Yeah, we do well at
And
home. Away at Newcastle, I'll be
I
very
don't think
worried.
we'll lose against them. But
If it was
Yeah, and in
away,
a way,
yeah, I'll be worried. But at home, we're not bad. We're pretty good at home against them there. But away,
And in a
yeah, I would
way,
say
I think
worried.
we will be more focused on the Premier League game than them, Newcastle, because I think they are still there, right? They have the
they're
mindset because
stretched.
they are
Yeah,
confused
they're
A
stretched. Yeah.
1-1, yeah,
because they have
1-1.
to save the energy and the players for the trip to Barcelona. But we are kind of, I don't want to say the loser mentality, but we all know kind of the reality has checked in that we are kind of out. So I think we will focus on the Premier League game more. They still have that doubt whether to go
They
for
might
the
be a bit
game or
cautious.
to
Yeah,
save
some of the
themselves.
players as well, yeah, because they'll want to play. Yeah.
Are you one of
Yeah.
those that believe we can turn this around?
No, I don't. Is it impossible? No, just because of what I said. The English teams are usually the ones that turn these type of things around because of the pitches, usually the smaller pitches, the atmosphere. A lot of these teams don't like coming to England. They don't play very well in England. A lot of these teams, most of them don't get results, to be honest. So, look, I think we'll probably be tied. We'll probably win the game, I think, but like a 2-1 or something like that. I don't see us scoring 4 goals and then not scoring nothing. So, yeah, if there's
What
a
date is
chance.
that game?
Sorry?
What date is that Newcastle game?
On the weekend.
We
Yeah.
played
Saturday
Manchester
or Sunday,
Saturday,
yeah.
3 days. After 3 days,
Sunday
right?
one,
Yeah, it's on Sunday
Saturday,
From
morning, so it'll be
Saturday.
Saturday for you guys. It'll be on Saturday for you guys, yeah.
Jesus Christ. Chelsea conceded 5 goals in the UEFA Champions League tonight for the first time in 26 years.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say even in the only our XX
Courtesy
conceded
Jorgensen.
5.
Jorgensen.
Maresca, we'll bring Maresca up again. We never conceded more than 3, I think, in a game. So
Yeah, he was a more cautious coach.
he learned to be, not at the start.
He's a
He
more
learned.
cautious coach than Rosenior. Rosenior, his approach, a lot of risks is involved. We've talked about that before.
Yeah, we have. Yeah. But don't forget, Maresca started that way too, and then realized, no, we can't play like this. So,
But we
he
weren't
changed it as
conceding.
well.
I don't remember us conceding. Did we ever concede 4 over him?
Who?
Under Maresca, did we ever concede 4
No,
goals?
no.
Yes.
Only our
Against
preseason games.
Arsenal. There
But
was
no,
a
we
game we
haven't. No,
played Arsenal, and we were losing a lot of players in
no,
that.
Four
that was
against
that was
Arsenal.
not him.
Who was it at the time?
That was Poch.
Pochettino?
Poch, yes.
5-0
You
by
might be
Poch,
right.
right? 5-0.
5-0
Bro,
Poch, yes.
here's the funny thing about every manager that comes in, they start breaking one record and then they break one in a positive direction, in a
positive, yeah.
negative direction. Because
Well, they
Rosenior
changed.
broke a lot of
Coachila,
records, didn't he?
let me put this in a humor way. Jorgensen have broken 26 years,
No,
record.
the manager, definitely on the manager. You can't
Sanchez is going
you
to
can't put
break
it on.
the
The
other
manager
one.
is the name that people are going to be mentioning. The club first in this order, then the manager. Then if you have time, the average Chelsea fan will always say, "Yeah, it was Jorgensen's fault." But I'm
Yeah,
sticking with the
26
manager.
years record. He broke it today. Sanchez is also going to. When was the last time we played that game against Napoli?
Please
Was it
don't again use
2013?
Sanchez. Don't go back when Sanchez played under Poch because we conceded a lot of goals when he was playing it. He was making a
No.
mistake every second game. Please,
We
don't
were
do
Next
that.
horsed
week
on
he's
that
going
day.
to lead us. Next week he's going to lead us to the next stage of the competition.
Oh, Sanchez alone will lead us.
Sanchez is going to lead us. He's going to have a clean sheet.
Oh wow!
Okay, you will let me leave it here. Next week is just around the corner.
But he
Is
won't
the
play
game
at the
on
back
Tuesday
at
or
all. He won't play
Wednesday?
from the back at all.
Even
Are we
if we are
playing on
winning, I don't
Tuesday
think
or
we're winning
Wednesday?
in 90 minutes. It's going to be in added time and maybe penalties, the best case scenario. Even, with 3-0 victory and then into the penalties.
And Coachie, I want to say this. A lot of people seems to be ignoring Bordeaux. Those guys, they have to pay attention to them. They just destroyed Lisbon, Sporting Lisbon 3-0. And it seems like the way they are winning games right now, I would say they really stand a chance of going through to the next stage of the competition. I don't know what is it about their stadium, but most
It'd be
big
nice
teams
if
have.
they beat Arsenal because it'd probably be Arsenal. That would
Yeah,
be
they can
nice,
beat
very nice.
Arsenal.
But I don't see them beating Arsenal, to be honest.
Are you sure?
You guys not see the penalty Arsenal got today?
Arsenal is
Yeah,
not playing
diving.
that
Yeah,
well.
That was
Arsenal is not doing
unbelievable.
well.
I could not believe it.
Arsenal is not really doing well. And if they should meet this Bordeaux side, they can beat Arsenal.
I
These
think
guys,
Arsenal probably they'll be lucky if they
pretty
survive
good
Leverkusen.
defensively. These
Arsenal
teams
will
like
be lucky if
Sporting
they
and that
survive
decided to
Leverkusen.
go at these teams, and they just pick them off. Once they play Arsenal, Arsenal's not going to go at them like these other teams,
you
and
think so?
that'll be their undoing. Unfortunately, I think
These guys
they'll
are
get
the dark horses.
they'll get
They
Arsenal.
can,
Unfortunately,
well, let's see what happens. But I suspect that they can go very far. After beating Lisbon 3-0, these guys are up to something. And nobody should rule them out. They can surprise the whole of Europe.
I mean,
The
at
way
this
they are
this
point,
team
it's
is
not
not that good.
accident, and they like threes. They like the goals in threes. Yeah, go back. I'm not
yeah.
joking. Go back. They beat Man
Yeah, they
City.
scored 3-3,
They
And
do. They
they
3-3.
score a lot of
scored three
goals. Yeah,
against
yeah.
Man City, right? What was the other team again?
Man City. They beat Man City.
Let me find their results. Let's go back. They scored three against
I
Man
mean,
City, right?
all the Premier League clubs will require a lot of goals to win in the second leg. Like City will require 4 goals or 3 goals to win or draw. Chelsea will require 3 goals as well.
Arsenal
Liverpool
just
are
two.
requiring 2 goals, and even Newcastle needed 1, 2 goals as well. Yeah, even Arsenal need to score at Emirates because
You
the
said
match is
how
at
many
drawn
goals we
state.
needed? How many goals we
We
need?
need we need 4, obviously 3 to draw. The problem is we are playing the best side, one of the
We
best
need
side,
we need
and they
four to
all are
win,
playing.
but if we score like 3-0, and we're talking about four
Yes.
without conceding even one, we need three
Yeah,
zero
not happening, not
to
happening.
equalize. Like we can go to extra time. Then we need 4-0
Can you imagine the first
to
5 minutes?
win.
Can you imagine the first 5 minutes? Mendes get red card, then they
Even
will be
that, I don't think you
disabled.
know. I know you
That'll
know,
actually
Luis
probably make it even more
Enrique. You just
difficult.
like us to
Actually,
debate. Let me look at Bordeaux. Today they scored 3 goals to beat another European because what's his name? Sporting CP is a European giant.
Yep.
They beat Inter. I think that one away. I think it was away. They
Both home
beat
and
Inter
away.
on the
They
two
beat them
legs.
home. They beat them home. Both
On,
home and away.
on
I
two
guess.
legs, but one of them they scored 3. They scored 3-1 against Man City 2. So they like it in threes. I mean, it'd be okay to say they like threesome.
Wow.
it's
Oh
late.
boy.
Just end the
Let's
show.
forgive him. It's
End the
late.
show.
It's late over there, so it's
These
No,
fine.
but
guys
my
can beat
goodness,
us now.
I think they're changing how they view. They're a Greek team, right? Is it a Greek?
I think Norwegian.
No,
Norwegian team. I think they're changing how you perceive. You can say the clubs from that country because they play good football too.
Oh
They
yeah.
don't just sit back all the time.
Oh yeah. That's why I
they do
think they
sit
can
back
beat
more
us
though.
now.
That's the thing. Yeah,
Sorry.
they do
That's
see
why I
they
think
39%, 40%. They don't have the possession. They sit
Against
back,
Inter
absorbing
at
them.
home, it was 42 to 58%. That's not bad. With
Yeah.
1.19 XG, Inter's 1.56, and they outperformed their XG. Let me check against City.
Yeah, they've caught a lot of teams off guard. They've done very well. They're probably
they're
going to get
good,
all the
really.
players coached.
Against City, they finished with a better XG, 1.60 to City's 1.23.
They had a red card though. City had a red card.
What time did the red card come? Let's check. I think I watched that one too. Let me check the red card when the
I
red
can't
card
remember.
came
I
for
just
City.
remember there's a red card or something. Yeah.
The red card
No.
was how many minutes into the how many minutes did the Rodri play?
60.
Yeah. So for me, not bad.
no one
If he
can
played
just
until
ignore
60th
them. These
minute,
guys.
No, they're
These
very
guys,
good.
they
Bodo
are
They've
up
done
to
is
very
something.
well.
yeah,
I feel
so
sorry
Bodo
for
is
them.
you have to
playing
give them
beautiful
credit. Yeah.
football.
I feel sorry
Bodo
for
is
them
actually
because
playing really good
mid-season they're
football.
not going to have a team.
Sorry, Jay. What were you saying?
Bodo is actually playing really good football.
They
It's
play good
Very
and
good.
football,
it's
yeah.
just
But
The build-up
sometimes
play is impressive. Yeah, the build-up play.
Sometimes you
yeah.
just have to defend because the other side
And
has better quality than you. But
City lost at their home.
if you're better drilled, you get a chance. You hit them on a break and score.
Yeah, and it's really hard to get any result when they are playing at home. The conditions, the icy freezing condition it's close to the North Poles, I think Norway, and it's really chilling. So
Their
Yeah,
stadium, the stadium is very small, and I think that is another factor. Very
I think
small
it's artificial
stadium.
too, if I remember right.
hmm
yeah,
Very,
Like
that's
very
why it's
small
very
look
stadium.
at
difficult, and that is
Manchester
where I
City.
think if
Man City
even if they
finished
get
with
a
an
draw,
XG of 0.559. They barely made it to 1 today. But Real Madrid, they outperformed their XG 2.63.
City was very horrible today. Like if you
I
watch
feel
the
for Enzo Maresca because I don't like Pep. Is not gonna. He wouldn't want to leave on this note. And
no,
he's already saying he can see himself here next season.
I told you
I
guys
don't feel
that
sorry because if he takes over, he'll do fine. He'll make him a bit more solid defensively, and they'll be pretty
I'm
dangerous.
saying I feel for him because he's not gonna get the chance now.
Coachy, I told you this thing, and you say, "Oh no, Pep is going to leave," and there is no way he's going to win the Champions League right now. So he
I mean,
doesn't
not
want to
not
leave.
necessarily. I don't think. I think because it's been a poor season for them so far. I don't see him saying, "Okay, you know what? Yeah, I'm done right now." And he said he sees himself here next season. I think the only reason we don't see him at Man City next season is if he gets fired, which they wouldn't do because they know they made a lot of changes.
Yeah, but
I
I
said
think that
it.
they'll let him go if they don't do well. They don't win nothing this season. They'll let him go. I think I don't see a problem with it. They're pretty ruthless, to be honest.
They will
They'll
never sack Pep Guardiola. They will never get
no,
rid
I
of
think
him.
they will
It
give
won't
him
be
benefit
sacked.
of the
It'll
doubt.
be mutual. It won't be sacked, but it'll be mutual.
I was gonna say this looks like Arsenal's here for the Champions League, but no. We still have Bayern, Atletico Madrid, even Newcastle can beat
I
Arsenal.
said
But
Bordeaux. Bordeaux will beat
yeah, Liverpool is still
Arsenal.
there. So I don't think Arsenal will win it.
They're on the good
Irrespective
side
of
of
Arsenal
the
can
draw.
who
They
they
win.
got a
have.
better, easier run, but we'll see what happens. They
But
should
even
get
at
through
that,
this
but
round. They should beat Bodo because of the way they play. I think that'll be it for Bodo. And then they're in the semi-final already. So they got a very good run.
You said they are already in semi-finals.
No, I said after that they're in the semi-finals. They got a good
Oh,
run. If they get
but
past Leverkusen,
you know
I
Leverkusen
think they
can
will.
come. Leverkusen can come to London and give them
they
a hard
can
time.
because Arsenal need to score.
They
It's not
can,
like
but I
yeah.
think they might
Bams,
they'll get past them. I think, to be
Bams,
honest.
Bams is
You
using a
think
lot
Arsenal
of
will get
can and
past them?
could.
You say?
Arsenal, it
Bams
won't
is
be easy.
using a
Dante,
lot
I
of can
watched
and
that
could.
game
Yeah,
today.
he want Chelsea
They
to
created a
recover
lot
a
of.
three
Go
goal
ahead,
deficit.
Jay.
He's very positive today, which is good. Not bad. It's
Yeah,
good.
he
No,
wants
but
Chelsea to recover a three
I
goal
said
deficit. He wants Leverkusen
next
to do
week,
something magical at Emirates. Bodo
next
to,
week, next week, you guys will know the reason why I'm saying that we're going to go through. You will all be happy. And Kochi,
I don't
I
think,
want you
I
to
don't think
Coachella won't be happy
you
because he's gonna
are.
have to pay five
Okay,
hundred
Vance,
dollars.
let's do this. Vance,
yes, sir.
if we go through, I'll send you a Chelsea jersey with your name on the back of it. But if we don't, if we don't, what you give away $50 to a lucky
Ooh,
member
now
of
it's
the
getting
In
community.
real.
fact, I can make it $200 to a lucky winner.
Damn.
If we
What?
don't go through,
If we don't go through, find a
don't
Damn.
lucky
don't.
winner.
I don't want if we don't go through, then I'll stop seeing you.
He'll delete everything. He'll be gone.
If we don't go through, I'm giving someone $200. The lucky winner.
Okay.
We
Wow.
need a gambling sponsor
Did
on
you
this
speak
What
channel.
with your
currency are you
pastor?
talking about, Bam?
Did you speak with your pastor?
Listen, I have every belief that this game, Chelsea will go out
Sorry.
there, and by first half, we are up by 3 goals. Second half, we will play like 15
Uh,
minutes.
it's jarring. It's
Then
really
João
jarring.
Pedro will put the dagger on
If he's got money to spend,
PSG.
why not? That's fine.
Let me say this: we're
But
going
he
to beat
didn't.
them at
I
the
need
bridge, but
clarification,
we're not
Bam.
going to
I
do
need
enough to go
currency.
through.
Which currency are you talking about? 200 or what?
You said 200 what?
Yeah, what currency are you talking about?
USD. We are in.
USD. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I will
Just
give it
checking
out to
because
a needy
some people say
person.
that and then,
Yeah.
then it's 200
Dante
rupees.
has been scammed by Bangladeshi taka in the
Yeah,
past as well.
exactly. Sometimes.
Listen, I am very, very, very positive that I'm saying this. And Kochi, when we go through, play the tape again next week. By first half, Chelsea is up by 3 goals to 0.
All right.
You understand? We come back
Next
to the
week is just
second
a few
half.
days sleep.
We come back to the second half. In the 15 minutes, João Pedro will put the final goal, and that will be all for
Let me
PSG.
say this: we will beat them, but probably not going to do. Definitely, for me, my opinion, I don't think we can do enough to get through.
Okay.
We're like you could say a brothel in the back.
Hey,
I'm not. This is not a joke, and you know we can defend
Red
even
light
to save
district,
our
coach.
lives.
Man, you need
And
to go to church after
they
today's
have
show.
individuals with the skill set. We find it difficult to defend individual. You could say application on the pitch for lack of a more specific or relatable or accurate language there.
Are you trying to
In
say
terms of playing, putting the cross into the box, we can defend that very well. But when one of their players, like the Cav guy, the former Napoli guy, or Desiree Duo, or any of them, or decide to take our defenders on, dribble and shoot, we usually falter.
do you know? Do you know these games are the kind of games everybody doubt Chelsea? Like, oh, everybody will say, "Oh, Chelsea, oh no."
I mean, like everybody doubted us today, and it happened.
I'm not doubting it. I think we can win the
Listen,
game.
Coachy, I'm
Not the
saying
You know
these
tie.
are
what?
the kind of games.
You know what, Bams? He's actually convinced me 1%. And if this stream was to go on for 10 hours, I think we would reach quite, a concession where, yeah,
Listen, I'm not going
I'd
to
be.
extend this, but
Yeah, and
Coachy, let's
Coachilla's
make it. Let's make it
saying our
brief.
players are prostitutes. I'm not sure what he was saying with that comment before.
I'm saying let's make it
Damn.
brief. Next week by now,
He's got
Are you
all
saying
effed up in
Jorgensen is a
his.
prostitute, coach? What are you saying?
Oh, damn.
I said next week
He's
by
got all
now. Next week
messed
by
up, man.
now.
He's messed up with this 5-2 defeat. He's
I'm
got
saying next week by
threesomes and
now.
brothels, everything going on.
Listen, next week by now we'll be discussing about the semi-final. Is it quarter-final or semi? No, I think it's quarter-final games. Next week by now we'll be discussing about that. So you guys, you don't believe that we can go through, but I know my instinct tells me that this game that we're going to play, Chelsea
That's
will
what you said
surprise
before this
everybody.
game. Exactly the same thing. So
The only thing I don't want to see is Jørgensen in the post. That one, it will just reduce the hope that I have. But if we should go in with Sanchez, the game is over for PSG. We're going to go through the next stage. As to how we're going to do it, the time will tell. I'm not going to tell you how we're going to make it, but I know by next week, around Wednesday, the game is being played on Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken. By Wednesday, we're going to talk about the victory Chelsea had on PSG
oof.
on
So
Tuesday.
what if Jorgensen plays and he's the reason we go through and we win because of him?
Oh
He's
yeah, I
heroic.
will give him his flowers. I will just talk about how good. That's how I want all Chelsea players to look.
He's probably gonna play.
But still, I will think he's not good enough to be the number one at
I
Chelsea.
still wouldn't be good enough. Okay.
All
No
right.
Yeah.
problem.
That's a question on the screen I want us to answer. Then I think we shall call it a day. It's 4 hours now, but let me read this first, if you guys don't mind. Coach, our defensive issues has been persistent for almost 3 to 4 years now. Our owners, together with the SDs, failed to address it. I mean, that's a legit argument, really. Season in, season out, we come back talking about the same issues. Maybe we're not good at recruiting defenders because all the areas I think we've done well.
Defenders are the
Coach, it's
hardest.
possible. In the Club World Cup, we scored them 3. Yeah, okay. Will 3 be enough? Do you think they won't score against us on the day? I think they will. We've gotten worse defensively since Club World Cup. And the manager's approach is different. We don't play with a cautious approach. Because one thing about Maresca is that irrespective of whether we implode or not, he still plays with a cautious approach. And we knew that. This Chelsea team is some games, if they switch on, it can be scary. Yeah. I don't think we can switch on enough to cancel 3 goals deficit and then win. Guys, what do you make of the referee who officiated? I think he was good.
He was really, really good.
Yeah, he
There
was
was
good.
so
Actually,
many instances.
sometimes he gives some fouls against them. Actually,
Yeah.
that I think we didn't deserve.
Look at Enzo.
Felipe
Enzo's
Luis will be
tackle.
our next coach by season end. Our big players we'll work out soon. It's jarring. I hope so. I hope so. Anybody else has anything else? But my bro, again, thank you for finding the time to join. Adebayo Makunju, gratitude 1914. He's changed his name to always nice to see you. They say lateness is greatness. Absolutely. Anything else you guys want us to talk about before we call it a day? I am exhausted, really. Even
Yeah, Coach. I think we've
everybody in the
enough.
house has gone
Go
to
wash
bed.
out your go wash out your mouth, please, after tonight's
That
game.
structure of the house, right? That TV
Yes.
area has gone dark.
Oh,
Which
okay.
means everybody has gone to bed. It's just
They're
me,
gone.
and it's 10:34 p.m. for me. But anything else you guys want us to talk about before we call it a day?
All good. I think
I
we've had
think so
enough.
far so good. Nothing to talk about. And as I was saying,
Yeah,
next week we
yeah,
shall
we pretty
meet.
much covered everything.
Yeah. My bro, again, Adeba Makuja, I want to say thank you to you for finding time to join the conversation. But he says we have a very naive coach with a flux-inflated ego. How does a coach play with the efficacy of PSG pressing? That's another thing to consider. I think he wasn't prepared. I don't think Maresca would have risked it that much, but he would have gone with a more cautious approach. Probably we wouldn't score. Chances are we'd beat them by a goal to nothing on the day, or even more. I don't know, but we're speaking in hindsight now. So thank you for joining. I want to say thank you to the captain of the community, Constantine Dunn. Big up to you, and thank you to my bro Buns. Always nice to have you on the panel. How do I shout out Jay?
Just Jay, maybe.
Just say Jay.
I
Yeah.
got to get Jay.
JJ.
Maybe
Did I
add
call
some
him
meat.
JJ?
Add a bit of meat
Okocha?
to the name, maybe.
I don't
Coach.
know, but
Yeah, a lot of meat to the name.
but I'll figure it out. Heston, if you're watching, the reason this, if you're from Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, or Zambia, we're hiring a host, somebody that will be hosting the Blue Morning Show. And I think those areas that I mentioned, how much we're able to afford to pay at the moment, I think, yeah, will be good enough. But from those UK and US, I don't think it will go anywhere for them. But if you're Nigerian, you're Ghanaian, Zambian, South African, all African countries, I believe, yeah, as if you're a student and you're a Chelsea fan,
No
you have to
Tobago,
prove that you're a
Coach.
Chelsea fan. We're
We don't want
hiring.
Tobago.
Sorry?
No Tobago, please.
Tobago will do it.
Tobago is
Go
a busy man,
Maresca.
actually. Yeah, so we're hiring. And if you're interested, hit me up. If you're on X, let's talk. We're hiring, but you need to go. So, we need to train you also.
Who's
We also need
bums?
to test your.
Yeah,
You
that's
could
what
say
I
your
noticed.
ability.
Oh
You
no.
could say your open-mindedness to
Bigger
exceed
bums.
measures.
Show. I don't even come on the
That's your
morning
new
show.
nickname, Bums. Wow.
I
Um,
can host, but in the morning I work
This
9 to
show,
5
this
and
show is going all wrong.
sorry, sorry, Bans.
It's
I'm
oh no,
late.
listening.
I'm a good
Late
host.
for a lot of these guys, Jay.
But Bans, just
On
let me
this
know
side
if
of the
you're
world, we're
interested.
okay, but it's late
I
for them
know
there.
yours will be, you could say pro bono, right? I can't pay you.
Oh no, me I can host for free, but the time is not good for me. You
The
know
Blue
I
Morning
can't do the
shows.
morning. No, the morning show it can't be possible. Maybe
Yeah, I think
Saturday,
I know
yeah.
because you usually miss the shows.
Yeah,
Yeah, in the
maybe
morning.
Saturday morning, yeah, but the weekdays I will still be in bed or something, and when I get up, I'm preparing to go to the office, and it's going to be very difficult.
All
So
right. If you're able to, I mean, we can divide it. If you're able to host on Saturday mornings, you can take it. Up to you.
yeah, I
Even
can
though
do
I'll be
the
here,
weekend.
I'd like to. You can say for us to mix things up.
Yeah,
But
we can
thank
do
you,
Saturday
and
and Sunday,
Adabe
no
Makunju,
problem.
thank you to you too. I appreciate you all for finding the time to be part of the conversation, and to all of you, my bro Julius Almore, I appreciate you. He says, "Big up, Coach Dante J," and
Yeah, he noticed it now.
A bit late, but anyway.
Yeah.
I
You see that, Bam?
he calls him bombs.
Bumps.
That's what happens when you waffle about Chelsea's comeback.
All
No,
right.
next week Next week he will give me bang, BANG, because I bang it so good. So don't worry. Next week is
Oh,
going to
and,
be
God.
and
bang.
Julius is laughing at you in the chat. All right, all right, boss. Thanks. Thank you.
No, one love. Is it Julius?
You realize
Thank you.
this is not gonna
Oh,
go away
Julius,
now.
it be so you day, my Ghana brother.
Oh my goodness, much love.
Hopefully.
Thank you for joining. And if I miss your name, apologies. I'm only human. See you guys next time. God bless us all. And cheers.
Good
Cheers,
night.
guys.
Chelsea, the dream keeps us strong. Through every challenge, we rise, never wrong. With every goal, we fly, hearts on fire. The passion unites us, takes us higher. Keep on singing, support never fades. Together we stand in this blue brigade. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand. Oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. From Stamford Bridge, the pride that we share. Each kickoff, each moment, it feels so rare. With faith in our hearts, we chase the dream. Through every match day, we're part of the team. The love for our club is a powerful thing. Together we shout, let the victory ring. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand. Oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. We're unstoppable. Hear the roar. In blue we trust forevermore. Together we sing hand in hand. For Chelsea forever we'll stand. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand. Oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. Chelsea, the dream keeps us strong. Through every challenge, we rise, never wrong. With every goal, we fly, hearts on fire. The passion unites.